Chapter 141. Of course. After all, more than 20 years have passed. I don't know if the previous one is still around, but this cat is only 2 or 3 years old, said the Jiaopa unexpectedly. The old lady shook her head. This cat is male. The previous one was female. The Jiaopa was speechless. How come I didn't know that the previous one was female? Granny, you didn't mention it back then either. Not noticing the Jiaopa's expression, Zhang Tan was just confused by the words of the person lying on the recliner. What the F***ck? How did this old lady know the gender of the cat? Zhang Tan remembered that when he came over, he had been facing this direction the whole time. Also, from a human's perspective, shouldn't he have looked behind to confirm the gender of the cat? Also, Zhang Tan had never been like other cats who showed their chrysanthemum. Suddenly, Zhang Tan's thoughts raced. He didn't expect this old lady to be so wretched. Is it scolding me? The old lady lying on the recliner looked at Zhang Tan and asked the Jiaopa. Zhang Tan was speechless. The Jiaopa's face twitched, and he didn't know how to answer. The old lady didn't seem to want to wait for the Jiaopa's answer. She changed the topic and asked, "Did you buy a car?" The Jiaopa nodded. "Yes, I bought it a few months ago." "That's good." The old lady turned sideways and opened a cabinet next to the recliner. She took out a pendant from the drawer and handed it to the Jiaopa. "This is for you." Zhang Tan glanced at the ordinary-looking pendant. The students around Tsinghua University had many similar pendants on the street. They were only a few yuan worth of pendants, and the wholesale price was even cheaper. Although the old lady said, "For you," Zhang Tan thought that if the Jiaopa hadn't brought a gift over, the old lady wouldn't have given him anything that was worth a few cents. After the Jiaopa took the pendant and thanked the old lady smiled and showed her fake teeth. She pouted at Zhang Tan. "Take care of this cat. It's fate that we met, and it can bring us good fortune." Zhang Tan liked the last sentence. Yuan Zi said that cats could bring him good fortune. Thinking about it, Zhang Tan was a little proud. Although Father Zhao didn't really believe in those imaginary things, he had to admit that his cat had brought a lot of good luck to the family so far. "Granny, please continue to rest. I won't disturb you any longer." Father Zhao prepared to leave. He knew that the old man had always been a man of few words, and that he would rest after talking for a while, so he decided not to stay any longer. "Before you leave the village, bring the cat here again," said the old woman lying on the recliner. Although the Jiaopa didn't know what the old lady wanted to do, he nodded in agreement. Zhang Tan looked at the old lady and the cat, then turned and left with the Jiaopa. After the Jiaopa and Zhang Tan left, the old lady, who was lying on the chair with her eyes closed, sat up and stroked the cat on her lap. She continued to look for fleas for the cat. "Oh, another big one. Next time, find a rat with fewer fleas to eat." The three-legged tortoise shook its ears. It wasn't sure if it understood the old lady. On the other side, Zhang Tan followed the Jiaopa out of the old lady's yard and walked on a different path. Seeing that the village was getting further and further away, Zhang Tan was very curious about what the Jiaopa wanted to do. He could tell that the Jiaopa was hiding something. There was a mountain near the village. It wasn't very big. After all, the area wasn't considered barren. Now that the mountain was being developed, it wasn't as wild as it was a few decades ago. Zhang Tan followed the Jiaopa to an orchard. The Jiaopa stood there and looked around. He sat down beside a tree and lit a cigarette. After smoking half of the cigarette, the Jiaopa said to Zhang Tan, who was squatting beside him in a daze, "Black charcoal, let me tell you a secret." After saying this, the Jiaopa paused and smiled. "Actually, it's not really a secret. I told some people before, but they didn't believe me." This was what he was waiting for. Zhang Tan snapped out of his daze and pricked up his ears to listen to what the Jiaopa was going to say next. "In the past, when I was still a child, I was even younger than little Pomelo. At that time I was naughty. There was a rumor among the children that there was a treasure in the mountain. I went up the mountain with a few other children to search for it. However, we didn't find anything for a few days. Some of them gave up, but I didn't. So one day, when my parents weren't looking, I went up the mountain alone. I didn't find anything for half a day. I was tired and hungry. After eating some bread, I lay down on the grass and slept. I didn't have much awareness of the danger. Now that I think about it, I was really courting death. When I woke up, the sky was getting dark. It was past dinner time. I was anxious and wanted to go home. However, I accidentally slipped down a steep slope and sprained my ankle. Misfortune never comes alone. After dragging my injured leg for a few steps, I fell into a hole. The hole was very deep. At least, it was difficult for me to climb out. Perhaps someone had buried something and dug it out, leaving the hole unfilled. At that time, I didn't have much strength, so I couldn't climb out. I shouted for a long time, but no one came to help. I dug the stones and mud on the wall to have a support point. When my fingers were bleeding, I heard a cat's meow from above the hole. Not long after, I saw a cat's head. It looked at me and left. Not long after, a thick straw rope was thrown down from above. I grabbed the straw rope and tried to climb up. At the same time, I felt someone pulling the rope. It wasn't very strong, but it helped me. When I climbed out of the hole, I found that it was a cat that was pulling the rope. The other end of the rope was stuck in a crack on a big stone near the hole. It was a very smart cat. After I climbed out, it ran away. Not long after, the old lady appeared. She told me that she found a black cat stealing the straw rope she used to tie the firewood. So she followed it. During that special period, the old lady was ostracized by the villagers. No one was willing to interact with her. Jiao Pa remembered that he and the other children in the village threw stones and mud at the old lady's small yard. Later, the old lady had no choice but to go up the mountain temporarily. She set up a small shed and lived there alone until the difficult period passed. Even now, Jiao Pa still remembered the time he stayed in the hole. The hunger, fear, and the chill brought by the mountain wind. Later, the old lady found a cat's tooth on the straw rope. The cat broke it when it was biting and pulling. Jiao Pa flicked the butt of his cigarette and looked into the distance. He continued to recall. The thick straw rope woven by the villagers was very strong. If it was bitten, it wouldn't break the tooth. However, if it was bitten and pulled with all its strength, then it would be hard to say. The cat's tooth might have broken when it pulled the straw rope from the pile of firewood, or it might have broken when it was being pulled. Either way, Jiao Pa was very grateful to it. However, after that, Jiao Pa never saw the black cat again. The old lady melted the rosin and put the cat's tooth in it. She made it into an artificial amber and gave it to me. I still have it. I'll show it to you when we get back, Jiao Pa said to Zheng Tan. Nearly 30 years had passed. Jiao Pa knew that the cat in his memory was probably long gone. However, when he saw the black cat that his wife picked up for the first time, he suddenly remembered the cat from years ago. The black cat that walked through the night had a fearless look in its eyes, even though it had to stand on the ground and look up at people. It even had a condescending and disdainful aura, just like a small leopard. Because of this, Jiao Pa, who had never agreed to keep a pet since they lived in the big city, finally relented after Jiao Ma brought Zhang Tan home. At that time, the panic of the epidemic had just passed, and there were still 2 children at home. Jiao Ma really didn't expect Jiao Pa to agree. The rest of the Jiao family didn't know the reason behind it either. When the old lady brought me to the village, she told me not to tell anyone. Some things are better left unsaid. Even if I told them, they might not believe me. It might even cause trouble. Jiao Pa didn't quite understand at the time. When he grew up and understood things, he realized that in that era, it was easy to link anything to demons and ghosts. If he didn't do it well, it might cause trouble. Later, the special period passed, and people's minds became more open. Regardless of whether some phenomena could be explained by science, their actions were not too extreme. Even so, Jiao Pa still didn't tell anyone about what happened back then. He used to tell people stories, but unfortunately, they didn't believe him. The cat's tooth amber constantly reminded Jiao Pa that what happened back then wasn't a dream. Jiao Pa also took Zhang Tan to see where the pothole was. Every time he came back to the old house, Jiao Pa would come to take a look, even though the place had changed a lot. The pothole had been filled in, and the wilderness had been turned into an orchard and vegetable field. After returning to the old house from the mountain, Jiao Pa went to help with the New Year's goods. Zhang Tan didn't catch rabbits with the 2 children because he had nothing to do. He secretly went to the old lady's house to listen to her story. Recently, many people who went out to work in the village had returned. Some people came to visit every day. The young people were more open-minded. They knew that this kind of thing wasn't as good as before. In the big city, some people were much more arrogant and bold. They could make a lot of money by talking nonsense. In comparison, this old lady was really low-key. She wasn't famous in Shenyang. She only had a little influence in the local village. It was said that she was almost 90 years old. She wasn't from this village in the early years. Now, the villagers were in awe and fear of her. Now, before people in the village went out to work, they would come to find her and ask for safety. Of course, there were also many people who didn't believe in this kind of thing. Science was popular now. Moreover, this kind of thing was divided into orthodoxy and non-orthodoxy. The non-orthodoxy was feudal superstition and was illegal. But people's psychology was always like that. They had to ask for, just in case, to be at ease. Therefore, although people said that they didn't believe in this kind of thing on the surface and didn't interact with the old lady, there were many people who gave her money and gifts in private. After a long time, everyone came to a tacit understanding. Just like some people said, there were some things that existed if you believed in it, and there weren't any if you didn't. Although Zhang Tan didn't know much about this old lady, he could understand some things based on what he had seen and heard. Regardless of whether the old lady was a scammer or not, he hadn't heard of any bad things happening. On the contrary, more and more people secretly praised her, which proved that she did have some ability. Besides, she had saved Jiao Pa. Just because of this, Zhang Tan had a better impression of the old lady. Whether she was a scammer or not was secondary to Zhang Tan. Moreover, it was because of what had happened back then, or perhaps because she had given Father Jiao a few words of advice, that Father Jiao was able to accept her as a different cat so quickly. Chapter 142. 2 days after Zhang Tan came to the Jiao family's old house, he finally knew what Jiao Yuan meant by New Year's flavor. According to Jiao Yuan's definition, New Year's flavor was the flavor of firecrackers. Bang! After the sound, the children cheered. Zhang Tan was lying on the roof of the old house, looking at the vegetable field in front of the old house. Jiao Yuan was taking little Pomelo to see the children in the village setting off firecrackers in the open space. In the city, firecrackers were strictly controlled and were not allowed to be set off randomly. However, after they came here, there were no restrictions. They could set them off however they wanted. Firecrackers were sold in the town and village markets, and they were cheap enough. Some of the older boys could even make firecrackers by themselves. The children became familiar with firecrackers after playing for a while. Other than catching rabbits, little Pomelo was brought by Jiao Yuan to play with firecrackers. Most of the time, little Pomelo just stood aside and watched. For her, firecrackers and firecrackers were different. Watching firecrackers and firecrackers were different. Including Zhang Tan, their only experience was watching firecrackers in the square. When Zhang Tan was still a human, he had asked someone to buy a lot of firecrackers for him to flirt with girls. However, he had never played with firecrackers and firecrackers like these children. This was a kind of folk entertainment that had been passed down for thousands of years. Unfortunately, it was highly dangerous, polluted, and strictly controlled in the big cities. Many children living in the big cities rarely played with firecrackers and firecrackers. Even if they played with firecrackers and firecrackers, they would only play with what the children in the village called little things. The villagers did not care much about the children. These children had been playing with firecrackers since they were young. They were very good at it and had a lot of tricks. Jiao Yuan obviously played with them every time he came here for the new year. Although he was in junior high school, he was still a teenager. He was very playful. The parents were relieved when the children around the same age as Jiao Yuan played with the younger ones. Try this. A 7 or 8-year-old child took out a shabby aluminum pot from an unknown corner, turned it upside down on the ground, and then put a firecracker in it. He squatted down and lifted the aluminum pot. The child used the burning incense to light the fuse. After lighting it, he got up and ran away. Little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan, who were standing in the distance, covered their ears. Zhang Tan, who was lying on the roof and looking over, also raised his paws to cover his ears. The sound of the firecrackers was too loud, and his hearing was good now. The impact of the sound was really great. Bang! The small aluminum pot was lifted up about 10 to 20 meters high. Unfortunately, those children weren't too satisfied, saying that it wasn't very powerful. Zhang Tan looked at the aluminum pot that had fallen from the sky. It was deformed from the explosion. This bunch of brats was really bold. There aren't many big ones left. Let's play with the small ones. Don't use too much. Otherwise, we won't be able to play today, said a kid who was about the same age as Jiao Yuan. He was holding a box with firecrackers and the like in it. The other kids also had boxes of different sizes in their hands, but the firecrackers in them weren't as big as his. The small ones aren't fun, muttered an 8-year-old child. Why aren't they fun? Watch me. A child looked around the vegetable garden and asked for the burning incense. Then, he took the box of firecrackers and walked to a vegetable garden not far away. Because it was still a bit far from the fields allocated to each family, some of the empty land around the house had been opened up. Some people had fenced it to build a vegetable garden. In the vegetable garden that the child ran to, the cabbages were growing just right. The weather was good recently, and the temperature was quite high. Moreover, the winter here wasn't as cold as the winter in the north, which was dozens of degrees below zero. Even in the warm winter, it wouldn't snow. Finding the best growing cabbage, the child broke the cabbage leaves, put a small firecracker in it, lit it with the incense, and ran away. Since it was a small firecracker, the children didn't run too far. They didn't even cover their ears. Zhang Tan only heard a bang, and then saw the cabbage that was growing well was broken into pieces. Sure enough, it was a naughty child. If the owner saw this, he would probably be so angry that his chest would hurt. Knowing that they couldn't do too much, the older children called the child who wanted to continue to fry the cabbages over, and didn't let him destroy the cabbages. If it wasn't their own cabbages being fried, they didn't feel bad. It even felt good to see it. But if their own cabbages were fried, these children would probably beat them with a stick. What else can I fry other than cabbages? Still fry fish? No, we were scolded when we fried fish yesterday. You can only fry fish in ponds and rivers that don't have fish. You can't go to fish ponds. What's so fun about fried fish? A few children were fiercely discussing over there. Zheng Tan found it funny. These children had fried a few fish in the fish pond yesterday. When the owner saw the big fish with white bellies in the fish pond, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Every year, they would make such a scene. These naughty children didn't learn from their mistakes. After being beaten, they continued to fry fish. Therefore, when the naughty children met firecrackers, it was terrible. Zhang Tan was thinking about it when they came up with another idea. The target was a water tank placed in the corner of a vegetable garden. The village had running water now, but most people still like to use well water. Every family had this kind of clay water tank to store water. The water tank placed in the corner of the vegetable garden should have been there for a long time. The water inside was very turbid, and it even emitted a foul smell. It was probably placed there by the owner to water the plants. Hey, I suddenly thought of a story from a language book. A child said, I know. A little kid raised his arm and wiped his snot with his sleeve. It's called Sima Guang Fried Fish Tank. Zhang Tan, Jiao Yuan, Little Pomelo. Good awareness. The level had increased, and it was even more ruthless than Sima Guang. After frying the cabbages and the water tank, these naughty children really knew how to cause trouble. A child took out a small firecracker that was as thick as an adult's thumb. It was wrapped in a layer of plastic and the end was pointed. According to these children, it was called a torpedo. It was waterproof and came in different sizes. The power of the explosion was different. They used this kind of firecracker to fry fish. After lighting the torpedo with incense, the child threw it into the water tank. If it was thrown too early, it would be extinguished easily. If it was thrown too late, it would cause more accidents. As players with rich experience, they were familiar with this technique. The others stood further away. Although the firecracker was small, the water in the tank was too smelly, and these children did not want to be splashed with the smelly water. It was unknown whether it was because the water tank was too old, or the power of the torpedo was too strong. In short, Zhang Tan saw a hole in the water tank. The black smelly water inside flowed out from the hole in the water tank, and the stench spread in all directions. The child who lit the firecracker did not have time to run too far. His body was splashed with water, and when he smelled the stench, he quickly went back to clean himself. It was almost lunchtime, and the firecrackers on hand were almost all set off. The naughty children went back to their homes. After lunch, they took out some more things to play with. Jiao Yuan used snacks to exchange for some firecrackers and other firecrackers with the children. He had no choice. Even if he had pocket money, he could not buy firecrackers in such a short time. There were no snack bars or shops nearby. Even if there were not many types of firecrackers and firecrackers. This was an inconvenient place. When exchanging firecrackers with the children, Zhao Yuan deliberately picked some with longer fuses. When they went back, he would give them to little Pomelo to play with. He was not at ease if the fuses were too short. Zhao Yuan knew himself well. Although he was older than those snotty brats, in terms of experience, he couldn't compare to those snotty brats. When he returned to the old house, Zhao Ma was cooking lunch in the kitchen. The kitchen had an old-fashioned stove, the kind that used firewood. The pot was also a big iron pot. Grandpa Zhao liked to use this kind of pot. The coal stove was now used to cook braised food, fried meatballs, lotus root sandwiches, and other things. It was not used on normal days, and it was only used during the New Year. Zhao Yuan took out an incense stick and lit it in the stove. "Why did you light this?" Zhao Ma frowned. "To set off firecrackers." Zhao Yuan answered. "Be careful not to hurt yourself. Also, don't scare black charcoal." Zhao Ma was worried. "It's okay. Black charcoal is not scared at all. It watched us play this morning. It even knows how to cover its ears." Zhao Yuan grinned. After lighting the incense, he and little Pomelo went to the backyard of the old house to play. The good thing about living in the countryside was that it was big and had few restrictions. There was a tall pile of firewood in the backyard. Some cedar trees were planted here and there. Grandpa Zhao had already cleaned the weeds and leaves on the ground. There was also a water tank here, but Zhao Yuan did not dare to blow up his own water tank. Grandpa Zhao had bought some fish and put them in this water tank for the new year. Yesterday, he marinated the fish, washed the water tank, and put some water in it. He did not touch it for now. The old lady sat at the back door of the kitchen, frying lotus root sandwiches. She looked at the two children in the backyard from time to time. Although the children in the village often played with firecrackers, her grandson was different from the rascals in the village. He had little contact with firecrackers, and the old lady was worried. Zhang Tan jumped onto the pile of firewood and looked down. Zhao Yuan poked a small hole in the ground with a metal stick and stuck the small firecracker in it. He let it stand upright so that it was easier to light it. After it was lit, the firecracker made a pop sound. These were all small firecrackers. Zhao Yuan did not dare to play with big ones in his own yard. First, it was dangerous and would scare the old lady. He was just doing it for fun. In the backyard, Zhao Yuan and little Pomelo were much more relaxed. They each held an incense stick and played with the firecrackers. After playing for a while, little Pomelo looked at Zhang Tan, who was climbing on the pile of firewood, and said, "Black charcoal, do you want to play?" Zhang Tan moved the tip of his tail. It seemed that his claws were a little itchy. "Here, black charcoal, you play too." Zhao Yuan stood on tiptoe and handed the incense stick in his hand to Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan looked at the incense stick, turned his head, and jumped down from the pile of firewood. Little Pomelo took out a tissue, wrapped one end of the incense stick, and handed it to Zhang Tan. Little Pomelo was so considerate. Zhang Tan bit the incense stick wrapped in the tissue, and walked towards the firecrackers that were already placed. Zhao Yuan's mouth twitched. His cat's obsession with cleanliness was really awkward. When he lit the firecracker, Zhang Tan was a little nervous. Although it was a small firecracker that was not very powerful, he had too little experience with firecrackers, so he was a little excited. When the firecracker emitted sparks, Zhang Tan turned around and ran. Pop! It was a success. The old lady, who was sitting in the house, scooped up the fried lotus root with a colander. While she was dripping oil, she took the time to look at the situation in the backyard. She happened to see her son's precious black cat holding an incense stick to light firecrackers. Her hand suddenly trembled, and a few pieces of lotus root fell out of the colander. Chapter 143. As for the two children setting off firecrackers with the cat, the old lady felt that it was fortunate that it was in her own yard and only her family members knew about it. If it was seen by others and met with gossips, it would probably cause some trouble. In the village, it was fine if these animals were smart, but if they were too smart, it might not be a good thing. After the old lady mentioned it to the Jiao Pa called the two children and Zhang Tan over and gave them some instructions. The firecrackers were released for fun. Zhang Tan did not need to play with them all the time, so it was fine if he restrained himself. "Hey, Dad, did the dog eat something bad?" The Jiao Pa pointed at the pile of poop under the grapevines in the corner of the yard. Something bad. Grandpa Jiao walked over to take a look. It's true. Compared to the usual dog poop, the pile of poop under the grapevines was much thinner. However, the Jiao Pa and Grandpa Jiao looked at the big yellow dog, who was squatting beside the coal stove, full of energy, waiting to pick up the leftovers. It did not look like the dog was suffering from diarrhea at all. It's fine. It looks like it's been eating too much food. The dog has been eating a lot for the past few days. Just don't feed it too much food. Old Master Jiao was no longer worried when he saw that. There were not many rules in the village when it came to raising dogs. Cats and dogs often ate with people, and the villagers did not have the energy to care if the food was harmful to the cats and dogs. In fact, most of the cats and dogs here did not live to a normal age. There were many people who tricked the cats and beat the dogs, or some people who sold the dogs for some reason. However, cats were not worth much, and people did not care if they did not want to raise them. In short, the lives of cats and dogs were cheap. No one would spend time on them. If people could not take care of them, how could they take care of them? In comparison, Grandpa Jiao was good enough. Should we tie it to the side? It's not good to keep squatting there, the Jiao Pa said. If the dog was squatting there would definitely be spills for it to pick up. She still had to fry meatballs later. The old lady's hand shook again, and the dog became happy again. If you keep it at home, it can hum and sing for a long time. Let it out to play. You don't have to look for it. It will come back when it's time to eat. Many dogs in the village are like that. Aren't you afraid that the dog beaters will take it away? Who would come to beat the dog in broad daylight? Besides, Lai Fu won't go far. It's just taking a walk in the village. There are people watching. The person who beat the dog won't come at this time. Just tie the dog up at home at night. Don't worry about it during the day. Grandpa Jiao was very confident in his dog. As he spoke, Grandpa Jiao walked over and pushed the dog out of the door. Go play by yourself. Come back when it's time for dinner. The big yellow dog was unwilling to give up and wanted to squeeze through the door, but Grandpa Jiao blocked the door. After a few tries, the big yellow dog realized that it couldn't squeeze in. It barked twice, turned around, and walked away. It won't throw a tantrum, right? The Jiao Pa asked worriedly as he watched the big yellow dog leave. How dare it? Throw a tantrum, my asteriskasis. You'll know when it's time for dinner. Grandpa Jiao waved his hand. It's not like those spoiled cats and dogs in the city. Oh, speaking of which, I heard that some cats and dogs in the city are very petty and vengeful. Is that right? How's your black charcoal's temper? It's okay, the Jiao Pa squeezed out these 3 words. He thought for a while and said, anyway, it's pretty good to the family. The Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo washed their hands and helped the Jiao Ma make dumplings. They used to make dumplings at home before, so the dumplings didn't look distorted. At least they still looked like dumplings instead of misshapen dough. Zhang Tan was bored, so he jumped over the wall and followed the big yellow dog. He knew that he wouldn't get lost if he followed the big yellow dog. Don't you care about the cat? Grandpa Jiao raised his chin and pointed at the wall. It's okay. It's smart. The Jiao Pa wasn't worried. After Zhang Tan jumped down from the wall, he followed the big yellow dog in front of him. He kept a distance and kept an eye on the surroundings. There were many dogs in the village, and not every dog was friendly to a cat. The big yellow dog, who came out of the Jiao family, was familiar with the place. It walked around the village and asked for food by smelling. It knew which family would give it food and which family wouldn't. Animals were sometimes much smarter than people thought, but most of the time, their intelligence was ignored by people. A cat lying on a wooden bucket and sunbathing with its paws opened its eyes a little when it saw the big yellow dog. It didn't run away, and when the big yellow dog walked far away, it closed its eyes again and continued to sunbathe. Looking at Big Yellow collecting food while walking, Zhang Ten really admired this guy's ability. Not only was he thick-skinned, but he was also a little smart. These 2 traits would make him the type that wouldn't starve even if he was a human. While thinking, Zhang Ten suddenly heard a dog barking in front of him. Woof, woof, woof. There was a warning growl in the dog's barking. This barking was different from when the big yellow dog saw the Jiao Pa and the others. It was obviously vigilant and aggressive. This kind of barking only appeared when it was facing certain dangerous people. Sure enough, when Zhang Tan raised his head, He saw the big yellow dog baring its teeth at a person not far away. Not far away, the man's appearance was passable, not to the extent of being unsightly. However, coupled with the scoundrel aura that he exuded, the impression he gave others had plummeted to the negative. The person had a toothpick in his mouth and was shaking his legs. When he saw the big yellow dog, he wasn't afraid at all. He even laughed, then picked up half a brick on the ground and threw it at the big yellow dog. Judging from the strength of the brick, if it really hit the big yellow dog, it would probably break a few bones. Fortunately, the big yellow dog ran fast, and the brick only grazed its back, so it wasn't hurt. No wonder the big yellow dog's attitude was so bad, and it was even a little afraid of that person. This person was obviously not a good person. Zhang Tan looked at the people around him. Obviously, some people had seen this scene, but they didn't care. In their opinion, it was not worthwhile to provoke this scoundrel for a dog. Fortunately, the toothpick man didn't want to continue wasting time with the big yellow dog. He gathered his coat and walked away with his head held high. The big yellow dog didn't relax until the toothpick man was far away. It seemed like it had suffered a loss before. Wah! A child's cry was heard. Zhang Tan looked over and saw that the toothpick man had snatched 2 firecrackers from a child who was playing with firecrackers. Then he played with them. When he threw the firecrackers, he threw them into the vegetable field and blew up a few healthy cabbages. The people who saw this scene only said a few words, and didn't argue with the toothpick man. Zhang Tan pulled his ear. Forget it, it's better not to meddle in this kind of business. Jiao Pa already told us to keep a low profile. When it was almost time for dinner, the big yellow dog came home on time. Zhang Tan couldn't help but feel that animals' sense of time was really good. They couldn't look at the time on their phones like humans, and most people hadn't started eating yet. Therefore, no one told the big yellow dog that it was time for dinner. When the big yellow dog came back, it was obviously a lot lighter. Just like Grandpa Jiao said, it didn't throw a tantrum at all. Zhang Tan was still not far behind it. He watched it run into the old house's gate, and then it ran out in a few seconds and barked at the gate. Zhang Tan ignored the big yellow dog and went straight into the house. He saw the toothpick man snatching a piece of fried fish from little Pomelo's hand. F***ck your grandpa. Zhang Tan immediately became angry. If he didn't see the Jiao Pa coming over, he would have slapped that guy a few times. Zhang Tan could pretend that he didn't see anyone bullying other people, but Zhang Tan couldn't tolerate anyone bullying his own family. When the big yellow dog came in, it went straight to the kitchen. When little Pomelo saw the big yellow dog coming back, she knew that Zhang Tan must have come back too. She picked up a piece of fried fish and walked towards the gate to give it to Zhang Tan. However, the toothpick man snatched it away when she was in the hall. Little Pomelo pursed her lips and stared at the annoying stranger in front of her. She hesitated whether she should throw the chopsticks in her hand at him. Grandpa Jiao was also angry when he saw this. He grabbed the shoulder pole and chased the man out. The man shouted as he walked out, "I heard that Brother Ming Shang and the other professor's projects are worth at least 1,000,000 yuan, so I came to see how rich they are." "What are you doing?" "Don't talk nonsense. Most of that money is from the country. It's used for research. If you talk nonsense again, I'll send you to the police station." Grandpa Jiao swung the shoulder pole at the toothpick man. The villagers valued seniority very much. For the toothpick man, he didn't care about his peers or juniors, but he didn't dare to hit the older generation. Previously, he hit an older person and was ganged up on by the villagers. He was almost sent to the police station. Although the toothpick man was chased away by his grandpa, Zhang Tan's anger didn't subside. He was thinking about when he should go and deal with that guy. However, tomorrow was New Year's Eve. Zhang Tan thought about it and decided not to cause any trouble. He would go and find that toothpick man in a few days. The villagers ate dinner early, and there weren't many entertainment activities. Everyone was used to sleeping early. Since New Year's Eve was coming, everyone was busy, so they slept later. Grandpa Jiao heard that a family sow had given birth to piglets, so he wanted to go and take a look. Jiao Yuan wanted to go, so Grandpa Jiao brought him along. Little Pomelo stayed in the room and watched TV with Jiao Ma. She didn't go to see what was going on. Zhang Tan was curious, so he followed them. Grandpa Jiao took a shortcut behind the house. Zhang Tan followed him for a while and suddenly stopped. He moved his ears and tilted his head. He followed the direction of the sound and saw the toothpick man who snatched little Pomelo's fish. He was standing there with a cigarette in one hand and a phone in the other. He was talking on the phone, showing off a box of torpedoes he stole from the market today. He tested 2 of them and found that they were quite powerful. He was going to sell them to the children in the village at a higher price tomorrow. Okay, I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to take a dump. The toothpick man turned off his phone and took a deep puff of the cigarette between his fingers. He threw the cigarette but far away and walked into the outhouse while humming a tune. Zhang Tan narrowed his eyes and wagged his tail a few times before heading in that direction. Compared to watching a sow give birth to piglets, Zhang Tan was more willing to take this opportunity to teach the toothpick man a lesson. Zhang Tan ran into the toothpick man's house. According to what the toothpick man said on the phone, he found a box of torpedoes in his room. It was a medium-sized type. Zhang Tan carefully opened the box and took out 2 of them. He closed the box and ran back to the toothpick man's outhouse. It was already dark, and no one saw a cat walking upright. The toothpick man's family was in another room with a TV, so no one noticed that a cat had entered their house. The village's outhouses were all built with brick walls. They were built near the back door or in the backyard, and there was a large pit for the urinal. Part of the urinal was outside the outhouse wall, so the villagers could scoop the manure to fertilize the vegetable fields. At the same time, it was convenient for Zhang Tan to take revenge. The cigarette but that the toothpick man threw outside flashed in the night wind. Zhang Tan picked it up and quietly approached the outhouse. Zhang Tan recalled the appearance of those naughty kids when they set off the torpedoes. He lit the fuse and threw it into the outhouse where the toothpick man was squatting. He turned around and quickly left. He still remembered the stinky water splashed on the kid who blew up the water tank. He would be worried if he didn't run away. Chapter 144. It had to be said that the power of the torpedo was really good, and the effect was also quite ideal. Zhang Tan heard a lot of splashing sounds, as well as particularly abrupt and sharp shouting and cursing sounds at night. The stench spread everywhere, and the toothpick man didn't even pull up his pants completely before he rushed out of the outhouse. After running for 2 steps, he was tripped by his pants and rolled on the ground. Then he got some feces on the ground and rushed into the house with a body full of feces. The impact of the torpedo on the feces pit was too large. Even the firewood was splashed a little. Zhang Tan was glad that he used the firewood as a shield, so he didn't get hit. The trees in the yard of the toothpick man's house were splashed. What made Zhang Tan admire was that the outhouse was quite sturdy, and he didn't see any obvious cracks. Of course, there might have been an explosion, but he couldn't see it himself. Although Zhang Tan wanted to see the miserable state of the toothpick man again, the stench was too strong, and he wanted to vomit. He didn't want to continue to stay here for a second. The noise here had already disturbed some people, and the house of the toothpick man had already started to become noisy. Zhang Tan quickly left the backyard of the toothpick man's house, and when he left, he had to avoid the smelly drip. The villagers living in the surrounding area didn't care about the explosion at first. They just thought that some naughty kid was blowing up a puddle or something like that. Who knew that after the explosion, there would be shouting and cursing? When they opened the door to see what was going on, the night wind blew in, bringing with it the smell of the outhouse. Zhang Tan took 2 torpedoes from the box of the toothpick man. He blew one up, and there was an extra torpedo in the spare. Zhang Tan hid it under a tile, and if he didn't lift the tile, he wouldn't be able to see it. And no one would lift the broken tile in the corner of the yard for no reason. If he saw the toothpick man provoking his family in the future, then he could use it again. When Zhang Tan returned to the backyard of the old house, he still felt that there was a smell of the outhouse on his body. He didn't know whether it was psychological or the stench was still there. To be safe, Zhang Tan squatted on the pile of firewood outside for a while. While squatting on the fireplace, Zhang Tan saw the 3-legged tortoiseshell cat. It was holding a fat rat in its mouth as it ran briskly past the backyard of the old house. Even with 3 legs, it was able to move faster than some cats. Were hawksbill turtles that powerful? Zhang Tan's ears twitched. No matter what, he admired that 3-legged cat. About 20 minutes later, Grandpa Jiao returned with Jiao Yuan. Zhang Tan followed them into the house. Grandpa Jiao and Jiao Yuan both smelled like a pig pen. Therefore, even if Zhang Tan smelled of the outhouse, it wouldn't be obvious. After all, he wasn't the only one who smelled of the outhouse. Zhang Tan sniffed around Grandpa Jiao and Jiao Yuan and sneezed. Then, he sniffed around Zhang Tan and wanted to lick him. Zhang Tan slapped him a few times, And then he obediently ran to the old lady and squatted beside her. The Jiao family didn't pay attention to Zhang Tan's movements. Those who stayed at home thought that he was taking a walk outside with Grandpa Jiao. Grandpa Jiao and Jiao Yuan thought that he had been staying in the backyard, so they didn't notice anything unusual about him. That night, Zhang Tan leaned on the small wooden bucket and asked Jiao Ma to boil some water for him to take a bath. Otherwise, he would feel weird and embarrassed to crawl under the covers. The next day was Chinese New Year's Eve. Early in the morning, the 4 adults of the Jiao family got up and got busy. Zhang Tan crawled out of bed and went to the kitchen for breakfast. Jiao Pa and the others had already eaten. Zhang Tan sat alone on a chair and ate the breakfast that Jiao Ma had prepared for him. As he ate, Zhang Tan listened to the conversation between Grandpa Jiao and Jiao Pa. "I told you. Our dogs are in good health. They're not that fragile. They're full of energy after a walk." The old man of the Jiao family pointed at the big yellow dog in the yard. The big yellow dog was jumping around in front of a plastic toy duck. "Aren't you going to give it breakfast?" Jiao Pa asked. "Breakfast? No, it's not your cat. Who would give it 3 meals a day?" After talking about the dog, Grandpa Jiao grinned and told Jiao Pa about the toothpick man. Early in the morning, many people in the village knew that the toothpick man had been set up by someone while he was taking a dump. However, until now, they still didn't know who did it. According to the toothpick man's own memory, he didn't hear anyone opening the door to his backyard. The only thing he heard was the sound of firecrackers being lit. He couldn't remember anything else. In addition, the new cell phone that the toothpick man bought not long ago was also affected. At that time, he was so scared that his new cell phone with a flip cover fell into the cesspool. It was difficult to get it out, and even if it was, it couldn't be used. No one would use it again. The toothpick man was so angry that his liver hurt. He couldn't sleep the whole night. His mouth didn't stop, and he kept scolding people until dawn. Some people in the village were secretly gloating. The toothpick man had attracted too much hatred. Not many people sympathized with him, especially that cell phone of his. He didn't get the money to buy it properly. After he bought it, he always showed off in front of people. He was so arrogant that he thought he was rich just because he had a cell phone. Since it was New Year's Eve, the village started to set off firecrackers in the afternoon. In the afternoon, Grandpa Jiao and Jiao Pa told them not to go out. They had to set off firecrackers everywhere today. It was dangerous to set off firecrackers, especially for people like the Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo. They didn't know much about the village, so it was easy for them to get into trouble. Therefore, the Jiao Pa told them to stay at home. Zhang Tan watched them move the table, place the candlesticks and incense burners. During the New Year's Eve dinner, they lit candles and incense. Some people even burned paper money. In the past it was a legend. It was a tradition passed down from their ancestors. They prayed for the gods' blessings, wealth, and longevity. Now it was a custom. It was just a way for people to have a sense of hope. In recent years, although many people had followed the customs, they didn't have to follow the old customs. The Jiao Pa originally wanted to bring Old Master Gu and his parents over to celebrate the New Year together, but Old Master Gu refused. Jiao Wei brought over a few firecrackers. He and some of his peers in the village made firecrackers themselves. The firecracker made of red paper was as big as the Jiao Yuan's arm. Zhang Tan's heart skipped a beat when he saw it. The other 2 firecrackers made of other paper were smaller. They were for the Jiao Yuan to play with. In the village, they called these big firecrackers Spring Thunder. They set them off during the New Year's Eve dinner. Previously, Zhang Tan thought that there were too many people setting off firecrackers in the village. However, when it came to the New Year's Eve dinner, he realized that it was just a small matter. The Jiao Yuan helped the Jiao Pa move the firecrackers out. He took them apart and arranged them on the empty ground in front of the old house. Before dinner, the Jiao Pa lit the incense. "Quick, close the door. They're all coming in." The Jiao Pa ran into the house and closed the door. When the firecrackers exploded outside, the debris flew everywhere. If the door wasn't closed, the debris would fly into the house. Zhang Tan squatted by the window and looked at the firecrackers outside. He also looked at the smoke rising from the firecrackers. If every household in the city set off firecrackers, there would probably be a smog for a long time. As for the big yellow dog, it was already waiting by the dining table. The firecrackers had nothing to do with it. After the firecrackers were set off, the Jiao Pa took the spring thunder given by the Jiao Wei and went out to set it off. Compared to the firecrackers just now, the firecrackers this time were further away from the old house. Bang! The huge explosion made Zheng Tan feel that the whole ground was shaking. Even the windows were making thumping sounds. Outside, the firecrackers and the debris from the big firecrackers explosion covered the ground with a layer of red. After the New Year's Eve dinner, the two children were so excited that they didn't go to bed until very late. At around 11 o'clock in the evening, there were very few people setting off firecrackers and fireworks. The children couldn't stay up and had already gone to bed. The night was much quieter. Zheng Tan had some insomnia tonight. He didn't feel like he was thinking about anything, but he just couldn't sleep. This was the first lively New Year he had ever had. Last year, at this time in the Eastern Courtyard, there were many restrictions in the city. There were only 4 people in the Jiao family. It wasn't as noisy as here. It was indeed better to be lively during the New Year. Just as Zheng Tan thought of this, he heard the sound of firecrackers being set off outside. More and more people were setting them off. Setting off firecrackers after midnight was a custom here. Moving his ears, Zheng Tan heard the Jiao Pa's voice. Not long after, he heard the sound of firecrackers going off in front of the old house. Even if he was sleeping soundly, he would still be woken up. Hearing these sounds, Zheng Tan couldn't help but sigh. In fact, it wasn't so good to be too lively. Because they went to bed late, Zheng Tan stayed in bed for a while in the morning of the first day of the new year. Little Pomelo didn't get up either. She didn't sleep well the whole night. When Zheng Tan woke up, he saw the Jiao Pa, Jiao Yuan, and the others who had just returned from outside. Early in the morning of the first day of the new year, the Jiao Yuan was still yawning when he came back. As a child, he was entitled to red packets. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo received red packets from Grandpa Jiao and Grandma Jiao. Jiao Wei's parents came over and gave Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo one each. As a cat, he didn't have any red packets. However, when Zheng Tan woke up in the morning, he received 2 red packets from Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma. When he opened them, there were fish slices and pork jerky. Zheng Tan didn't have much to do on the first day of the new year. He basically slept on the cat tree that Grandpa Jiao had built. On the second day of the new year, the Jiao Pa, his parents, and Zheng Tan drove to Grandpa Gu's house, which was Jiao Yuan's maternal grandfather's house. The Jiao family and the Gu family lived not too far apart. They could reach there in half an hour by car. After spending a few days at the Gu family's house, they came back to the Jiao family's house. It was said that the toothpick man had been quite well behaved these days. Some people guessed that he had been set up by someone, so he didn't go out much these days. The reason why the toothpick man was behaving like this was because he was afraid of being retaliated against again. Secondly, it was because of his reputation. After all, there were not many people in the village who didn't know that the manure pit had exploded when the toothpick man took a dump. Visiting relatives and friends had nothing to do with Zheng Tan. Seeing the big yellow dog running around and having fun, he couldn't stay idle anymore. After dinner, he went out for a walk. During the time he spent in the old house, Zheng Tan had become more familiar with the surroundings and could wander around by himself. Walking in the fields, the old house behind him became smaller and smaller. In front of him, in the fields that stretched into the distance, there were a few graves. Some of them were surrounded by broken pieces of firecrackers and burnt joss paper. Obviously, there had been a lot of people here. Some of the graves were still covered in weeds, and there wasn't even a single joss paper. No one cleaned or worshipped. As Zheng Tan walked forward, he paid attention to the surroundings. Suddenly, he saw a few people coming towards the fields. Chapter 145. A group of people walked to the tombstones, placed incense, burned paper, set off firecrackers, and knelt down. Zheng Tan watched them complete the series of actions. When he went to the Gu family mansion, he followed Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo to the tombstones. When the people went back, Zheng Tan was about to leave, but he didn't expect to be seen by a little kid. Among the group, the little kid was very happy when he saw Zheng Tan. It was probably boring to follow his parents and grandfather to the tombstones. After all, at his age, he couldn't understand the feelings of the elders. When he finally saw a cat, he was excited and ran over. However, before he could run far, he tripped on a big piece of soil under his feet. When he fell, A small toy in his hand flew towards Zhang Tan. The child's mother quickly went forward to help him up and patted the dirt off his body. The rooster is gone. The child didn't cry, but he looked very sad. He even raised his empty hand to show his mother. Rooster? Zhang Tan looked at the thing that flew over. It was a cartoon version of a rich man's golden chicken toy, like a key. There was a ditch between Zhang Tan and the child. The ditch was quite wide, about 1.5 meters. There wasn't much water in the ditch, but there was a lot of mud. There was also some withered grass growing beside the ditch, which was a hindrance. If it was a young man with good athletic ability, it would be easy for him to cross the ditch. However, there was no one in the crowd who looked like they had good athletic ability. The middle-aged man who had spoken to Father Zhao was wearing an expensive suit and leather shoes. It was very inconvenient. And it seemed that the middle-aged man wasn't ready to cross immediately. Go forward. You can cross from there. Go back and pick it up, the middle-aged man said. The child didn't care about his father's words. He pushed his mother's hand away, pointed at Zhang Tan across the ditch and shouted, "Cat, cat!" Yes, that's a cat. The child's mother thought that the child was just identifying things and praised him. Cat. Yes, a big black cat. The child's mother patted the dust off the child's pants and prepared to lead him away. Shaking off his mother's hand again, the child pointed at Zhang Tan across the ditch and shouted, "Kitty, throw it over here. Let Kitty throw it over here." "Kitty, you can't throw it away. Daddy will pick it up for you later, okay?" The child's mother explained patiently. "Let Kitty throw it. Cats can't be thrown away." Before the child's mother could finish her sentence, she heard a soft slap. The cute little rooster that reflected golden light in the sun fell to the ground next to her. The child's mother. The child didn't have as many complicated emotions as his mother. He happily picked up the golden chicken from the ground and tried a button on it. The golden chicken immediately made a rooster crow sound. It wasn't bad. It was good. Thus, the child grinned and laughed quite happily. Just now, Zhang Tan had originally planned to ignore them, but when he saw the child's reaction, he thought for a moment and scooped up the golden chicken toy to his side. With a hook of his claws, he threw it over. Throwing a little toy wasn't too out of line, was it? Zhang Tan wagged his tail and left without looking at them again. That cat. Is it the cat of the family we saw on the highway? The old man looked at the black cat that ran away and wondered. No way? There are many cat owners here, and now that people are more open-minded, there are many black cats like this. Some people even think that this kind of black cat is auspicious, and especially by this kind of pure black cat, the child's mother said. Although it felt a little strange, the old man and the middle-aged man didn't talk about this topic anymore. According to the Jiao Pa's plan, they would stay here for the 15th day of the lunar month before returning to Chuhua City. However, the old lady had said in advance, so on the 15th day of the lunar month, the Jiao Pa brought Zhang Tan to find her. Still a little far away, Zhang Tan heard the sound of playing the eru from where the old lady lived. Zhang Tan didn't know how to appreciate music, and he didn't like listening to eru. However, when he heard this sound, he felt an indescribable sense of vicissitudes. When the Jiao Pa pushed open the gate and walked into the yard, Zhang Tan saw the old lady sitting on a chair by the door, playing the eru. He didn't expect her to be able to play the eru so smoothly at her age. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, Zhang Tan would have thought that the old lady had hired someone to play the eru. The Jiao Pa didn't interrupt the old lady's playing. He first found a place to sit down. Zhang Tan looked around. The three-legged tortoiseshell cat was lying on a wooden chair in the house. Compared to the first time Zhang Tan saw it, it had gained a lot of weight. It closed its eyes and seemed to be taking a nap, but its ears twitched along with the sound of the eru. There were a lot of gifts on the table in the house. It seemed that many people visited the old lady during the new year. After the song was finished, the old lady put the eru aside and said to the Jiao Pa, "You're here." "Yes, I plan to leave early tomorrow morning, so I came here today," the Jiao Pa said. The old lady didn't say much. She turned her eyes to Zhang Tan, and Zhang Tan felt a little uneasy. "Black cat, come here for a moment." The granny waved at Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan hesitated. He looked at the Jiao Pa, then looked at the old lady in front of him, and pulled his ears. "Forget it. Let bygones be bygones. Anyway, the Jiao Pa is here. This old lady probably won't do anything that would make people angry." When Zhang Tan came closer, The old lady patted her leg and motioned for Xianxia to jump on. This time, Xianxia didn't think for too long. He paused for a moment and jumped on her leg. The old lady put her hand into her pocket and pulled out a jade pendant. There were characters written in seal script on it. Xianxia only knew one of the characters, Yang, and he wasn't 100% sure that it was Yang. He had never learned seal script. He had only seen it by chance and couldn't remember most of it. The pendant's lanyard had been changed and was woven into a small loop. It was just big enough to wrap around Xianxia's neck. After putting it on, the old lady looked at the Jiao Pa and said, "Can you let it keep this for me?" Xianxia pulled his ears again. "What's the point of asking for its opinion now that you've put it on?" The Jiao Pa was confused. Even if this jade didn't look like it was worth hundreds of thousands, it was definitely not something that could be compared to a few dozen or a few hundred yuan. But why did the old lady give such an important thing to a cat? People who didn't know her would think that she was crazy. "I just want you to keep it for me. If you see someone wearing a jade pendant like this one day, let me know. My biggest wish is to see my family before I leave. Unfortunately, I don't even know if they're still alive." The old lady sighed. She suddenly thought of something and said to the Jiao Pa, "Can you help me with this?" The Jiao Pa was speechless. "You've already put the jade pendant on me and said what you wanted. Why are you only asking me if I can help you now?" "Of course I can help you." The Jiao Pa nodded and said, "But it doesn't seem right to keep such a precious jade pendant on my cat. My cat likes to run around. What if he accidentally loses it?" "I see." The old lady took the jade pendant off Xianxia's neck and handed it to the Jiao Pa. "Then help me keep it first. You can give it to me at this time next year." Xianxia and the Jiao Pa were speechless. They felt that the old lady was unreliable. She was so strange. "But Granny, I'm going abroad this year. I won't be back at this time next year," the Jiao Pa explained. "Then postpone it. You won't stay abroad forever, right?" the old lady asked nervously. "No," the Jiao Pa said with certainty. However, he wasn't sure if the old lady would still be around when he came back. After all, according to the elders in the village, the old lady was quite old. "That's fine." The old lady waved her hand. Seeing that the Jiao Pa wanted to say something, she said, "Don't worry. I can still live for 3 years." The Jiao Pa, whose thoughts were exposed, coughed embarrassedly. He quietly listened to the old lady's next words. The old lady came to this village more than 40 years ago. It was said that she was a refugee. At that time, most of the places in the country were very difficult. The old lady found a place to stay in the village. After she recovered from her illness, she stayed in the village. "In the early years, I tried many methods, but unfortunately, I couldn't find him. There was a period of time when I even gave up hope. Sigh. If I can't find him, this jade pendant is worthless to me." The old lady sighed. Xianxia muttered in his heart. If she didn't have hope, why did she find him and the Jiao family? It's been more than 40 years. Who would still remember you? Moreover, wasn't this old lady a witch? Couldn't she do the math herself? Thinking about it, Xianxia glanced at the old lady. Coincidentally, the old lady looked at him with a meaningful gaze. Suddenly, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. F***ck. Could this old lady see what a cat was thinking? Some people said that as people got older, they either became more muddle-headed or smarter. Xianxia felt that the old lady in front of him was pretending to be muddle-headed. The Jiao Pa was thinking about something and didn't notice Xianxia's little movements. He said, "The internet is gradually becoming popular these days. There are many ways to find people." The old lady waved her hand. "Forget it. If you can't find him, then it's fate." Xianxia patiently listened to the old lady's nagging. Then, he walked out of the courtyard with the Jiao Pa. The old lady was really good at talking. Once she started talking, she would inadvertently change the topic and then inadvertently come back to the topic. Xianxia was too lazy to care about what to do with the jade pendant that the old lady gave him. He left it to the Jiao Pa. He was just a cat now. He just needed to eat and sleep well. Early in the morning of the 16th day of the lunar month, the Jiao family drove out of the village with 4 people and 1 cat. After driving for a short while, they saw the familiar BMW appear at the fork in the road. Originally, the Jiao Pa didn't plan to stop and say hello. Unexpectedly, There was a traffic jam in front of the wide road. This time, the two cars stopped next to each other and rolled down the windows. We meet again. Yes, it's fate. The Jiao Pa smiled and greeted the other party. He took the other party's business card. Xianxia, general manager of a company in Nanhua City. If it was just a suspicion when they went to the tomb, this time, Xianxia was sure that the black cat looking at him calmly through the window was the one they met at the tomb. Chapter 146. My company is in Nanhua City. You can contact me whenever you want to visit. This is my private number. Zhang Xian smiled warmly in the car next to them. He introduced himself and briefly talked about his family's old house and village. The Jiao Pa also introduced himself. This way, everyone knew each other. However, the Jiao Pa didn't have a business card, so they exchanged numbers. The Jiao Pa was going abroad in April. They didn't know when they would be able to contact each other again after exchanging numbers. However, exchanging numbers was also a step forward in their relationship. After all, they were from the same hometown. Who knew when they would need to work together? Zhang Tan listened to their conversation from the back seat. Because they had the same surname, Zhang Tan paid more attention to them. Coincidentally, he saw the look in Zhang Xian's eyes. From his eyes, Zhang Tan knew that he recognized him. Also from the half-opened car window, the little brat waved his shiny golden chicken at Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan ignored him. Moreover, after this, everyone would go their separate ways. However, Nanhua City and Nanqing, would he be able to go there again in this lifetime? Selfishly, Zhang Tan wanted to go back and take a look. However, he had no choice. Once the Jiao Pa left the country, the remaining Jiao family members living in the Eastern District courtyard wouldn't travel far. In short, they wouldn't be able to go there again for at least a year. After the traffic started, the two cars' routes overlapped. They only separated when they reached a certain section of the highway. The Jiao family and Zhang Tan didn't take this little episode to heart. Things changed too quickly. No one knew if they would have the chance to meet again. They could only say that they would meet again if fate brought them together. If not, then there was no need to force it. When they returned to the Eastern District courtyard, the winter sweet in the courtyard was still blooming. The children in the courtyard liked to pick flowers. Lan Tianzhu corrected Su En's misunderstanding. Winter sweet is winter sweet. Plum is plum. These two are different species. Even their families are different. The plum blossom belongs to the apricot family of the rose family, while the winter sweet belongs to the camphor family of the winter sweet. As they were talking, the two of them saw the Jiao family's car coming over. They didn't care about the winter sweet and plum blossoms anymore. They called the Jiao Yuan and the three of them gathered together to discuss tomorrow's school. Zhang Tan had seen the weather forecast. It said that in 2 days, the temperature would drop and it would snow again. The children were very unhappy about this. No one wanted to snow right after school. It was cold to ride a bike. Moreover, this kind of weather was actually very suitable for huddling in bed instead of braving the cold wind, rain, and snow to go to class in the cold classroom. Unfortunately, the weather wasn't something that could be changed just because you said so. After school started, everyone started to get busy. Jiao Pa was now mainly busy with his plans to go abroad. Before he went abroad, he still had a lot of work to do, especially for Xian and Su Chu. As for the new graduate students this year, Jiao Pa did not ask the other teachers to help him choose. He had already made up his mind to only accept one graduate student. He would not be able to take care of more than one graduate student while he was abroad. All he had to do was to wait for the results of the postgraduate entrance examination to be announced. The remaining places were given to other teachers. This new graduate student was different from Xian and Su Chu. This time, Jiao Pa originally planned to recruit a female graduate student. This was also because when he was not at home, Jiao Ma would have more people to help her. After all, there were more restrictions on male graduates. It was more reliable to recruit a female graduate student. Before the postgraduate entrance examination, Jiao Pa had selected some applicants from his mailbox. After the results of the postgraduate entrance examination were released, there would definitely be more applicants who would promote themselves. However, Jiao Pa did not have that much free time. Fortunately, he found a satisfactory candidate. The third candidate was Zhang Jing, who had switched majors from the school. She was originally from the School of Foreign Languages. Many people did not understand why Zhang Jing chose to be a postgraduate student at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. This gap was too big. Although many students from the Chinese Academy of Sciences would also choose to be a postgraduate student from other schools, such as the School of Medical Sciences, the School of Chemistry, the School of Electronics and Information, or the School of Economics and Management. However, very few girls who were purely in liberal arts would choose to be a postgraduate student. This was not an ordinary step. Moreover, even if they could pass the entrance examination, some teachers would not be willing to accept them. After all, the teachers wanted to recruit students who were quick to learn and strong in theoretical knowledge. Tsinghua University's strength meant that the competition was strong. There would not be a shortage of students. According to the cutoff score of 120%, in the past 2 years, a group of people would be eliminated in the postgraduate entrance examination. Some of them had good scores. Therefore, many people said that they would not be confident if they did not score more than 10 points higher than the cutoff score. Su Chu was a special student. Many students in the same batch as Su Chu said that he was lucky. Zhang Tan had never met Zhang Jing. He only heard about her from the Jiao Pa and the Jiao Ma when they were chatting. Besides, the cutoff score and cutoff score were not out yet. It was uncertain whether Zhang Jing would be accepted. Therefore, the Jiao Pa only mentioned Zhang Jing casually and did not elaborate further. However, the Jiao Pa was not a person who would compromise. Therefore, there must be a reason why Zhang Jing was accepted by the Jiao Pa. Zhang Tan was looking forward to it. After staying at home for 2 days, Zhang Tan could not hold it in anymore. There was no news about the cat carriage. He guessed that it was not ready yet. He could not stay at home all day and sleep in a daze. The weather forecast said that it would snow. It had been 2 days, but there was still no snow. Zhang Tan looked at the sky. Who cares? Let's go out for a walk first. Zhang Tan chose the road leading to the Jiao Yuan School. He wanted to see how the Jiao Yuan School was like in class. Unfortunately, the windows were full of water vapor. He could not see what was going on inside. He could only hear the teacher's voice. Zhang Tan did not stay at the school gate for long. He went to Zhong Yan's house. Zhong Yan must be in class at this time. There was no one at home. There were not many people walking around in the neighborhood. He could not hear any gossip. After leaving Zhong Yan's neighborhood, Zhang Tan went to see the construction site developed by Yi Hao. Compared to before the new year, there were not many obvious changes. It was probably delayed by the new year. After the new year, the progress would be accelerated. It was still early. Zhang Tan was not in a hurry to go back. He looked at the fork in the road and walked in a direction. He had not been there before. He wanted to explore the terrain and expand the area he was familiar with. Chuhua City was a relatively old city. Although the city was developing rapidly, there were still many old residential areas. However, with the development of the city, these old residential areas would gradually be demolished. After walking through the streets of the old residential area, Zhang Tan came to a neighborhood with elevator houses. This area had only been developed for a few years. It was like a crane and a flock of chickens in the old residential area. The greenery in the neighborhood was not bad. Zhang Tan saw some winter sweet trees in the neighborhood. The winter sweet was blooming. If it was not blooming, Zhang Tan would not be able to recognize it even if he stood in front of the winter sweet trees. There were not many people walking around in the neighborhood. They were either at work or too lazy to go out. Even if it was not snowing, it was cold enough. Although it was not as cold as in the north, it was still unbearable for many people. Chuhua City's winters were wet and cold. Some people from the north and the south coast who came to the city to study in university suffered from frostbite in their first year. They were not used to the weather here. There were not many people, and there were not many animals outside. He could only hear a few dogs barking occasionally. As for cats, Zhang Tan had not seen a single one for the time being. As he was walking, it started to drizzle. Zhang Tan cursed the bad weather in his heart. He wondered if he should go back or find a place to hide. After all, it would take some time to return to the east courtyard from here if he calculated using the catwalk, unless he ran all the way back. Before Zhang Tan could make a decision, there was a crackling sound around him. It was the sound of falling snow. Looking at the raindrops and snow falling faster and faster, Zhang Tan estimated that it was going to snow soon. Forget it. I'll find a place to hide first. At this time, he would be wet and cold. It would not be comfortable to be hit by the snow. He looked around. The bottom of the elevator was a parking space, so the first floor started from the floor above the parking space. Many residents had installed anti-theft nets on their balconies and windows. Some of the nets were too dense for Zhang Tan to squeeze through. After looking around, Zhang Tan chose a balcony on the first floor of a building. Zhang Tan could only squeeze through this balcony. It was also a good place to block the wind and rain. The height of the parking lot was not difficult for Zhang Tan to climb up. After jumping up, Zhang Tan walked to the balcony with the help of a piece of empty space and went in. There were a few cardboard boxes on the balcony of this house. There was a layer of dust on the boxes. It seemed that no one had touched them for a long time. After listening to the movements in the house and confirming that there was no one, Zhang Tan pulled 2 cardboard boxes down and used them as walls to block the wind. He squatted on the other side of the cardboard boxes. This way, he could use the cardboard boxes to block the wind and also pay attention to the weather. Today was unlucky. 2 days ago, the rain and snow did not fall. Today, as soon as he went out, the wind and rain came. While squatting there waiting for the rain to stop, Zhang Tan heard the sound of the door opening. After a while, footsteps came closer. Zhang Tan adjusted his posture and prepared to leave immediately if the owner of the house rejected the cat. The door on the balcony was opened. A middle-aged man in a black coat walked to the balcony. As soon as he took a step, he noticed the black cat squatting next to the cardboard boxes. The man was stunned. When he met the cat's eyes, he did not show any sense of rejection. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned back to the room. The door was not closed. Zhang Tan moved his ears and heard the sound of people walking back and forth in the house. Then, there was the sound of the microwave. After a ding sound, the man came out with a cup of milk in a disposable paper cup and put it in front of Zhang Tan. Sure enough, there were more kind people. Zhang Tan sighed in his heart. However, many people did not know that cats could not be fed milk casually. Many cats were lactose intolerant. If they drank milk, they would have diarrhea. The consequences were more serious. As for Zhang Tan's unusual stomach, he had drunk a lot of milk in the Jiao family. He had never had diarrhea. Therefore, for him, milk was definitely drinkable. In addition, he did feel a little cold and wanted to drink something warm. Moreover, Zhang Tan did not feel any malice from the man in front of him. However, it was necessary to be vigilant. Zhang Tan took 2 small licks. Then, he pretended to look at the scenery outside. He moved his ears, lowered his head, and took another lick. He glanced at the man in front of him and then looked at the scenery outside. He pretended to see something interesting or threatening. He repeated this several times. In this way, after a while, Zhang Tan felt that there was no problem with drinking the milk. Then, he drank the rest of the milk. The man saw that the black cat in front of him looked outside from time to time. He thought that the cat was just wary of the people outside. He chuckled. Quite alert. Chapter 147. After drinking the small glass of milk, Zhang Tan felt much warmer. He shook his fur, stretched, and looked out of the balcony. The rain had stopped and was replaced by patches of white snow. From the looks of it, the ground would soon turn white. Seeing that the glass was empty, the man squatted down to pick it up and walked into the house. After taking 2 steps, he turned around and said to the black cat in the corner, "Come in, it's cold outside." Zhang Tan hesitated. Should he go in to avoid the wind? The wind outside seemed to be stronger. Zhang Tan didn't respond. Seeing this, the man thought that the cat in front of him didn't understand. So he stood at the door and waved his hand, pointing at the glass of milk. Perhaps realizing that his actions were ineffective, the man walked into the house, but the door to the balcony was not closed. Most places in Chuhua City didn't have heating. People were used to using air conditioners and other heating devices. The air conditioner in the house was on. Zhang Tan walked to the door and could clearly feel the warm wind coming from the house. Compared to outside, the house was too warm. Zhang Tan looked at the snowy sky outside and walked into the house. Inside the house, the man had already taken off his jacket. He stood in front of the microwave and continued to warm a glass of milk. When the milk was warm and ready to be taken to the balcony, he realized that the black cat had already entered the house and was curiously looking at the furnishings in the house. Zhang Tan roughly scanned the house and felt that the man should be a cultured person. There was a bookshelf in the room. Most of the books on the bookshelf were in English. They covered a wide range of subjects, from literature, history, geography, agriculture, medicine, and so on. This kind of person shouldn't be a threat. The man put the warm milk in front of Zhang Tan. This time, he didn't stare at Zhang Tan drinking the milk. Instead, he walked to the table next to him, turned on the computer, found some documents, and started working. Zhang Tan drank the milk and observed the man. Although he couldn't see the things on the table clearly from his angle, Zhang Tan could tell that the man was a translator. He helped people translate books and articles. Zhang Tan didn't know if translating was his main job or his side job. There were 3 rooms in the house. Only one of them was open, which was the room Zhang Tan was in. The other 2 rooms were closed, and it was unknown if anyone lived there. There was a 1-meter-long drawing board in the room. There were many small notes and notes stuck on the drawing board. Zhang Tan couldn't understand a single thing written on it. Could that be English cursive? But the English cursive script shouldn't be so cursive, right? Regardless of whether it was English or English cursive, he couldn't understand it anyway. The door leading to the balcony was not closed. Gusts of cold wind blew in, and Zhang Tan shivered again. The man also felt the cold wind blowing in from outside. He got up and closed the door. When he closed the door, he looked at Zhang Tan, as if to make sure that the cat would not throw a tantrum after closing the door. Zhang Tan did not lose his temper. Instead, he jumped onto the desk. The desk was next to the window, and there was an open book in front of the window. There were some bookmarks in the book, and there were many notes on the pages. Zhang Tan did not squat on the desk. It was obvious that this was a book that the owner of the house needed. It was better to behave in someone's house. Since he couldn't squat directly in front of the window, Zhang Tan squatted beside the thick book and looked out the window with his neck tilted. He could only wait for the snow to stop before going home. He couldn't stay outside like this forever. If he couldn't go home in time for dinner, Jiao Ma would nag him again. There was the fragrance of wintersweet in the room. The tea in the man's teacup was also wintersweet. Zhang Zian wondered if the wintersweet used to make the tea was picked from the wintersweet trees in the neighborhood. After translating the planned task, the man stretched his arms and twisted his neck to look at Zhang Tan. When he saw the black cat looking out the window without blinking, he smiled, took out a pen and paper from the drawer, and drew a simple drawing. From the drawing, Zhang Zian could tell that the man had learned how to sketch before. His drawing skills were not bad. After the drawing was done, the man showed it to Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan was not interested. He glanced at the drawing and continued to look out the window. He calculated the time. In another hour, little Pomelo's school would be over. He could stay here for half an hour at most. After half an hour, whether it was still snowing or not, or whether it was snowing heavily, he would have to leave. Fortunately, after half an hour, the snow was much lighter. Although it was still falling, it was not as heavy as before. Zhang Zian could make do with it. Zhang Tan moved his neck and stretched. He had been in this position for too long, and it was a little sore. After jumping down from the desk, Zhang Tan stood in front of the door. He raised his paw and knocked on the door. Then he looked at the man. The man had been paying attention when Zhang Tan jumped down from the desk. When he saw Zhang Tan like this, he smiled. Thinking of leaving? As he spoke, the man opened the door and let Zhang Tan out. Zhang Tan could open the door himself. However, in front of someone he had only met once, Zhang Tan did not want to appear too special. Moreover, Zhang Tan felt that the man should like to smile. However, he always felt that the man's smile was a little uneasy. He could not tell why, but it was just his intuition. After opening the door for Zhang Tan, the man watched as Zhang Tan squeezed out of the anti-theft net on the balcony. When he jumped onto the ground, he saw a footprint on the ground. When he saw that the black cat had gone far away, he went back into the house and closed the door. After leaving the neighborhood, Zhang Tan ran in the direction of Tsinghua University. The snow on the ground was a little cold. The people around did not care about the black cat running on the sidewalk. Their attention was on the thin layer of snow that had accumulated on the ground. When Zhang Tan passed by a crossroad, he stopped because there was a lot of traffic. At the same time, he noticed that 2 police cars were driving towards the street he came from. However, he did not have time to be curious. After he crossed the road, he quickly walked across the street with the other pedestrians. When Zhang Tan reached the entrance of Futong Elementary School, the school bell rang. Fortunately, there was no delay. At this time, the snow began to fall heavily again. During this period, Both little Pomelo and Zhao Yuan were in low spirits because of Zhao Pa's impending departure. They were not very excited about the snow. When the other children walked out of Futong Elementary School, they were very excited when they saw the thin layer of snow on the ground. However, there were many people and the snow was thin. When they stepped on it, they could not see the white layer. There was only snow mixed with the sand on the ground. It snowed for 2 days. When the weather cleared up, the snow began to melt quickly. The weather forecast said that there would be no rain or snow for the next few days. The temperature would gradually rise. When the snow had almost melted, Zhang Tan went out for a walk. He still walked along the road that led to Zhao Yuan's school. Zhang Tan was now familiarizing himself with the section of the road. Just like the day of the snow, he walked from Zhao Yuan's school to Zhongyan's neighborhood. Then, he went to the construction site to take a look. Then, he walked further and familiarized himself with the area. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the neighborhood with the elevator house. When Zhang Tan walked into the neighborhood, a few middle-aged women happened to be returning with daily necessities from the supermarket. Hey, is there a conclusion to the case? I don't think so. I didn't hear any progress. Hey, didn't they say that they committed suicide by jumping into the lake? Wasn't it suicide? How could it be? It was so cold. Also, I heard from a nephew who works nearby that the person was found naked. Even if they wanted to commit suicide, they wouldn't have done it in such a way. At this time, another middle-aged woman walked in from outside the neighborhood. She should know these people. When she saw them, she quickly walked over and asked, "What are you talking about?" "What else? It's about the day of the snow." "What happened at the lake?" Listening to their conversation, Zhang Tan remembered the 2 police cars he saw at the crossroads when he was rushing back on the snowy day. It should be related to what these middle-aged women were talking about. However, Zhang Tan felt that those things were too far away from him and had nothing to do with him. Such cases happened every day in the world. There was no need to worry so much. Besides, he was not like those middle-aged women who had nothing to do, who were gossiping and looking for fun to pass time. Zhang Tan decided to go to the house of the person who drank winter sweet flower tea. Maybe he could get a cup of warm milk to drink. When he came downstairs, Zhang Tan looked up. He could see that the lights were on in the house. The person should be busy with work at this time. Jumping over the parking space, Zhang Tan squeezed into the balcony. He saw that the balcony was different from the first time he came here a few days ago. The cardboard box was still there, but in the corner, there was a relatively clean cushion. Next to the cushion was a paper cup filled with cold milk. The cushion and milk were not there the last time he came. Zhang Tan sniffed the milk in the paper cup. There was no strange smell. In this weather, it was not easy for there to be strange smells. Zhang Tan could not guess how many days this cup of milk had been there. Looking at the furnishings, people who did not know would definitely think that the owner of this house had a pet. Zhang Tan was not in a hurry to scratch the door. He first sniffed around the balcony to see if there were any other animals to prepare himself in advance. If there were, he would carefully consider whether or not to scratch the door, especially if the owner had a dog. It was better not to make a fuss. Many people believed that a dog's nose was much more sensitive than a cat's nose. Otherwise, why would there be so many police dogs that detect drugs but no police cats that detect drugs? Others believed that a cat's nose was comparable to a dog's nose. However, because of a cat's personality, it was not easy to train and was not willing to be manipulated by people. Many of the functions in its body were fully performed when it was beneficial to itself, and many of the commands of people were dismissive. Because of this, people more often could only make use of a dog's sense of smell, but not cats. Zhang Tan did not know whether a dog's nose or a cat's nose was more sensitive. At least, he thought that his current sense of smell was quite good. At least, it was much more sensitive than when he was a human. After sniffing around carefully, Zhang Tan was sure that, just like last time, other than the smell of the owner of the house, there was only the smell left from when he squatted in the corner and rubbed the cardboard box out of boredom. There was not even the smell of a girl. That person was really a homebody. Zhang Tan walked to the door and raised his paw to knock on the door. Just as he was thinking about whether or not to scratch the door, he heard footsteps coming from inside. The next moment, the door opened. Chapter 148. When Zhang Tan came, the man was working. There were a few books open on the desk, basically the same as last time. After putting a cup of warm milk in front of Zhang Tan, The man sat back down at the desk and started working again. Zhang Tan looked at the paper cup of milk in front of him. It was newly taken out from the packaging bag. This was one of the reasons why Zhang Tan had a good impression of the man. The man never used a dirty cup to drink milk, even though Zhang Tan was just an ordinary cat now. After drinking the milk, Zhang Tan didn't disturb the man and walked around the room. Compared to last time, there was an extra picture on the bookcase in the room. It was a pencil drawing with no color. It was a picture of several children surrounded by winter-sweet flowers. There was a date on the bottom right corner of the picture. It was the day before yesterday. Zhang Tan was looking at it when the doorbell rang. It was a boy who was about the same age as Jiao Yuan. He was holding a paper box with a small cake in his hand. The paper box was full of winter-sweet flowers. Uncle Lame, here you go. These were picked from the branches that the kids broke today. When the kid said, kids, he didn't seem to notice that he was quite young. Uncle Wintersweet? This name made Zhang Tan curious. Was it because he liked wintersweet tea? Or was his name originally Wintersweet? It was too weird for a man to be called Wintersweet. The boy took a bag of lollipops from Uncle Wintersweet as a reward, scratched his head embarrassedly, thanked Uncle Wintersweet, and left. The Uncle Wintersweet, mentioned by the boy, took the box with the wintersweet flowers into the room and put it aside. Seeing Zhang Tan staring at the box, he smiled and said, "There are many children in the community who like to break branches, especially the wintersweet flowers that are still blooming. I told them that if they accidentally break a branch, they can pick the wintersweet flowers and give them to me." Zhang Tan understood. No wonder there were so many wintersweet flowers in Uncle Wintersweet's room. The group of children probably broke some on purpose to exchange for lollipops. Uncle Wintersweet should know, but he didn't point it out. "I drew that drawing the day before yesterday when they came over." Uncle Lame pointed at the pencil drawing that Zhang Tan had just seen and said. Zhang Tan was even more confused. Although Uncle Lame seemed to be very gentle and close to children, he rarely spoke to people, but he could talk so much to a cat. Another strange person. Sure enough, pets like cats and dogs always made people let down their guard. As he spoke, Uncle Lame took out a pen and paper and watched Zhang Tan begin to draw. The technique was practiced. Zhang Tan watched as the black lines on the white paper quickly took shape. However, Zhang Tan suddenly noticed. This guy was actually drawing with his left hand. Left-handed. If Zhang Tan remembered correctly, Uncle Lame used his right hand when he wrote before. The last time Zhang Tan squatted on the desk, he saw Uncle Lame's writing. At that time, Zhang Tan was still thinking, if he could write English cursive like the scribbles on the small notes and sticky notes on the drawing board, how was his handwriting? In the end, the handwriting was quite normal. After that, Zhang Tan didn't pay much attention to it. Now, combined with the current situation, this guy might be left-handed, but he might not be a pure left-hander. Among the people that Zhang Tan knew, this was the first person who used his left hand as well as his right hand. When he moved, he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. The room was very warm because the air conditioner was on. Zhang Tan squatted there and felt a little drowsy, so he took a short nap. 10 minutes later, a simple pencil drawing was completed. Zhang Tan yawned, stretched, and looked over. On the drawing was a black cat, squatting next to a cake box containing winter-sweet flowers. It tilted its head slightly, and there seemed to be some confusion in its eyes. Uncle Lame stared at the drawing in his hand for a while, and then looked at Zhang Tan. "I heard that many animals have spirituality. Are you one of them?" Zhang Tan didn't answer, and he couldn't answer. Uncle Lame didn't want to find the answer from the cat's mouth. He only asked because he suddenly felt a strong sense of strangeness when he saw the cat's eyes. After asking the question, he remembered that it was just a cat in front of him, and it couldn't speak, so he just smiled. Zhang Tan was a little confused. There were indeed a lot of crazy people who answered their own questions in front of a cat. Uncle Lame put the drawing in his hand and the drawing of the child into a folder and walked out of the room. Last time when Zhang Tan came, there were 2 rooms in the room that were tightly shut. This time, Uncle Lame opened one of them. Zhang Tan walked over to take a look. The room wasn't big, and it should have been specially soundproofed. The layout inside was very simple, and the most obvious thing was the upright piano inside. He didn't expect this person to be a musician. Zhang Tan jumped onto a stool next to him. Since this person was going to play a song, he didn't mind being a guest listener. After listening to the beginning, Zhang Tan knew the name of the song Uncle Lame played. For Alice. Although Zhang Tan didn't listen to the so-called world-famous songs, he still knew this song. It was too famous, and many children liked to play this song. But Zhang Tan didn't know much about the piano. He only knew that the version played by this person was different from the version he had heard before. It was slower, but it was also far different from the slow playing techniques taught to children. And there were some other factors involved. The piano version of For Alice that Zhang Tan had heard before had a more refreshing melody, and the rhythm was light and comfortable. Some people said that piano music made people feel relaxed and happy. But now, Zhang Tan didn't feel relaxed and happy at all. Instead, he felt an inexplicable pressure, and even felt a chill down his spine. Could it be that the version played by this person in front of him was wrong? After the song, Uncle Lame sat there without moving, as if he was thinking about something. Zhang Tan stretched his neck to take a look. What the hell? He could even play a song dedicated to Alice until tears welled up in his eyes? Zhang Tan expressed that he couldn't understand. Feeling that the atmosphere wasn't right, Zhang Tan decided to go home. When he returned to Tsinghua University, the school hadn't ended yet. Zhang Tan wasn't in a hurry, so he took a detour to the university's teaching building for a walk. He happened to hear a debate in the lecture hall on the first floor. It was quite lively, and the topic was interesting. So, Zhang Tan climbed up a tree next to the lecture hall and squatted down to listen. They were first-year medical students, and they were debating whether left-handers were geniuses or weaklings. The left and right hemispheres of the human brain each have their own division of labor. The left hemisphere is mainly responsible for reasoning, logic, and language, while the right hemisphere focuses on the feeling of geometric shapes, emotions, imagination, and spatial distance. It has the function of directly judging visual signals. The opposing side of the debate believed that left-handers were stronger. Many left-handers in life were intelligent and quick-witted people, especially in occupations that required imagination and spatial distance. Left-handers were often the best talents among them, such as Mozart, Beethoven, and Bach in the field of music, Caesar and Napoleon in the field of politics and military, and Einstein and Newton in the field of science. In addition, they also used the example of seeing to illustrate. They compared the neural response route of right hemisphere of the brain, left hemisphere of the brain, right hand, with the neural response route of right hemisphere of the brain, left hemisphere of the brain, with the neural response route of right hemisphere of the brain, left hand. They believed that left-handers had an advantage over right-handers in terms of agility. The opposing side of the debate believed that left-handers were weaklings in life. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so small in the large human population. As for the distinction between left-handers and left-handers in history, it was still controversial and not convincing enough. At the same time, the opposing side of the debate cited a new hypothesis put forward by the Swiss scientist, Dr. Irwin. Irwin believes that in ancient times, the probability of human ancestors using their left and right hands was the same as that of other animals. It was only because they didn't know the plants around them that they accidentally ate the poisonous parts of the plants. Left-handed people had a weak tolerance for plant toxins, and eventually, due to the severe impact of plant toxins on the central nervous system, they couldn't continue to survive. On the other hand, right-handed people, with their strong tolerance, eventually gained the ability to survive in nature. In addition, some foreign scientists have also used experiments to prove that many left-handers have a weak autoimmune system. In fact, 65% of autistic patients are left-handed. Zhang Tan squatted on the tree and watched the students argue until their faces turned red. He found it funny. If this continued, it would probably be the same as a street brawl. After all, they were only first-year students. Most of them had never participated in a formal debate before. At the beginning of the debate, they paid attention to the rules of the debate. However, towards the end of the debate, it became a little chaotic. However, the teacher on the rostrum did not stop them. Instead, she smiled. The reason she organized this class debate was to arouse the interest of the students. Aside from interest, the rules were secondary. After all, it was not a formal debate venue. In the end, the teacher on the podium gave everyone a conclusion. In the biological world, only humans and apes have a distinction between left-handed and left-handed people. Moreover, only humans would discuss which one is better. In fact, so far, many people have conducted research on the differences in intelligence, immunity, lifespan, and even the prevalence of mental illness between left-handers and right-handers. However, The results are still indisputable. The second half of the teacher's sentence was the conclusion of the entire debate. Zhang Tan had always felt that debates were elegant and sharp quarrels. The topics of the quarrel were so far without an absolute answer. What a pain in the ass. While despising the students, Zhang Tan lowered his head and looked at his two front paws. He raised his paws and bent them. Suddenly, Zhang Tan felt a little depressed. Just as the teacher said, other than humans and apes, there didn't seem to be a distinction between left-handed and left-handed animals, including Zhang Tan himself. Thinking back to when he was still a human, he was used to using his right hand. But now, there didn't seem to be much of a difference. If he hadn't listened to the students' debate today, Zhang Tan wouldn't have noticed this change in himself. After thinking about his changes, Zhang Tan thought of the scene when he saw Uncle Lame painting today. Was that person left-handed or not? Well, I should pay more attention next time I go there for a walk. Zhang Tan had originally planned to go to Uncle Lame's place on Saturday, but Celestine came to Zhang Tan and took him to the night building to play. Chapter 149. On the way to the night building, Celestine still didn't stop talking. Zhang Tan also learned from him that Jean and the others had now moved from the most ordinary North District to the South District, which was a good progress. It was not in vain for them to leave their hometown and come here, and it also proved their ability. Now, they were much more relaxed and had rented a bigger apartment. Even the stray dog that Jean had picked up was now fat and full of energy all day long. Jean and the others were now passionate and motivated enough. Some of the people who often went to the night building already had supporters of their band. The person in charge of the night building also thought highly of them, and Zhang Tan was also happy for them. Now, the person in charge of the night building had been changed. Ronqi and Leopard had been sent by Yi Hao to be in charge of several important projects, such as the land near Tsinghua University. Therefore, Yi Hao transferred another person to replace Ronqi's position. The night building was still so lively at night. When Zhang Tan followed Celestine into the private room on the third floor, there were two other people besides Yi Hao, Leopard, and Ronqi. Zhang Tan had seen one of them before. That person was called Tiger Liang, and Yi Hao and the others called him Huzi. He was also the person in charge of the night building. As for the other person, Zhang Tan didn't know him. However, those who could stay here must be Yi Hao's confidants or trustworthy people, and their mouths were tight enough. Knowing Yi Hao and Celestine's way of doing things and means, Zhang Tan didn't have to worry too much about it. He still did what he had to do before. No, there was another difference. It was the one lying on the single sofa. On the way here, Celestine also talked about the Monseigneur. Rumor has it that the Monseigneur has performed a meritorious deed again. During the new year, the Monseigneur had been by Master Tang VII's side the entire time. Even though Master Tang VII had retired, his influence behind the scenes was still not small, so he would not be too idle during the new year. Coincidentally, someone had taken advantage of a loophole and attempted to harm Master Tang VII. That person had been scratched half to death by this big cat. For this reason, Master Tang VII was even more gratified. This also caused the Monseigneur's status in the family to soar. After the new year, Master Tang VII did not go out much. Now that his safety was guaranteed, he had Yi Hao look after the Monseigneur outside. Perhaps he could be of some help. As a result, Zhang Tan saw the Monseigneur in the night tower again today. Glancing at the Monseigneur who was resting on the sofa with his eyes closed, Zhang Tan looked at Ronqi. Sure enough, that guy was sitting the furthest away from the Monseigneur. Moreover, when he saw Zhang Tan, Ronqi's face clearly stiffened. As usual, when Ronqi saw Zhang Tan and the Monseigneur, he felt that something was wrong. Zhang Tan was already used to Ronqi's behavior, so he did not mind. He jumped onto the coffee table and began to look for food. These people had their own topics to talk about. After Zhang Tan came, he only cared about eating and drinking to his heart's content, then sleeping. When he woke up, he would be home again. In short, he was just passing time. After Celestine entered, he pulled a chair and sat down very naturally. He knew everyone inside, and they also knew him. They were all on the same side, so no one was too reserved. "What are you talking about?" Celestine asked. As he spoke, Celestine dragged the plate of peanuts over. There were a lot of nuts on the coffee table. Everyone knew Celestine's preferences, so they did not object to his practice. Celestine liked the peanuts here. Although peanuts were a bit too popular, the taste of the peanuts fried in each place was more or less different. Celestine preferred the peanuts of the night building. Every time Xianxia came here, he ate a lot of peanuts. Anyway, he just had to wait by the side. He peeled a peanut and put it in front of Xianxia. Then Celestine peeled another one for himself, waiting for Yi Hao's answer. Yi Hao did not say much. He handed a folder to Celestine. Take a look at this first. Xianxia was also curious and leaned over to take a look. On the top was a photo of a young woman in her 20s. It was probably taken in a bar. The woman in the photo was dancing. Her curves were fully displayed, and her flying hair could not hide her gorgeous face. Hey! Isn't this the little white flower that Lier bought? Celestine snorted with disdain. What's this woman doing again? The Lier that Celestine mentioned was Yi Hao's rival. The woman in the photo was Lier's follower. From time to time, she would come to the night building to cause trouble. Putting the photo aside, Celestine read the following report and suddenly frowned. The report was clipped from a certain newspaper. Nowadays, newspapers often reported such content, and ordinary people were used to it. However, if the culprit was this woman, Celestine was really curious. Suicide. Celestine read the report and could not believe it. The money that Lier gave her is enough for her to squander for a long time. This woman loves to enjoy life. How could she commit suicide? Xianxia read for a while and was a little bored. He was not interested in these things. When he was about to leave, Celestine flipped through another document. There was also a photo. There were 4 people in the photo. 3 fat men and a cute girl of 14 or 15 in a princess dress. Even if the 2 men inside weren't 1.8 meters tall, they were considered to be of average height in Chuhua City. However, looking at the father and son, both of them seemed to weigh more than 100 kilograms, and their bodies were full of fat. When the 3 fat men stood together, they indeed looked like a family. Because of this, the little girl on the right looked even more outstanding. Xianxia glanced at the photo. His eyes fell on the girl in the princess dress for a while, then moved to the fat man standing on the far left. He felt that the fat man was a little strange. Yi Hao lit a cigarette and pointed at a fat middle-aged man in the photo. This man is called Chen La. When I came to Chuhua City to follow Master Qi, Chen La was quite famous in Chuhua City's business circle. Lier stepped on him to become famous and was put in an important position by Lei Tu. 10 years had passed since then. Who would still remember that fat merchant named Chen La from back then? Who still remembers Lei Tu? Who was in the same era as Master Tang VII and Ye 19? Celestine raised his eyebrows and looked at Yi Hao. He did not interrupt and waited for Yi Hao to continue. He knew that Yi Hao was not saying all this to reminisce. Xianxia was also listening attentively. Every now and then, he stuffed 2 peanuts into his mouth and listened while eating. After Yi Hao sighed for a while, he said to Celestine, "Look at the article at the bottom." Xianxia glanced at it while Celestine was flipping through the materials. It was also a newspaper clipping. Xianxia knew what it was talking about. He had heard it from a few aunties in the neighborhood where Uncle Lame lived. Back then, Chen La had a loyal helper. One day, he suddenly disappeared and was later found in the lake, Yi Hao said. Celestine looked at the article in his hand. The same situation as here? The same lake, the same way of death? Yi Hao nodded and continued. Back then, a few days before the Chen family's accident, Chen La's youngest daughter committed suicide by jumping off a bridge. Chen La doted on his youngest daughter very much. The little girl's dream was to be a musician. In order to make her look more Western, Chen La even gave his daughter an English name, Alice. Hearing Yi Hao's words, Xianxia, who was chewing peanuts, choked. It was not good to cough at the coffee table, so he turned his head and coughed in the opposite direction. After coughing, he realized that the Monsignor was lying there. When Xianxia coughed, he spat out some peanuts. Lord Ju glanced at Xianxia with half-opened eyes. He tugged at his ears, shook his fur, and shook off the peanut crumbs stuck to his fur. After shaking off the peanut crumbs, he rested his chin on the sofa and closed his eyes again to rest. Everyone's attention was mainly on Yi Hao and Celestine. No one paid attention to whether a cat choked or not. Celestine only glanced at Xianxia and found that he was just choking on peanuts. It was not a big deal, so he turned his attention back to the materials in his hand. Celestine turned the materials in his hand to the woman from before. This woman? Same bridge, same place on the bridge, Yihao said. It seems that there are a lot of things that we don't know about, Celestine said after reading the materials. They did not know the people involved in the incident, so for them, it was just a story. According to what we know, the woman said a lot of nonsense before she jumped off the bridge. She didn't seem to be in her right mind, Leopard said. She must have taken drugs. She's been having a lot of fun lately. She must have taken drugs. It's just that the local newspapers didn't report it. Maybe Lai Air covered it up, someone said. Those drugs can make her excited, but they also make her more receptive to suggestions, Ranchi said. They used to come in contact with those drugs in their business, but they never touched them again after they cleared their names. However, they still knew a lot about those drugs. Suggestions? Suggestions to commit suicide? When I did some research, I learned that this woman really hates bridges and things like that. Sometimes, she would ask people to take a long detour to avoid a big bridge. If she really had something to do with what happened back then, what Ranchi said might be true, Leopard said. In any case, someone did want to deal with them, Celestine concluded. So Wei Ling, when you have time, help me ask your senior about the progress of the investigation so that we can take action as soon as possible. It was not that Yi Hao couldn't find out anything by himself, but He Tao could find out more and faster. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Do you have any suspects? Celestine asked Yi Hao. Yi Hao shook his head and raised his finger to point at the ceiling. Someone up there wants to deal with Lai Air. That guy doesn't know how to restrain himself, and not everyone up there likes him. But if it's someone up there, they wouldn't spend so much effort to deal with those two people. Originally, I had a suspect, but I'm not sure. Back then, Chen La and his wife died in the fire. Chen La's youngest daughter jumped off the bridge, but Chen La's son was sent away and no one knows where he went. As he spoke, Yi Hao pointed at the fat man standing on the far left in the photo of the family of 4. The 4 people sitting around the coffee table also came over to take a look. After Zhang Tan coughed and sprayed peanut crumbs on Lord Zhu, he quickly changed his position and squatted down. At this time, he also leaned over to look at the photo in the folder. Zhang Tan happened to block Ranchi's view. Ranchi could only see the black cat's silhouette or back. Chapter 150. Chen La's son? They looked at the fat man Yi Hao pointed out, but they couldn't figure out who he was. Chen La's son, Chen Jia. When his family got into trouble, he was just in university, not Tsinghua University. I remember it was the city's University of Finance and Economics. However, in many rich families, there were many who went to good universities. In comparison, Chen Jia was not too outstanding. In addition, his figure and appearance at that time were completely inferior to his sister and some of the children of rich families at that time. Therefore, not much was known about him. But Yi Hao put out the cigarette in the ashtray and said, "Someone who could disappear so completely must have been killed. Otherwise, he's not a simple person." Chen La and his wife weren't stupid, or they wouldn't have taken advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune. Their biggest mistake was not recognizing people and getting stabbed in the back by Lai Air. It could also be Chen La's friend who helped him, Long Qi said. It's possible, but... Yi Hao paused for a moment before he continued. I heard that Chen La has a material in his hands. I don't know what it is exactly, but the 7th master said that the material could make Lai Air unable to rise again. But no one found it back then. Lai Air searched for it for a few years after that, but still couldn't find it. So, I suspect that if Chen Jia is still alive, the material must be in his hands. Now that Lai Air lost 2 of his men in the same way, he must have known something and taken action long ago. But now, there are many people who want to get their hands on the material. You want to get your hands on it too? Celestine asked. Of course. Besides, if Lai Air's men or other people who want to cooperate with him get their hands on the material, it'll be a big blow to us. Lai Air's appetite is quite big now. Hey, tell me more about Lai Air. I'll analyze it. Celestine was interested. Lai Air. I heard from Mr. Qi that Lai Air's surname wasn't originally Lai. One day, Boss Lei laughed and said to Lai Air, "You're so shameless." So Lai Air replied, "Since Boss Lei said so, I'll change my surname to Lai." Lai Air was the 2nd son in his family, so everyone called him Lai Air until now. But he didn't think it was a shame. Instead, He thought that the name was a symbol of glory. It recorded his glorious history of stepping on lei to make a comeback. While Zhang Tan was looking at Chen Lei's family's photo, he was looking at the photo of Lai Er's family. He compared the fat man standing on the left with Uncle Lame. Upon closer inspection, there was a slight resemblance, but generally speaking, it was indeed difficult to tell them apart. After all, Chen Zhou in the photo was really too fat. At that time, he looked like a young boy who had just entered university, while Uncle Lame had a normal build and had a weather-beaten look. Zhang Tan also compared the pretty little girl standing on the right. She was the only one of the four with a normal body. But according to Chen Lei's own words, the little girl looked like her mother, and Chen Zhe looked like his father. Chen Zhe and Chen La did look similar in the photo, but he didn't know if they would look like Uncle Lai Mei after they lost weight. The photo alone couldn't prove whether Uncle Lai Mei was Chen Zhe or not. Zhang Tan didn't see anything like a photo in Uncle Lai Mei's room. Moreover, Zhang Tan was only relying on his intuition. He had doubts and couldn't be sure. Just as she was thinking about it, Zhang Tan caught a glimpse of a line of words at the bottom of the photo. The information provided introduced Chen La and his family. What caught Zhang Tan's attention was that it said Chen Lei's wife's surname was Mei. Lai Mei. If there was a connection, this was a connection. Zhang Tan pondered for a while and decided to go to Uncle Lai Mei's house to take a look. It was just a suspicion, and there was no way to prove it. If that person was really Chen Zhe. As a cat, it didn't seem to be able to do anything, nor did it bother to care about those things. According to Yi Hao, the situation had probably escalated. As a kitten, it was better for it to squat aside and watch. Yi Hao's gaze moved from the photo of the four people to another photo. When they were talking about Lai Er, they talked about the woman in the photo. She was close to Chen Lei's daughter and played well with her. However, she was the one who brought Chen Lei's daughter to the bridge. She might have done something. Otherwise, why would a normal girl commit suicide by jumping into the river? Because of Lai Er's protection and Chen Lei's fall, the woman in the photo was safe and sound for so many years. But now, someone was coming for revenge. Who was the one who gave the woman the hypnosis? Who set up these murderous plots? The person who could do this must have a high IQ. Yi Hao and Celestine stopped talking about Lai Er and Chen La. They turned to talk about the current projects. Zhang Tan squatted on the side and listened to them. He stuffed a few peanuts into his mouth. Celestine had already peeled them and placed them in front of him. Zhang Tan only needed to eat them. The Monseigneur was lying on the sofa with its eyes closed the whole time. Occasionally, it twitched its ears to show that it was still alert of its surroundings. Compared to Zhang Tan, the Monseigneur was too well behaved. 2 days after returning from the night building, Zhang Tan went to Uncle Lai Mei's house to check on the situation. He wanted to solve his doubts. Zhang Tan arrived at 3 in the afternoon. Just like last time, there was a cushion and a glass of cold milk on the balcony. He sniffed the milk. There was no smell. It should be fresh. After knocking on the door and entering, Zhang Tan jumped on the desk and squatted there. He didn't run around. Looking out from the desk, he saw that the other 2 rooms were closed. He had already checked one of them. It was the piano room, and the other was still a maze. Uncle Lai Mei put a glass of warm milk in front of Zhang Tan. Unlike last time, Uncle Lai Mei didn't do his translation work this time. Instead, he was busy in front of the large white drawing board. The sticky notes and slips of paper that Zhang Tan saw for the first time had changed. Although there were still many sticky notes with English cursive, they weren't the same as before. On the white drawing board, there were some lines and symbols next to the sticky notes. Uncle Lai Mei used a marker to write and draw on the sticky notes. There were more and more lines and English cursive on the white drawing board. What made Zhang Tan depressed was that he couldn't understand a single word. Although he didn't understand, looking at Uncle Lai Mei's serious expression, Zhang Tan felt that the slips of paper on the drawing board were probably explaining some secrets. Besides Uncle Lai Mei, Zhang Tan was the cat closest to this secret. Unfortunately, even if he squatted in front of the drawing board, Zhang Tan couldn't see anything from the drawing board. Not wanting to disturb Uncle Lai Mei, Zhang Tan squatted on the desk and looked over quietly. Unlike when he was working as a translator, Zhang Tan sensed that other than the seriousness on Uncle Lai Mei's face, there was a sense of oppression and heaviness around him. There was also a hint of murderous intent. Nowadays, Zhang Tan was sensitive to the surroundings, but he was still a bit restless. To relieve the pressure, Zhang Tan moved his eyes away from the drawing board. There were many books on the desk, and not far from where he was squatting, there was an open magazine. These days, some magazines were quite popular, and many people still had the habit of reading magazines. Unlike in the future, when computers and phones were everywhere, everyone liked to look at their phones. Walking to the open magazine, Zhang Tan squatted down and looked at the content of the magazine. He wanted to divert his attention and get rid of the oppressive and heavy feeling. However, when he saw the content of the open page, the oppressive and heavy feeling didn't go away but became stronger. The overall content of the magazine covered many aspects. It was divided into several sections, including emotions, technology, current affairs, and so on. The page that was opened was an article on psychology. How did a good person become a demon? This was the core question of the article. The article was very long, and it wasn't finished on both sides of the open page. There were many relatively professional terms, as well as some related experiments and examples. Zhang Tan skimmed through it and didn't read it in detail. Zhang Tan felt that this article was too profound, and he couldn't understand the deeper things. He thought that he was a layman, and he could only use a layman's perspective to read this article and understand some of the superficial meaning. Even so, Zhang Tan still felt that it wasn't very smooth. The boundary between good and evil is not fixed, but it can be changed and crossed. The change of situation can bring about a change of human nature. In some situations, black and white are reversed, and conscience and evil are also reversed. Humans have unlimited potential. They can make anyone good or evil, care or indifference, create or destroy, and they can even fall from Lucifer to Satan. When he returned to the main house, Zhang Tan was still in a bad mood. Huang was lying on the parterre in the neighborhood. He was probably basking in the sun for the whole afternoon. He looked very relaxed, which made Zhang Tan envious. Sometimes ignorance was a kind of luck. The more you know, the more troubles you will have. When Zhang Tan was unhappy, he couldn't help but slap Huang twice when he saw him. Huang was still a little confused after being slapped. He looked at Zhang Tan innocently, turned his head, and rubbed his head on the ground. Suddenly, he saw a gray magpie and immediately became excited. He didn't feel sleepy at all and walked over to the gray magpie. After the Jiao family finished dinner that night, Jiao Pa didn't go to the biology building, nor did he immediately go to his room to do his work. Jiao Ma didn't go out to do the fitness dance with the other female teachers. Instead, she sat on the sofa in the living room and discussed something with her husband. Little Pomelo's 10th birthday party. Zhang Tan, who was originally a little listless, turned his ears to them when he heard this. Little Pomelo was indeed almost 9 years old. According to the customs of Jiao Pa's hometown, 9 years old was 10 years old. In terms of birth date, little Pomelo's birthday was actually a few months away. However, Jiao Pa was going abroad soon, and Jiao Ma couldn't do it alone. After asking for little Pomelo's opinion, they decided to hold the party next week. Chapter 151. Zhang Tan wasn't prepared when he heard about little Pomelo's birthday party. If he had known about it a few days earlier, he could have thought of a way to prepare a birthday present. But now, time was tight, and Zhang Tan didn't want to make a perfunctory gift. Since he couldn't think of a good way and couldn't find a good gift, Zhang Tan decided to keep it in mind and give it to her when the time came. As for little Pomelo's irresponsible mother, Auntie Jiao had called her and told her that she was going to hold a birthday party for little Pomelo. She did not say much about it and transferred some money over. The Jiao family didn't expect Pomelo's mother to say anything. They didn't expect much, but they weren't disappointed either. After confirming the time, they had to book a hotel. Originally, the Jiao Pa was going to find a hotel near Tsinghua University. Unexpectedly, Third Master Fong called and asked the Jiao Pa to book a private room at the Shaoguang Hotel after he found out that little Pomelo was going to hold a birthday party. He didn't even need to show the Jiao Pa his membership card. The Third Master Fong just had to say hello. The Jiao Pa wanted to refuse, but after the Third Master Fong talked to the Jiao Pa on the phone, the Jiao Pa didn't say anything more. No matter what the Third Master Fong said, Zhang Tan felt that the Third Master Fong was quite nice. At the same time, he also told some relatives and friends that the Jiao family valued little Pomelo a lot. They didn't want to neglect this little girl who didn't have parents by her side. In addition, there was another reason. In the eyes of many people, from the perspective of benefits, people who could hold a birthday party at a place like the Shaoguang Hotel deserve to be seen more often. After Jiao Pa went abroad, These colleagues and relatives, who were not close to him, could more or less help him when necessary. They did not alienate him and put too much pressure on Jiao Ma. In this society where money was the most important thing, there were some methods that needed to be used even if they were not worth it. Perhaps the third Master Feng had mentioned these factors to Jiao Pa when he was on the phone. After the location of the birthday party was confirmed, Jiao Pa started to prepare the invitations. He even bought some cartoon invitations for little Pomelo to invite her classmates. This kind of birthday party could also bring little Pomelo closer to her classmates. With the help of Wuxia and Xianxia from the Western compound, Jiao Pa wasn't worried at all. Of course, it was inevitable that this matter would be criticized. Several relatives who worked in Chuhua City had already criticized Jiao Pa for being extravagant and wasteful after finding out the location of the birthday party. She was not their biological daughter, so why bother? In this regard, Jiao Pa did not explain anything. In the Jiao family, little Pomelo was already a member. He did not need to explain more to anyone. Zhang Tan did not have a good impression of those nosy relatives. If those people came to the Jiao family, Zhang Tan was too lazy to pay attention to them. However, when they were not paying attention, Zhang Tan threw a few dead cockroaches into their bags. The cockroaches were found next to the bag of trash in front of Chu Xiangyang's house. Chu Xiangyang probably found the cockroaches when he was rummaging through the cabinets and boxes and smacked them to death. Otherwise, how could cockroaches run around arrogantly in this weather and temperature? There were also many people who could not attend the birthday party, but sent gifts early in the morning, such as Zhao Lu, Yuan Ziyi, and some people from the Western compound. Although Yuan Ziyi was busy with work and could not attend, he generously arranged for a company bus to pick up the children who were going to little Pomelo's birthday party and take them to Shaoguang Hotel. This way, the parents could rest assured. As for the postgraduate students in Jiao Pa, the results of the postgraduate entrance examination had already been released, but the cutoff line had not been set. However, according to the admission ratio, Zheng Jing's score was still within the safe range. Now, this female student who came from another major was already working with her two senior brothers. The sooner she familiarized herself with the laboratory, the faster she could get the hang of her own experiments in the future. With this new junior sister, Xin was promoted from senior brother to senior brother, and Su Chu was promoted to second senior brother. Zhang Tan met Zheng Jing when the three of them came to visit the Jiao family. She was a girl who was not skinny and was almost 1.7 meters tall. She was good-looking and cheerful, but in some people's eyes, she was a little strong. Zheng Jing had played basketball and soccer on behalf of the School of Foreign Languages, so her physical fitness was quite good. Perhaps because of this, the Jiao Pa relaxed the requirements for this student. Otherwise, if he recruited a student who was often sick, not only would she not be able to help take care of the Jiao Ma and the two children, but she would also be the one to take care of the Jiao Ma. It had to be said that many times, when the Jiao Pa selected students, besides looking for a good character and real ability, he also looked for a good housekeeper. Zheng Jing did not know about this at all, and the two senior brothers who knew kept their mouths shut. It was better not to talk about this kind of thing, as it would ruin their tutor's image. On the day of the birthday party, the Jiao family definitely did not have much free time to care about Zheng Tan, so Tong Qing was sent over. With him, the Jiao family did not have to worry too much. After all, they all knew that their cats would not stay at home obediently on the day of the birthday party. The day was Saturday, and early in the morning, little Pomelo's classmates were brought over by their parents to the eastern courtyard. Everyone agreed to meet there, and then went to the school gate to get on the bus and go to the hotel. There was a side door next to the eastern courtyard, and the bus was parked there. The children's parents were relieved when they saw the bus. It was not a second-hand car, but a bus used by Yuan Ziyi's company to send its employees to and from work. There were always spare cars in the company's garage, and they did not need them during this period of time, so they transferred them over to help. As the birthday girl, little Pomelo felt a little awkward facing so many people today, but she was already mentally prepared. With the help of Wuxia and Xianxia, she quickly got used to it. Seeing that Zhang Tan was led by Tong Qing, she was relieved to entertain her classmates. As for Zhang Tan, Tong Qing, the cat's housekeeper and bodyguard, drove the car. Zhang Tan was the only one in the car, which made Celestine jealous. Tong Qing drove the car and followed the bus in front of them. Zhang Tan was bored to death, lying on the back seat and thinking about something, the tip of his tail moving from time to time. There was a luggage bag next to him. Zhang Tan would have to squat inside and be carried to the hotel. Although the third Master Feng did not say that Zhang Tan should hide, the Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma felt that they should not cause trouble for others. If they were seen by others, it would be bad. After all, most people were against pets entering hotels these days, not to mention a high-end hotel like this. They could only let Zhang Tan suffer for a while. Fortunately, the luggage bag had been modified. There were a few nets added to it, and it was breathable enough to let Zhang Tan see the situation outside through the nets. If the people outside the bag did not look carefully, it would be difficult to see that there was a cat in the bag. Celestine was on vacation today, so he came to the hotel to play a few games at the card table. After lunch, the children all went to the amusement park, and some of the adults also left. The people who stayed wanted to enjoy the entertainment facilities of the five-star hotel. Celestine was bored, so he called Zhang Tan to go to the night building. There were not many people in the night building at this time, so Celestine did not mind. He was going to sing some songs, and then find a chance to fight with Tong Qing. He could see that Tong Qing was also from the army, and he was itching for a fight. Zhang Tan squatted in the bag and was carried by Tong Qing. He and Celestine walked out of the hotel together. When they came out of the elevator, there were a few people in front of them. Zhang Tan did not plan to pay attention to these people. There were too many people here, and there was nothing to see. However, when Zhang Tan heard a name, he had to pay attention. "Hey, Lier, coming here to eat at this time of the day?" The person who came out of the elevator on the other side said to the person who was protected in the middle of the group. Zhang Tan had seen this person before. He was also at the banquet of the third Master Feng, but Zhang Tan forgot his name. Not knowing the name did not stop Zhang Tan from hearing the main point. "Lier?" Zhang Tan was immediately interested. He looked out of the luggage net, wanting to see what the Lier that Yi Hao mentioned looked like. The small holes on the net did not stop Zhang Tan from seeing the famous person clearly. He did not look special. If he had not heard Yi Hao and the others talk about him, Zhang Tan would not have connected the successful middle-aged man with the Lier that Yi Hao mentioned. However, people could not be judged by their appearances. If one took a closer look, they could see a hint of ruthlessness in the man's eyes. Other than Lier, Zhang Tan also glanced at the people around Lier. Other than the plump secretary-like woman beside Lier, the others were all men who did not smile. They were probably bodyguards. Tong Qing did not know Lier. Even if he did, he would not care about Lier. He walked straight to the door. Zhang Tan did not want to look at the man who was willing to stab his brothers in order to climb up the social ladder. He even changed his surname to Curry Favor. In the end, he killed his former boss. Soon, Zhang Tan could no longer see Lier and the others. However, he could hear Lier and the rich businessman mocking each other. The rich businessman seemed to be mocking Lier for being so afraid of death that he brought so many people with him for a meal. Lier was mocking the businessman for his recent investment failure. Zhang Tan could guess from the rich businessman that many people knew about Lier's current situation. They knew that Lier was being watched. Well, there was no such thing as a permanent secret in the circle. Since Yi Hao knew about it, he would not be a fool. However, Tong Qing did not walk far before Celestine told him that something came up and changed his mind. He asked Tong Qing to take Zhang Tan for a walk while he went back to the hotel. Zhang Tan roughly knew why Celestine went back to the hotel. He was curious as well. Was Lier here to talk business, meet someone, or just for a meal? Zhang Tan couldn't find out the reason why he didn't dare to do so. Zhang Tan did not go for a walk. She walked around the area and then slept in the back seat of the car for the whole afternoon. Tong Qing listened to the traffic radio for the whole afternoon and did not say a word. Chapter 152. The birthday party on Saturday went smoothly. The Jiao Pa's goal was achieved. Many people approached the Jiao Pa in private and told him that they would take care of Jiao Ma and the two kids. After a busy day, the 4 members of the Jiao family prepared to have a good rest on Sunday. However, Zhang Tan was not one of them. On Saturday, Zhang Tan slept the whole afternoon. He did not help much at the birthday party. He was too lazy to interact with the naughty kids. He slept on his own, ate his fill, and waited for the party to end before going home to continue sleeping. Therefore, the next day, unlike the 4 members of the Jiao family, Zhang Tan was in good spirits early in the morning. The Jiao family only had their first meal at noon. After breakfast, they fell asleep immediately. Zheng Tan went out to play after lunch. On weekends, the people on campus were scattered. Some were sunbathing, some were on dates, and some were jogging. There were many places where people could be seen. Zheng Tan ignored the seventh student who said, "Hey," to him and decided to take a walk outside the campus. The afternoon sun was good. As Zheng Tan walked on the fence, he met a few cats who were sunbathing. As he had walked this path many times, Zheng Tan had seen most of the cats that liked to wander outside at this time. Of course, there were a few that showed hostility, but Zheng Tan ignored them. He did not have time to waste on these cats. Zheng Tan walked around the construction site. He was very satisfied with the progress of the construction site. Even though it was not the same every day, the changes were obvious. Zheng Tan had something to look forward to. Originally, Zheng Tan wanted to go to Uncle Lame's place to check on the situation. After seeing Celestine yesterday, Zheng Tan guessed that he must have heard something important. Otherwise, he would not be in such a hurry. Therefore, Zheng Tan wanted to see what Uncle Lame was up to. Even though there was no concrete evidence to prove that Uncle Lame was Xianxia, Chen La's son that Yi Hao had mentioned, Zheng Tan's intuition told him that it should be this person. The previous two murders were very likely this person's revenge. When he was about to reach Uncle Lame's neighborhood, Zheng Tan suddenly stopped. He saw a familiar person. After thinking about it carefully, Zheng Tan recognized that he was one of the people who were with Lai Er at the Shaoguang Hotel yesterday. But what were Lai Er's men doing here? The surrounding area was an old residential area, and one of them was a private house. Some people had built their own houses and rented them out. Although there weren't many students who came here to rent, it wasn't like there weren't any. In addition, there were office workers around, and the cheap rent here compared to the residential area, the houses here were still in high demand. Zheng Tan watched as the man said something to the two men standing at the intersection. The two men nodded and continued to stand at the intersection. The three men were dressed casually. If Zheng Tan hadn't recognized one of them, he wouldn't have paid attention to them. After the man finished talking to the two men at the intersection, he walked in through the intersection. Zheng Tan thought for a moment and followed him inside. As for the two men at the intersection, they just glanced at Zheng Tan and continued to observe the surroundings. It was just a cat, so they didn't pay much attention to it. There were many people who had cats in the neighborhood, and they had seen two just now. From the intersection, there were 5 or 6-story-old residential buildings on both sides. The gray walls didn't have many colorful decorations, and many of the residents were drying clothes on the balconies. Because the two buildings were too close, the residents living on both sides of the street couldn't really enjoy the sunlight. The road was narrow, and if a family car drove in, the remaining width was barely enough for a bicycle to pass through. Zheng Tan kept a distance and followed the man in front of him. He also noticed that along the way, there were people standing at intervals. Like the two men at the intersection, they were dressed casually, but Zheng Tan could feel a bit of fierceness from them. When the people in front of them passed by, they would nod slightly at the people behind them. Perhaps they would even make eye contact. Zheng Tan stood at the back and could not see them clearly. He could only try his best to be as natural as possible, walking past them like a normal house cat. Fortunately, these people were like the two men standing at the intersection. They didn't take Zheng Tan seriously at all, which made Zheng Tan's tracking a lot easier. In the process of following, Zheng Tan was also wondering what these people were doing in broad daylight. After walking for a while, there were no longer old residential buildings on both sides, but private houses. The man didn't stop there, but kept walking. After walking for about 7 or 8 minutes, he stopped in front of a residential building. This residential building had a similar architectural style to the surrounding buildings. It was a small 2-story building with a small courtyard of 15 or 16 square meters. Perhaps because no one had lived here for a long time, there were a lot of weeds in the courtyard. Unlike the narrow feeling when he first entered the intersection, there was still some distance between each building. Many of the houses had their own small courtyards. Although they weren't big, they looked quite romantic. Zheng Tan looked around. The private houses around weren't as tall as the ones he saw before. Most of them were only 2 or 3 stories high, leaning towards the American style. The people who lived here should know how to enjoy themselves. A year ago, there were actually many private houses in front of this villa, just like this one. Now, they were all torn down and surrounded by buildings. He didn't know what they were going to build. Some of the people who originally lived here had already moved away. Only the empty houses were left here, waiting to be torn down. There were a few people standing in front of the house. Zhang Tan watched as the man walked over and said a few words to the people at the door, then took out his phone to make a call. 2 minutes later, a car came from the other side of the intersection. Different from the path Zhang Tan came from, the road led to a wide street. From the intersection, there were construction sites all along the way. It was likely that this place would be torn down soon, and some of the people who rented here were already thinking about looking for another place. It should be Lai Er in the car. Zhang Tan carefully approached the house while avoiding Lai Er's people. Although a cat was nothing to these people, Zhang Tan wasn't sure if they would kill a cat just to be safe. However, Zhang Tan was indeed curious. Since he had encountered such a thing, Zhang Tan wouldn't be satisfied if he just stood there and watched. Curiosity killed the cat. After becoming a cat, Zhang Tan's curiosity grew. Perhaps it was because of the boring life after becoming a cat. While the people at the door were paying attention to the car, Zhang Tan went around to the side and climbed up the wall to the window on the second floor. Zhang Tan was getting better at climbing walls. As long as it wasn't a particularly smooth wall, Zhang Tan could easily climb up as long as it was a certain height. Lai Er got out of the car, and the person Zhang Tan had been following walked over to report to Lai Er. I've arranged people around the intersections. The buildings on the left, right, and back have been cleaned. There are people guarding downstairs as well. I've checked the house 3 times myself and found a surveillance camera in a hidden place. It has been removed. There is indeed a computer in the room, but no one has turned it on. Don't worry. Lai Er raised his hand to show that he understood. He then gathered his coat and walked into the house. Zhang Tan planned to climb up and find a window to sneak into the house, but soon, Zhang Tan heard faint voices coming from inside. Zhang Tan was at the window on the side of the house, and the people should be in the room with the front window. Zhang Tan moved over carefully. It was daytime now, and she would be easily discovered if she was not careful. Fortunately, the guards below were standing at the door and could not see Zhang Tan above. After Lai Er went upstairs, he walked to a room. From the window, he could see the construction site in front of the house, but it was blocked by old blinds. The things in the room were simple and easy to see. There was a table with a laptop on it. One of the people beside Lai Er walked over and turned on the laptop. Zhang Tan moved to the front window on the second floor and peeked through the thin gap between the blinds. The others had left, and only Lai Er was inside. When it came to secrets, Lai Er didn't want anyone but himself to know. He didn't trust anyone. Lai Er was sitting in front of the table, video chatting with someone on the laptop. Zhang Tan's hearing was good. Although Lai Er lowered the volume, Zhang Tan could still vaguely hear something. On the screen, there was a person wearing a black coat and a mask. The mask was round and looked simple and crude, like a child's toy. Uncle Chong, long time no see, said the person on the screen. Xianxia. Lai Er stared at the person on the screen and gritted his teeth. When Zhang Tan heard Xianxia's voice, he knew it was Uncle Lame. Oh, I almost forgot. You should be called Lai Er now. Do you think this place is familiar? I remember that when I was young, my father bought a house here when he had some money from his business. He said that he liked the kind of houses that he saw on TV, so he built an American-style house. Later, the neighbors all followed suit, so this area was jokingly called the high-end villa area. Xianxia seemed to be immersed in his memories. I'm not here to listen to you reminisce. Where is the thing? Lai Er interrupted Xianxia. Xianxia didn't stop there. After my father became famous, we moved to the downtown business district. We only came here occasionally to rest, so we didn't have to order food from high-end restaurants. My mother cooked for us, and we had a normal weekend. Enough. My time is limited. Where is the thing? Lai Er asked sternly. You're guilty? Scared? Back then, when you ordered people to burn them to death here, how did you feel? They were watching you from the sky. Xianxia's voice was low, and there was a hint of absent-mindedness in his calm voice. You think you can scare me with this little trick? Lai Er snorted. You bought this land, rebuilt the burned house, and sent me an anonymous email asking me to come here. You mentioned your parents who died in the fire just to scare me? I wasn't scared when they were alive, so I'm even less scared now that they're dead. Lai Er suddenly thought of something and said darkly, You set up the surveillance camera? Unfortunately, I've already removed it. I admit that you've grown a lot since you killed 2 people without leaving a trace. That's an improvement, but you're still too young for me. I've already found the thing you're talking about. I can find it even if you don't tell me. As for you, you've been hiding for so many years. Now that you've come out, you can just wait for your death. Xianxia didn't care. He said to Lai Er, "Do you believe in karma?" Chapter 153. Zhang Tan was becoming more and more sensitive to his surroundings, and he trusted his intuition. Because of this, Zhang Tan regretted coming here to watch the show out of curiosity. No matter how curious he was, no matter how unwilling he was to miss the opportunity, he shouldn't gamble with his life. Even if it was just a cat's life, he had to cherish it. It was better to be alive than to die mysteriously, even if the threat was not aimed at Zhang Tan himself. At this moment, Zhang Tan didn't know that all the fur on his body, from his back to the tip of his tail, was standing on end due to an inexplicable fear. He didn't have the energy to feel the changes in his body caused by this inexplicable fear. To be safe, he had to leave this place. Zhang Tan, who was about to run away, saw something he had never seen before through the gap between the old blinds on the window before he moved his eyes away from the house. Flames suddenly burst out from Lai Er's body. He didn't see who poured the gasoline or lit the fire. It just burned. If Zhang Tan's sharp intuition was ignored, this situation could be said to have happened without any warning. From Zhang Tan's angle, he couldn't see Lai Er's expression. He could only see the masked man on the computer screen, who was still calm or indifferent, and the strange fire reflected from the screen. Lai Er always thought that Xianxia was a hothead who would give himself away if he was scared. Lai Er could guess the method of the first 2 murders. Although there were no strong clues left at the scene, Lai Er knew that it must be Xianxia, the fish that escaped the net years ago. He had even planned the follow-up action. As long as Xianxia gave himself away, his subordinates would definitely find this person who had been hiding for years. Even if they didn't catch him now, they wouldn't be far away. But he didn't expect this to happen. Lai Er didn't know until the moment he lost consciousness that he had never known the person on the screen in front of him. It didn't matter if it was the fat boy who was overshadowed by his twin sister, or the masked man on the screen in front of him. Lai Er didn't make a sound when he was engulfed by the flames. He didn't call for help, nor did he wail in pain. He didn't even move. It wasn't because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. Lai Er rested his hands on the armrest of the chair. There was a small machine on his right. If he pressed the button, the people guarding outside the room would rush in immediately. However, he didn't even have the chance to do so. Zhang Tan looked at the man sitting in the chair in the room. Strangely, the fire only burned above his knees. His calves and shoes were not covered by the fire. The fire looked very hot. Lai Er, who was sitting in the chair, was changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What was strange was that the flames did not spread wildly. Since there was no fire source and Lai Er did not smoke, there was no way anything flammable or explosive could be in the room. Lai Er's men had already cleaned the room once and did not leave behind anything suspicious. Lai Er had been very cautious and even moved the table with the laptop. But even so, why did something like this happen all of a sudden? Zhang Tan couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Could it be that Xianxia's trap was not discovered by Lai Er's men? Suddenly, Zhang Tan thought of something. Zhang Tan once overheard a few students talking about a similar phenomenon when he was strolling around Tsinghua University. They called that phenomenon spontaneous human combustion. Perhaps in the historical records, spontaneous human combustion was not caused by deliberate human factors, but what was happening in front of Zhang Tan's eyes told him that at the very least, it was caused by human factors. Zhang Tan would never believe that it was just a coincidence that number 2 was summoned to this room by someone who had been hiding for so many years before coming out for revenge. Furthermore, number 2 was burned to such a state. Many people once thought that spontaneous combustion was God's punishment. But from a scientific point of view, what was spontaneous combustion? Fat, alcohol, static electricity, atomic reactions, and even the widely accepted Wick effect could not explain its nature. Otherwise, spontaneous human combustion wouldn't be listed as one of the top 10 unsolved mysteries in the world. Perhaps Xianxia had solved the mystery, or perhaps Xianxia had come into contact with the person who had solved the mystery. Or perhaps, it was a possibility that no one could think of, or even a possibility that would be criticized as whimsical. But no matter what the situation was, What was happening at this moment was indeed inconceivable, and it gave Zhang Tan a great shock. Zhang Tan remembered that the students who talked about spontaneous human combustion said that in this phenomenon, the part of the human body that was on fire would be completely burned down in just 20 minutes. Regardless of whether this was the so-called spontaneous combustion of the human body, regardless of whether this was revenge or something else, regardless of what was happening inside the house, Zhang Tan only wanted to get as far away from this place as possible, this place that made his hair stand on end. Zhang Tan looked at the side of the room. No one was leaving from here, so he immediately jumped down. It was a bit high, and Zhang Tan didn't have much cushioning. Because of what he saw with his own eyes, Zhang Tan's body was still a little stiff, and his legs hurt when he landed. But Zhang Tan didn't care that much. His priority was to get out of here as soon as possible. As Zhang Tan ran along the road, he saw two people at the intersection who received a phone call. Their faces changed drastically as they ran inside. He knew that Lai Er's matter must have been discovered. But at this time, Lai Er was definitely dead. This road wasn't the one that Zhang Tan had followed Lai Er's subordinate into, but it was another road that led to the main street. The cars and pedestrians coming and going on the main street also made the street warmer. There was sunlight, but the sky seemed to be covered by a layer of haze. The sunlight was not pure, or maybe it was mainly psychological factors. In short, Zhang Tan didn't feel the slightest bit of warmth brought by the sun. Instead, the feeling of trembling didn't disappear completely after leaving that place. Jumping onto a flower bed, Zhang Tan squatted down to rest, relieving the pressure caused by the sudden fear and uneasiness. He always thought that he had some guts, but now he doubted it. Before he could catch his breath, the fear had already faded. Zhang Tan took a deep breath, preparing to use the breathing method that Jiao Pa once taught him to relieve the pressure. But halfway through, Zhang Tan almost choked. He saw a few tall buildings. These buildings were relatively obvious in this area. Although they weren't very close, they weren't far either. That was the neighborhood where Uncle Lame, Xianxia, lived. I should have known. The streets were interconnected. Zhang Tan didn't notice it before, partly because there were old residential buildings between here and there. Zhang Tan also didn't see it from the right angle, so he didn't notice it. But Zhang Tan felt that it was mainly because he didn't know this area well. It turned out that Uncle Lame, Xianxia, lived so close to this place. Did that mean that Xianxia had planned this long ago and was waiting for Lai Er to jump in? There was no doubt that Lai Er was dead, burned to death. But at the same time, Zhang Tan believed that even if the police came, they wouldn't be able to find any evidence to prove that the fire was man-made. Suspicion was one thing, but evidence was necessary. Without evidence, without clues, everything was just empty talk. Zhang Tan thought about what she had learned and what she had experienced and seen with her own eyes today. Xianxia knew Lai Er very well. He knew that Lai Er would definitely come here and stay in the room alone. There were blinds on the window, and he knew that Lai Er would definitely close the blinds. That way, even if there was a fire in the room, the people outside wouldn't be able to find it immediately, and they wouldn't be able to save Lai Er in the shortest time possible. As long as they could buy some time, the chances of Lai Er dying here would be higher. As for the surveillance cameras and suspicious items that Lai Er's men found, they were probably just a smokescreen. As for the items they were talking about, Zhang Tan didn't know what they were, and he didn't want to find out. At a time like this, it was better to just be a normal cat. Looking around, Zhang Tan didn't want to run into Lai Er's men. It was impossible to go back through the small path now. So he looked behind him, then looked at the tall buildings in front of him. He decided to walk around from the front and check on Uncle Lame. This time, he wouldn't go into Uncle Lame's house. He would just take a look outside the building to see if the Avenger was there. Then, he would leave and go back to the eastern courtyard of Tsinghua University to wait for dinner. Zhang Tan had a good plan. This way, he could satisfy his curiosity, which had shrunk because of the incident just now, and he could also stay in a safe area. Climbing over the wall into the residential area, Zhang Tan came to the building where Uncle Lame lived. Uncle Lame was at home, and the lights in the room were still on. Zhang Tan could see people moving around in the room from downstairs. Just as Zhang Tan was wondering if Uncle Lame was planning to escape after getting his revenge, or if he was thinking about something else, he saw Xianxia open the door to the balcony. Zhang Tan almost jumped away like a kangaroo from the sudden shock like Huang. Suppressing the idea of running away, Zhang Tan tried to act dumb like the other cats and leave. Then, He heard the man standing on the balcony shout, "Hey, black cat!" Zhang Tan ignored him. Xianxia shouted a few more times, and Zhang Tan had to look over there. At the same time, he thought to himself, if I go over, will I be burned until I'm only left with 4 paws and not even a tail? Chapter 154. Xianxia didn't expect to see the black cat as soon as he opened the door. Originally, when he was boiling water to make tea, he also warmed a cup of milk to replace the one on the balcony from last night. Later on, he accidentally found out that not every cat could drink milk, but seeing that this black cat was so happy to drink milk every time it came, he decided to stick to this habit. Seeing Uncle Lame waving at him and waving the paper cup with milk in his hand, Zhang Tan hesitated. Should I go or not? Zhang Tan thought. Before this, he decided to just take a glance and leave as far away as possible. But now, looking at Uncle Lame's kind and expectant gaze, Zhang Tan's suppressed curiosity was reignited. What does Uncle Lame want to do? Zhang Tan slowly jumped up and went to the balcony. The balcony was still the same as before. Paper boxes, soft cushions, and paper cups with milk. Because Zhang Tan came over, Xianxia didn't leave the paper cup with the warm milk outside. He turned around and went into the house and put the milk in front of Zhang Tan, who had already jumped up on the desk. Zhang Tan jumped up on the desk just to broaden his vision a little and see the changes in the house. Compared to what he saw the last few times he came here, today's room, no, it should be said that the whole house had changed a lot. The books on the bookshelves were gone, and the shelves that displayed the items were also empty. From here, Zhang Tan could see that the doors to the other 2 rooms in the house were open, but now there was nothing. There were a few sealed boxes on the floor of the living room. There was a cup of winter sweet tea on the desk. Looking at the steam rising from it, it should be freshly brewed tea. The jar of winter sweet was empty. This was the last of the winter sweet tea that was brewed. There weren't many winter sweet flowers left in the neighborhood now. With the arrival of spring, the temperature rose, and the winter sweet flowers disappeared from people's sight. Next to the teacup was an upside-down book in a foreign language. If it wasn't for his recent experience, Zhang Tan wouldn't have associated this seemingly pleasant scene with the previous one. Looking at the person in front of him again, Zhang Tan realized that compared to the last few times he saw Xianxia, the current Xianxia had changed a little. Although he used to look quite gentle, Zhang Tan always felt that this guy was shrouded in a heavy shadow. Even when he was smiling, the shadow didn't disappear. But now, it was as if the haze in the sky had been dispelled, becoming clear and pure. When faced with seemingly harmless animals, people tended to behave more naturally. Xianxia returned to his seat at the table. He stared at Zhang Tan for 2 minutes. Just as Zhang Tan started to feel annoyed, Xianxia finally averted his gaze and confessed everything that he had done. Xianxia only mentioned a few things. He mentioned the 3 murders, but he didn't go into the details of the methods used in each case. Especially the last case of Lai Er, he simply summarized it as, "It's a trick." Zhang Tan listened to him. Just as he guessed, Xianxia was the one who single-handedly caused Lai Er's death. But how did Xianxia do it? Trick, 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 magic, and then there was no and then. After Uncle Lame finished his sentence in English, he picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip before continuing with the rest of the story. Zhang Tan didn't know what to say. This made Zhang Tan very disappointed. Although the scene was indeed terrifying and strange, it was impossible not to be curious. It was like witnessing a great magic show. People would wonder, how did this guy do it? Therefore, Zhang Tan was most curious about how Lai Er was burned. What kind of tricks did Xianxia use? What kind of trap did Xianxia set in advance? Unfortunately, Xianxia didn't say anything. The piano has been donated. The large boxes in the living room are filled with books. They're going to be donated as well. Regardless of whether they're in a foreign language or in Chinese, they're all donated anonymously to a few middle school libraries in remote mountainous areas. Some of the teachers and students there might be able to use them. Xianxia continued. But why would he suddenly say all this to a cat? It's really strange. Zhang Tan couldn't figure it out. Zhang Tan wasn't in the mood to drink the milk. He looked around in boredom, then his eyes landed on the book next to the teacup. It was an original foreign language book, not English. Zhang Tan didn't know which language it was in. Zhang Tan's focus wasn't on what the book was about, but on the picture on the cover of the book. In a church, a young man was confessing to the priest. A lot of people confess to get rid of their mental suffering. Was Uncle Xianxia also confessing? No. The point was, if this guy was really repenting, why would he repent in front of a cat? Confessing my ass. Zhang Tan looked at the cover of the book, then looked at Xianxia, who was sitting on the chair and talking to himself. Then he looked at the cover of the book, then back at Xianxia. What the F***ck? Zhang Tan suddenly had the urge to flip the table. What the F***ck? I'm a cat, not a priest. Why the F***ck are you confessing to a cat? However, Xianxia didn't seem like he was purely confessing. It seemed like he was purely trying to share some of the psychological pressure. Well, this kind of thing couldn't be told to outsiders. Even the most trusted people might not be able to tell. As for the reason why Xianxia chose to confess to a cat, Zhang Tan could roughly guess. This wasn't the first time Zhang Tan had met someone who talked to an animal to relieve their psychological burden. Obviously, to people, cats couldn't speak, and couldn't understand human language. Even if they could understand, they couldn't tell a second person what they heard. However, Zhang Tan was an exception. Not only could he understand, but he also had a certain degree of understanding about this matter. Ashes to ashes and dust to dust, in the present and certain hope of the resurrection of an eternal life. After Xianxia finished speaking, he was silent for a while, then he took a deep breath and smiled as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He looked up and saw the cat squatting on the desk staring at him. It seemed to be very surprised. Xianxia smiled again. He had decided to bury these things in the bottom of his heart. He had never thought of talking about these things. Even if he did, he wouldn't have thought that he would talk to a cat. Sure enough, it was much easier to talk about things that were kept in the heart. He was grateful to this cat. If it wasn't for this cat, he would have to carry the words that he had suppressed for so long into the future. Suddenly thinking of something, Xianxia took out a golden pocket watch-like object from his pocket and waved it in front of Zhang Tan. Black cat, tell me, what should I do with this thing? For many people, it's very important and can even trigger betrayals. However, I don't want to carry it around with me all the time. Seeing it reminds me of my nightmarish past. In fact, Zhang Tan was already very impatient. He had listened to Xianxia's nagging for so long, but this person didn't tell him what he wanted to know. Now, he was even waving a pocket watch in front of his eyes, making his eyes tired. This made Zhang Tan even more annoyed, so he raised his paw and slapped the pocket watch in front of him to the side. Xianxia didn't hold the pocket watch tightly. When he was talking, he was a little distracted. He didn't want to get any advice from a cat, he just said it casually. Suddenly, he felt his hand being pulled by the chain. When he looked over, the pocket watch had left his fingers and was lying on the desk. As if he didn't expect this, Xianxia was stunned. Then, he looked at the pocket watch that was thrown on the desk. A few seconds later, Xianxia smiled in relief. According to your suggestion, that's it. Chapter 155. The gold pocket watch wasn't big, but it should have some weight. Zhang Tan could feel it when he grabbed it. Seeing Xianxia's nonchalant reaction, Zhang Tan felt that this pocket watch was like a very common everyday item. There was nothing to be cautious about. When Xianxia held it, he didn't hold it tightly. If it was something precious, he definitely wouldn't be like this. Moreover, when he saw Zhang Tan throw the pocket watch on the table with his paw, he didn't check it anxiously. He didn't seem angry at all. However, after thinking about what Xianxia said just now, Zhang Tan wasn't sure. Before this, Zhang Tan heard from Yi Hao that there might be a material in Xianxia's hands that could defeat Lai Er. It could help Yi Hao eliminate a strong competitor in Chuhua City. Yi Hao also wanted to get that material, but when Zhang Tan eavesdropped on the video call between Lai Er and Xianxia, he didn't hear any material. However, the word thing did appear. Moreover, this thing sounded very important to Lai Er. Lai Er also had some idea of what it was. Thing. Zhang Tan looked at the golden pocket watch beside her feet again. How could something that could make people betray their friends just be a daily item? Xianxia saw the cat in front of him looking down at the thing at his feet. He thought that it was just curious, as if it was looking at a new toy, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, he continued, before the accident, my father told me that if I could escape, I should leave this place far away and start a new life. If I really couldn't live anymore, I could open it. However, I hate this thing. Every time I see it, I think that it was the betrayer's greed and evil intentions. As for life, it's fine as long as I can earn enough money to survive. There are so many shining people, so I don't need to join in the fun. This world is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Some people are high profile, while others are low-key. As he spoke, Xianxia poked the cat's head with his finger. This thing, just leave it here as you wish. Out of those people, whoever finds it first will get it. It's up to God. This is also a kind of opportunity, don't you think so? It's your grandpa. Zhang Tan tilted its head and avoided Xianxia's fingers. It continued to study the special features of the local tycoon's gold pocket watch. What was troubling was that with Xianxia watching, Zhang Tan didn't dare to do anything that was too unusual for ordinary cats, such as picking up the pocket watch and opening it. Xianxia suddenly thought of something. He got up and walked to a cardboard box in the room that had not been sealed with tape. He opened the box and rummaged through it. Zhang Tan walked over to take a look. There were some pens, paper, boxes, notebooks, and folders in the box. Xianxia took out a plastic pencil box from the cardboard box. The box was a little big and had 2 layers. The upper layer had colored pencils of different lengths, and the lower layer had ordinary pencils arranged neatly from B to H. These colored pencils of different lengths were given by a child in the neighborhood. Xianxia had drawn for them once, so the child gave his old colored pencils to Xianxia. The child felt that since he already had a few sets of new colored pencils, he didn't need the old pencils, so he might as well give them to this uncle who often gave candy and was good at drawing. Xianxia randomly took a half-used pencil from last time. He opened the sketchbook and was about to draw. Before he started, a cat paw rested on the edge of the cardboard box. Xianxia, whose attention was still on the cardboard box, stopped what he was doing. He followed the cat's gaze and found that the cat in front of him was looking at the colored pencils. Colored pencils? Xianxia thought for a few seconds. He looked at the pen in his hand, put it back, and picked up another pencil. It was a cheap pen, and his drawing skills were far inferior to those who graduated from professional classes, but Zhang Tan felt that the drawing was still very good. At least he felt that Xianxia didn't draw himself crookedly. This was also the first time in many years that Xianxia had drawn colored pencils. Actually, colored pencils were not bad, right? After finishing the drawing, Xianxia wrote down the date and other notes, and then looked at Zhang Tan. Keep it as a memento. I don't like to take photos, so I drew you again. When I recall in the future, I will remember that I used to know a cat. Xianxia carefully put the drawing into the folder, tidied up the cardboard box, and sat back on the chair. I'm leaving tonight. Maybe I won't come back in the future. Leaving at night? In such a hurry. Did the investigation come? After staying at Xianxia's place for another 10 minutes, Zhang Tan couldn't stay any longer. He had to go home. Xianxia stood on the balcony and looked at the black cat who quickly ran away and disappeared. The next day, Zhang Tan was brought by Xiaogua to shoot a video for the promotion of the new product. Zhang Tan didn't have any free time until the evening. After dinner, Zhang Tan thought about it and decided to go out. Since last night, Zhang Tan's mind had been thinking about Xianxia and the rich gold pocket watch. After making up his mind, Zhang Tan stretched, jumped off the sofa, and prepared to go out. Black Charcoal, are you going out to play tonight? Jiao Ma, who was washing dishes at the kitchen door, looked over and asked. Zhang Tan looked at Jiao Ma and let out a soft, wah-woo sound. Zhang Tan still couldn't make the sound of a normal cat, but the Jiao family was used to Zhang Tan's uniqueness. Ow-woo, wah-woo, and other similar sounds were common. Therefore, after hearing the wah-woo sound, Jiao Ma said, "Come back early." In fact, many people who had pets would communicate with them in their daily lives and talk to them in a normal tone. For example, if a family in the courtyard raised a Pekingese that wanted to poop or pee, it would jump with all its might to attract attention. Its family would untie its leash, bring it to the entrance of the building, unlock the door, and then say to it, "Go, come back when you're done." Then, the Pekingese would rush to the bushes and landscaping trees by itself. After it was done, it would paw the grass a few times to express its carefree and happy feeling. Then, it would return to the building by itself, wagging its tail at its owner and asking for a reward. Every time Zhang Tan saw this scene, he would despise it. Asking for a reward for taking a poop? It was so stupid. After leaving Tsinghua University, Zhang Tan went straight to Xianxia's neighborhood. Standing downstairs, Zhang Tan saw that the lights in Chen's house were off. The door on the balcony was closed, but not locked. Zhang Tan jumped up and opened the door before the streetlights came on. The house was empty, and there was no one in it. There were only simple furnishings and darkness. This was what Xianxia meant when he said, "Your suggestion, and so be it." Zhang Tan thought the pocket watch was an eyesore, so he threw it to the ground. He didn't expect Xianxia to misunderstand. Zhang Tan moved his ears to make sure there was no one in the house. He jumped on the table and saw the rich gold pocket watch on the desk. There was no computer, translation materials, books, and magazines on the desk. There wasn't even a teacup. This made the pocket watch even more conspicuous. Zhang Tan walked to the pocket watch and picked it up with his two front paws. Since no one was looking at him, he wasn't afraid of being discovered. The sky was dark, and the house was dark. Zhang Tan didn't dare to turn on the lights. Besides, he could see the house without turning on the lights. There was no need to take the risk of being discovered. Just as he thought, the pocket watch was a little heavy. It wasn't as light as it looked. Zhang Tan fumbled with the pocket watch for a while before opening it. When he opened it, Zhang Tan was worried that it might be a trap set by Xianxia. Although he didn't have that creepy feeling now, Zhang Tan was still a little nervous. It couldn't be helped. It was the after effect of being scared. After opening it, Zhang Tan realized that it wasn't a pocket watch. There was a dial on it, but there were no numbers. Moreover, there was only a pointer. When Zhang Tan held the pocket watch and looked left and right, the pointer moved along with it. A compass? It couldn't be. Weren't compasses double-headed? One was N, and the other was S? Besides, the pointer wasn't pointing to the south. Connecting it to the information he heard before, Zhang Tan guessed a lot of possibilities. The guess that made Zhang Tan the most excited was that there was a secret in the direction the pointer was pointing to. Was it the material Yi Hao mentioned, or was it something else? No matter what the pointer was pointing to, Zhang Tan didn't dare to act rashly. If this thing was really that important, as Zhang Tan guessed, this thing was too hot to handle. One's ability depended on how much burden one had to bear. The price of being overloaded was heavy. Zhang Tan did not want to end up like Xianxia's family. Furthermore, Zhang Tan was just a cat now, a cat that even the law would not speak for. Even the Jiao family he lived in were ordinary people. How could he compete with those people? Not to mention people like the third Master Feng and Yi Hao, ordinary hooligans could also put the three members of a Jiao family in danger. Zhang Tan didn't want to think too much about conspiracy theories. However, after experiencing this incident, Zhang Tan knew that accidents weren't that difficult. But it seemed too wasteful to just leave this thing here. Xianxia didn't care. He had taken his revenge and was looking for a peaceful life. But even if he didn't care, there were more people who cared. Zhang Tan's ears twitched. He heard movement at the door. It shouldn't be Xianxia at this time, right? If it wasn't Xianxia, then it was very likely to be those people who had been looking for this thing. It could be Yi Hao's men, or it could be someone else. Zhang Tan gently buckled the thing on his paw and wrapped the chain around it. Then he took it and walked out of the balcony. Fortunately, he didn't close the balcony door when he came in. It was convenient to leave now, and there wouldn't be any sound of the door opening. Zhang Tan got out of the balcony and walked to the empty space above the parking lot. Fortunately, the angle here was better. The lights in the neighborhood couldn't shine here, and no one would notice a cat walking upright with something in its paws. Zhang Tan put the thing in his hand in the corner and squatted in front of it to block it. Then he pricked up his ears and listened to the movements in Xianxia's house. Someone must have entered the house. There was more than one person, and the person who came in didn't turn on the lights. After a while, Zhang Tan heard them cursing in a low voice. They were probably calling to report. Soon those people left. Zhang Tan walked to the edge of the empty space and looked down. 3 young people came out of the building. One of them cursed again in a low voice. This made Zhang Tan certain that they were the ones who entered Xianxia's house. After the 3 people drove away, Zhang Tan was about to turn around when he saw a person coming out of a car parked below. Because of the angle, he couldn't see the person's face, but Zhang Tan felt that this person was familiar. He should know him. When the person passed by here, he looked up at Xianxia's balcony. Then he seemed to feel something and looked at Zhang Tan, who was standing at the edge of the empty space near the balcony. Oh, it's someone I know. After seeing the person's face, Zhang Tan thought to himself. Chapter 156. There were many people in this world who were not afraid of snakes, but were afraid of frogs. This was very strange. They could play with colorful poisonous snakes without changing their expressions, but when they saw frogs without fangs or claws, they would unconsciously turn pale and break out in a cold sweat. Ranqi was similar to this kind of person. He could crush a person's head without blinking, and he could remain calm when facing a fierce dog, but when he saw a cat, he would unconsciously become stiff. In fact, Ranqi's situation was not as serious as it was now. Ever since Zhang Tan and the Monseigneur appeared one after another, Ranqi's situation became more and more obvious. Of course, if he met other cats, Ranqi would at most be a little stiff. Only when he met Zhang Tan and the Monseigneur would this person, who was usually calm, wise, and brave, suddenly become a little listless. Ranqi came over with the 3 people today. He was originally going to the construction site for a routine visit to supervise and prove that his position as the person in charge of the project was not just for show. After visiting the construction site, he was ready to drive to another place to meet up with Yi Hao and report the results of today's inspection of the construction site. He did not expect to see a familiar person when he was waiting for the green light at the intersection. Ranqi had seen this person in the materials that Yi Hao had given him yesterday, but Yi Hao had let Leopard be in charge of the investigation there. Ranqi did not take over, nor did he take the initiative to contact him. This person was not very conspicuous among the people that appeared in the materials. Although it was just a quick glance, Ranqi was sure it was that person. Even Celestine had to acknowledge his observation skills in this area. It was also this observation skills that allowed Ranqi to recognize Zhang Tan at a glance when he saw him, and not treat him as a cat raised by another resident in the community. Ranqi was glad that he was driving a subordinate's car today. His car had been sent for maintenance, so he temporarily borrowed this very popular car for transportation. It was inconspicuous and easy to track. Before this, Ranqi was secretly happy that his luck was not bad today. The investigation on Leopard's side had not been going well. If he could find something today, it would definitely push the investigation forward. And now, Ranqi suddenly felt like vomiting blood. F***CK. Didn't this cat live in Tsinghua University? Why did he run so far away? How could a cat walk so far? Ranqi didn't know about other cats, but he knew that this cat would always appear in unexpected places, no matter how close or far it was from its home. The man and the cat stared at each other for half a minute. In the end, it was Ranqi who looked away. He didn't know whether he should continue his investigation or turn around and leave. If he continued his investigation, with this cat around, there were too many variables. It would not be good if he was discovered by others instead of investigating. But to turn around and leave now, Ranqi was quite unwilling. He had followed behind the 3 people. Although he didn't go upstairs, he knew that the 3 people should be moving around on the floor above the parking lot. And Ranqi didn't hear any knocking on the door, nor did he hear the owner open the door to speak. Ranqi didn't think that the 3 people lived here. So, the biggest possibility was that the 3 people had broken the door. There was no quarrel, no fighting, most likely because there was no one in the house. And looking from the outside, at this time, there was only one house that didn't have the lights on. When the 3 people went downstairs, Ranqi quickly hid in the car. After the 3 people left, Ranqi planned to go to that house to take a look. But unfortunately, the cat he hated the most was squatting by that resident's balcony. Could it be guaranteed that when he was on the move, the cat would stay where it was and not disturb him? Could it be guaranteed that the cat wouldn't make any sounds to attract more attention and expose him? Could it be guaranteed that the cat wouldn't go into the house from the balcony and cause all kinds of trouble? No. Ranqi didn't have any guarantees at all. What the F***CK? Cats are the most annoying animals in the world, Ranqi thought. Ranqi scolded Zhang Tan in his heart. Zhang Tan was also hesitating. Before this, Zhang Tan didn't decide who to give the hot potato in his hand to. He even wanted to hide this thing first and take it out later. But now that he saw Ranqi, he had to admit that it was just as Xianxia said. When you can't make a decision, let them make the decision for you. The reason why Zhang Tan hesitated was that he didn't know if Ranqi was reliable or if he would silence him. If the person in front of him was the 3rd Master Feng or Celestine, Zhang Tan definitely wouldn't hesitate for so long. But now it was Ranqi, a guy who had an inexplicable prejudice against cats. While Zhang Tan was hesitating, Ranqi had already made a decision. He was going to leave first and walk around, or stay in the car to take a nap. He would stay here tonight and observe. After the black cat left, he would act freely. So, Ronqi looked at Zhang Tan again and turned to leave. But before he could take 2 steps, a black shadow rushed over and stopped in front of him. When Zhang Tan saw Ronqi like this, he thought that he was going to leave. He quickly jumped out of the car and stopped Ronqi. He hadn't made a decision yet, but he couldn't let Ronqi leave just like that. If he left, Zhang Tan didn't know when he could get rid of the hot potato in his hand. Every second this thing stayed in his hand, Zhang Tan felt a sense of crisis. He still had to go home tonight. Zhang Tan wouldn't feel at ease if he couldn't give this thing away. Ronqi frowned. He moved his feet 45 degrees to the left and continued forward. The next moment, Zhang Tan stopped in front of him again. Ronqi changed to the right. Zhang Tan stopped him. Longqi turned around and walked back. Zhang Tan continued to stop him. After going back and forth a few times, Ronqi was furious. He felt that this cat must be bored out of its wits and wanted to find someone to play with. He was just unlucky to have run into it. What was worse was that he couldn't do anything to this cat. After all, Grandpa Tang the Seventh and Yi Hao had spoken. If he really did something secretly, not only would Grandpa Tang the Seventh and Yi Hao, but even Celestine and the Third Master Fong would investigate thoroughly. Ronqi definitely couldn't fool them. Ronqi understood the complexity of people's hearts. So, he didn't want to and didn't dare to do anything to this cat. Once he did, it would cause a chain reaction that he couldn't control. 2 years ago, if someone had told Ronqi that he would be forced into this state by a cat, he wouldn't have believed it even if you beat Ronqi to death. So, Ronqi raised his hand and pointed at the black cat in front of him. "Let me tell you, don't go too far." He was obviously trying to sound tough. Celestine had told them that this cat had to speak human language. If it sounded like an animal's voice, this cat would ignore it. Ronqi had said that he was waiting for the cat's reaction. Zhang Tan's reaction was to look at it with even more disdain. "Don't think that I can't see that look in your eyes." Ronqi wanted to vomit blood again. After a minute of confrontation, Ronqi walked into the car, took out his phone, and made a call. "Brother Ling, I've run into a situation here." Ronqi briefly explained what had just happened. He didn't mention what he was investigating, and Celestine didn't ask. Zhang Tan saw that Ronqi went straight into the car and didn't chase after him. He wasn't that familiar with Ronqi, and he wouldn't jump into the car. Besides, Ronqi closed the car window tightly. When he opened the door, he was afraid that he would follow him in. Zhang Tan wouldn't rush to flirt with him. If Ronqi drove away directly, Zhang Tan would take it that Yi Hao didn't have this opportunity. However, Zhang Tan saw that Ronqi was making a call inside and didn't look like he was going to leave. He quickly got out of the car and walked towards him. Zhang Tan was puzzled. He looked at the phone in Ronqi's hand again. It was indeed a phone, not a steel pipe. Because of the situation, Ronqi didn't turn on the speaker, so he put the phone on the empty space by the roadside and took a few steps back. Zhang Tan looked at Ronqi's phone. It was still in the middle of a call, so he walked over. Black Charcoal, are you there?" A familiar voice came from the phone. Ha! Ronqi was calling Celestine. Was he complaining? Zhang Tan raised his head and looked at Ronqi with disdain. Tattletale. Ronqi was so angry that his stomach hurt from Zhang Tan's look. He knew that a lot of times, a cat's eyes could directly reflect their psychological activities, just like the situation in front of him. Cats were indeed evil creatures. Zhang Tan didn't care what Ronqi was thinking. He continued to listen to the phone. He felt that this was good. With Celestine there was more protection. At least Ronqi wouldn't swallow him up and kill him. The swinging tail hit the phone, making a soft sound. This was the answer to Celestine's question. Celestine laughed on the phone. "Hurry up and go home. It's so late. Don't wander around outside. Also, you ran too far." Listening to Celestine's nagging, Zhang Tan became impatient again. He turned around and jumped onto the empty space above the parking space. When Ronqi saw Zhang Tan leave, he was happy. He thought that Celestine's persuasion was effective. He walked over and picked up the phone to thank Celestine. When he hung up the phone and looked up, Ronqi saw the black cat standing on the edge of the empty space. There was a chain by the black cat's feet. As for what kind of chain it was dark and the light from the street lamps wasn't very good. It couldn't illuminate that angle, so he couldn't see clearly. Zhang Tan threw the thing next to his paw down. Ranqi hurried over and caught it. He quickly looked around to make sure that no one was paying attention. He looked at the thing in his hand. When Zhang Tan threw the thing down, he had been paying attention to Ranqi's reaction. Seeing Ranqi's reaction, Zhang Tan was now sure that Yi Hao didn't find this thing. However, Zhang Tan didn't care whether he found it or not. He also didn't care when Zhang Tan found it. The hot potato was finally thrown out. Zhang Tan's heart was also relieved. He took a deep breath. His body and mind were at ease. It was better to throw it out. After giving the thing, Zhang Tan didn't want to stay here any longer. He jumped off the empty space and ran out of the neighborhood to Tsinghua University without looking at Ranqi. It was time to go home. Zhang Tan didn't care what Yi Hao would do next. If this thing was really as valuable as Xianxia said, with Yi Hao's ability, he should be able to cope with the impact of this thing. Of course, if Yi Hao couldn't discover the value of this thing, then it could only be said that this was fate. Chapter 157. In Yi Hao's villa, Leopard reported to Yi Hao what he had found out in the past 2 days. They had found a lot of things, but they had not made much progress on the most important part. Leopard looked like he had not slept well for the past few days. Clearly, he had been busy all this time. Ever since Lai Er's mysterious death, his subordinates had begun to seize power and profit. They knew a little about what Lai Er was looking for, but they did not know what it was used for. Lai Er had never told them. However, this did not dampen their enthusiasm. They all had the same idea. Find it first, and they could not let the others beat them to it. If we can find this thing, we'll be able to find the answer if we keep digging. Something that can be valued by Lai Er and even classified as top secret must be very valuable, whether in terms of information or material, Leopard said. It's not that easy to find this thing. Yi Hao had already decided to give up. Ever since he knew about Lai Er's mysterious death, he had lost interest in the so-called material in the rumors. Without Lai Er, everything was easy. After taking over a few factories, Yi Hao was a little short on money and manpower. He did not want to waste manpower and money on this uncertain matter. The rumors were about Lai Er's blackmail material, but now it seemed that this was not the case. It made sense. If Lai Er hadn't taken back his own blackmail material when he was dealing with Chen La, how could he have done it so quickly? Leopard opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not say anything. In his opinion, he had not come to a definite conclusion. The main reason was that he was useless and inefficient, wasting time and manpower. Just then, there was a knock on the door. After receiving Yi Hao's permission, a person walked in quickly. This person was Master Tang, the 7th subordinate. He had brought a document on Master Tang's orders. Yi Hao did not dare to underestimate a document that could be delivered urgently by someone he trusted. He opened the document. There was a photo inside. In the photo was a golden thing that looked like a pocket watch. "This is that thing?" Yi Hao asked. As expected of Master Tang the 7th. While he was still trying to guess what it was, Master Tang the 7th had already found the specific target. "Yes. 7th Master calls it the Golden Compass." That person replied. "Gold." Yi Hao narrowed his eyes and looked at the photo in his hand again. Since this name had come from Master Tang the 7th's mouth, it did not matter whether Master Tang the 7th had given it himself. As long as Master Tang the 7th approved of this name, it proved its value. This made Yi Hao, who was about to give up on the competition, change his mind. But at the same time, since he had decided to get involved, he had to be prepared to pay a price. Cutting his flesh at this time would definitely be painful. While they were talking, Ranqi also came back. "How is it? Didn't you say you found something?" Leopard looked at Ranqi. There was no progress on his side, so he hoped that Ranqi would find something. Ranqi shook his head and briefly explained the 3 people he had followed, as well as what he saw when he went to the empty house. After hearing this, Yi Hao sighed and said to Long Qi, "Put your work aside for a while and go with Baozi to deal with the matters in his hands." "Okay, Brother Hao. By the way, I met that cat today." Ranqi's expression was very conflicted. "Which one?" Yi Hao asked. "The black one." "Oh." Yi Hao and Leopard both understood. No wonder Ranqi's expression was so bad when he came back. They thought it was because he did not find anything. Now it seemed that the main reason was the cat. "I was afraid that it would hinder my actions, So I called Brother Ling told it to leave. But before it left, it gave me this. Ronchi said as he took out a golden pocket watch-like thing from his pocket and put it on the table in front of him. When Ronchi took out that thing, the person who brought the document under Master Chi's order let out a very obvious gasp. Yi Hao and Leopard stared at the thing in Ronchi's hand. Their eyes followed Ronchi's movements. Golden compass? Yi Hao could not believe it. He looked at it a few times, then took the document and looked at the picture. It was exactly the same as the picture. Leopard had the urge to bang his head against the wall. F***ck. I've been investigating for a few days and nights. I haven't slept well. I was mentally prepared for a tough battle. But I'm not even as good as a cat. On the other side, Zhang Tan, who had already returned to Tsinghua University, did not know how Yi Hao would react. He was now annoyed by the cat's cries. Zhang Tan came in from the west gate today. The place he passed by was closer to the western courtyard. The army of pet cats in the western courtyard was getting bigger and bigger. Plus, it was closer to the old residential area. There were always cats from outside walking around here. Many people did not raise cats because of cat noises. The so-called cat noises were when cats were in heat. They would be like the cats that were scattered around now. They would scream like their lives depended on it. It was as if they were competing to see who could scream more miserably. It was quite scary. Spring was coming. Even the cats were restless. Zhang Tan was mentally human. But to be honest, it was impossible for Zhang Tan to be completely calm in the face of these cat noises. That was nonsense. It was like eating vegetarian noodle soup for a few years and suddenly finding out that the person next to you was eating shredded meat noodles. How could your heart be balanced? Spring was really a season of ripples. Zhang Tan shook his head. He would not ripple for a cat even if he was beaten to death. However, when he was living the life of a monk with a pure heart and few desires, he could not let those bastards who were rippling around him have a good time. When I'm living a pure heart and few desires, you guys should also be living a pure heart and few desires. When I'm eating noodle soup, you guys should also eat noodle soup with me. At least in front of me. Therefore, in a corner of Tsinghua University, in this grassy forest area, which was almost occupied by the surrounding cats at night, when there were ear-piercing cat meows, an extremely strange and ear-piercing howl directly suppressed all the surrounding sounds, and this howl was getting stranger and stranger. It was somewhat like a wolf's howl, but it was also different from a wolf's howl. When dogs heard it, they had to retreat, and it was even more terrifying. The cat noises that came one after another stopped abruptly when the first howl sounded. Moreover, some cats directly ran away after hearing the howl, especially those in the western courtyard who had been beaten by Zhang Tan. They ran especially fast. They knew that in this area, only the black dictator in the eastern courtyard could make such a strange howl. Even if the cats did not know, they would be scared away by the howl. After Zhang Tan finished howling, he moved his ears and did not hear any ear-piercing sounds. Then he was satisfied and balanced. He swung his tail and went home. He took a shower and then went to sleep in little Pomelo's quilt. He did not know if it was because of the stimulation of Zhang Tan's howls, but the cat noises in the surroundings had decreased a lot recently. However, the loudest one in the eastern courtyard was still the same. Zhang Tan lay on the balcony and shook his ears as he listened to the heart-wrenching cries around the courtyard walls. What was the use of that idiot, the sheriff, barking around the courtyard? Other than men, there were eunuchs. The only female cat was still underage. The owner of the house protected his cat well. If he wanted to hook up with a female cat, he would go to the area around the tiled house, which was where Jiao Wei and the others raced. There were many cats and female cats there. Speaking of racing, Zhang Tan had been brought to Cheng Zhong's place by Tong Qing a few days ago to try out the modified car. Cheng Zhong had never seen a cat drive before. He had only moved the steering wheel down according to the third Master Feng's suggestion. He did not quite understand at the time, but after seeing Zhang Tan drive, he understood. After the steering wheel was moved down, even if Zhang Tan drove outside by himself, no one would think that a cat was driving. If they did not look carefully, they would not see Zhang Tan controlling the steering wheel. They would only think that someone nearby was controlling it with a remote control. There were already some children's car toys of this scale. Perhaps in another year or two, there would be more here. When that time came, Zhang Tan might be able to drive the cat car outside. Because he had signed a confidentiality agreement, Cheng Zhong would not tell anyone about the whole thing. However, when Cheng Zhong saw Zhang Tan's expression when he drove the cat car, he was indeed quite shocked. It was no wonder that the third Master Fong had asked him to sign a confidentiality agreement and additional agreements. Now, Cheng Zhong was carrying out the second modification and adjustment. After seeing Zhang Tan drive, he knew what was going on. However, it would take some time for the car to be modified. However, Zhang Tan was not in a hurry. He could afford to wait. Now, even if the cat car was modified, he could not drive the cat car outside openly. After yawning, Zhang Tan put the cat car matter aside and thought about it. He did not know what was going on with Yi Hao. If Ran Qi took that thing out, how would they react? Sneezing Tan raised his paw and rubbed his nose. This was the 10th sneeze today. Did he catch a cold? No, Zhang Tan did not feel that anything was wrong with his body. He was in a good mental state and his body temperature was normal. He just had a bad feeling, which made Zhang Tan unhappy. After dinner, Jiao Ma and Jiao Pa chatted in the living room. Jiao Pa had been very busy these days. It was rare for him to have time tonight. He did not go out. He sat on the sofa in the living room and listened to Jiao Ma talk about some of the things that happened during this time. One of the teachers in our English group has a cat. Although I have not seen it, I have heard from other teachers that it is very beautiful. Jiao Ma said. Zhang Tan, who was lying on the sofa, pulled his ear. No matter how beautiful it was just a cat. It was not beautiful, nor was it delicate. It was not good. She said that she would come to see Black Charcoal tomorrow. She said that she wanted to find a little boyfriend for her Tafiacito. Speaking of which, Tafiacito is already more than 1 year old and can give birth to kittens. Jiao Ma laughed. Zhang Tan looked at Jiao Ma, who was smiling brightly, in horror. Little boy. Friend. This can't be true. This can't be true. Sure enough, the bad feeling came true. Jiao Ma, you can't be like this. Your cat son has a cat's body and a human's heart. Jiao Ma looked at Zhang Tan and said to Jiao Pa, "Hey, look, Black Charcoal is looking forward to it." Zhang Tan was speechless. What the hell am I looking forward to? Zhang Tan wanted to hit the ground with his head, but he could not change Jiao Ma's decision. Looking at Jiao Ma and Jiao Pa talking about the female cat named Tafiacito, Zhang Tan wondered if he should skip home tomorrow. It would be safer to skip a few days. There were so many resources in Little Gua's store, including the famous cats. They were all good-looking and well-mannered, and they ate the best cat food in the store. They were all fat and healthy, and they looked just like nobles when they squatted there. Except for their low IQ and weak fighting skills, they were much better than ordinary cats in everything else. Even if Tafiacito's mother wanted to find a male cat, she would find the ones in Xiaogua's store. Besides, Peanut Candy and Li Yuanba lived in the pet center. Peanut Candy could be pushed out. Chapter 158. Zhang Tan had planned to run away from home to avoid this disaster, but Jiao Ma had reminded Zhang Tan several times. Before going to bed, she pinched Zhang Tan's ears and told him not to run away tomorrow. Even if he went out for a walk, he had to come home on time. Shaking his ears, Zhang Tan was very annoyed. Indeed, running away was not a good idea. If he ran away this time, there would be a next time, and he would have to face Jiao Ma's nagging. What should he do? After thinking for a long time, Zhang Tan still could not come up with a solution. He decided not to think about it anymore. When the time came, he would just ignore that cat. Could it be that the female cat wanted to force herself on him? Not every cat was Li Yuanba, and even if it was, Zhang Tan was much stronger than it. The next day, Zhang Tan lay on his balcony and felt depressed for the whole day. He mourned for his unsuccessful cat life. And all of this in Jiao Ma's eyes was a sign of impatience. Why the hell am I so impatient? Bang! Zhang Tan did not know how many times he had hit his head on the flower pot beside him today. After dinner, Jiao Ma kept staring at Zhang Tan, as if she was afraid that Zhang Tan would run away. And Jiao Pa did not go out that night. He was reading the newspaper on the side. Zhang Tan lay on the sofa and continued to feel depressed. He occasionally moved the tip of his tail. He had spent the whole day thinking about a few solutions. Just as he was thinking about which one would be the most suitable, Jiao Ma's phone rang. Jiao Ma quickly picked up the phone, said a few words, and walked out with a smile on her face. She went downstairs to pick up the teacher. It was the teacher's first time coming here. Jiao Ma had told her to call after she entered the courtyard. Not long after, Zhang Tan heard the sound of someone going up the stairs. He also heard Jiao Ma talking and laughing with someone else. The man was in his early 40s. He was a colleague of Jiao Ma and a teacher in the same research group. He had a good relationship with Jiao Ma. Although he didn't live in Tsinghua University, he wasn't far from here. When the teacher came in, he was carrying a pet bag in his hand. Zhang Tan could feel the scent of an unfamiliar cat inside. However, the sense of invasion was not strong, nor did it show any malice. It was just cautious in an unfamiliar environment. Zhang Tan stared at the pet bag curiously, and the two children who were doing homework in the room also poked their heads out to look at the cat girl who had just arrived. The teacher opened the pet bag, and from Zhang Tan's angle, he could see the cat hiding inside. Yes, the cat was indeed hiding inside the pet bag. It was more anxious than curious, so it did not step out of the pet bag. It was a silver-colored Scottish fold. It seemed to be in good health. The owner must have taken good care of it. The Scottish fold seemed to be naturally more lovable than other cats. In terms of appearance, it was much better than Zhang Tan, the country bumpkin. It wasn't a hypocrite like Huang Erwo, nor was it the kind of person who wanted to join in the fun like Sheriff, nor was it as domineering as Li Yuanba. The Scottish fold in front of him, Tofiacito, had a quiet temperament, the kind that seemed to stand aloof from worldly affairs. Zhao Yuan was very curious about the Scottish fold. He wanted to take a closer look, but Tofiacito felt it and shrank back into the bag. Jiao Ma stared at Zhao Yuan, who was walking towards them. Zhao Yuan curled his lips and returned to the room. He stood at the door and continued to watch. The teacher took Tofiacito out of the room and put it in his arms to comfort it, dispelling some of its anxiety about this unfamiliar environment. Tofiacito gradually calmed down. Although it was calm, Tofiacito still looked around with vigilance. It was the first time that Jiao Ma saw Tofiacito. She had only heard about Tofiacito before. When she saw Tofiacito, Jiao Ma liked it very much. Scottish folds were indeed very attractive to women. Teacher Mo, your Tofiacito is so beautiful. Jiao Ma sighed. Teacher Mo just smiled, but Zhang Tan felt that this teacher's smile was a bit unnatural. However, Teacher Mo really doted on Tofiacito. Just by looking at the way she looked at Tofiacito, one could tell that she really doted on him. Black Charcoal, come and meet your new friend. Jiao Ma, who was sitting next to Teacher Mo, waved at Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan moved his ears and continued to lie on the sofa, pretending that he did not understand. Jiao Pa looked at Zhang Tan, shook his head and sighed. Pretend, continue to pretend. Teacher Mo did not say anything. Generally, people like Jiao Ma would just say it. How could a cat understand these words? Teacher Mo did not understand, but Jiao Ma naturally knew that Zhang Tan did not understand. She could not reprimand Zhang Tan in front of Teacher Mo, so she just stared at Zhang Tan. Her eyes seemed to say, really disappointing. Zhang Tan did not care so much. He just made up his mind to pretend to be stupid. However, Zhang Tan looked at Tofiacito curiously. The ears of a Scottish fold were really small. Teacher Mo put Tofiacito on the ground. Tofiacito rubbed Teacher Mo's leg, stepped forward, sniffed around, and then jumped back into Teacher Mo's arms. Oh, your Tofiacito is too reserved. Jiao Ma laughed. Indeed, not everyone was as thick-skinned and bold as Zhang Tan and the rest of the Eastern District's 4 cheap men. Zhao Yuan and little Pomelo were sent back to do homework by Jiao Pa. In the living room, the 3 adults continued to chat. Jiao Pa had already seen that Teacher Mo had something to say, but she could not say too much in front of the children. After being led by Jiao Pa, the children began to complain. Teacher Mo liked to raise cats. In the past, he had raised mongrel cats. However, the few cats that he had raised all liked to run outside. The cats disappeared after a few years. They might have been tricked by cat traffickers or for other reasons. Last year, a friend of hers gave her a Scottish fold, which was now known as Tofiacito. Teacher Mo liked it very much, and the cat did not run out much, which saved her a lot of trouble. Some neighbors, relatives, and friends looked at Tofiacito with envy. They told Teacher Mo that when Tofiacito gave birth to kittens, they would order one. Although Teacher Mo liked cats, she did not know much about cats. As for Scottish folds, She only knew that the probability of a Scottish fold to give birth to a defective cat was very high. Therefore, she wanted to find a healthy male Scottish fold to give birth to a cat that was not born with a Scottish fold. For example, mongrel cats? However, Teacher Mo's plan was strongly opposed by some friends. Indeed, there were not many people who used Scottish folds and mongrel cats. There were more British Shorthairs and American Shorthairs. After all, they looked better in appearance, and their commercial value was much higher than mongrel cats. Hearing this, Zhao Ma's expression changed. Yes, Scottish folds looked much more attractive than black charcoal, but no matter what other cats were like, in Zhao Ma's eyes, her own cat was the best. No one could say anything about it. Her own cat was so good. It was obedient, sensible, and helped to take care of the children. Where could she find such a cat? So you don't like it? Zhao Ma, who was about to refute, was stopped by Zhao Pa, who signaled her to continue listening to Teacher Emo. Zhang Tan also listened. He really did not know much about Scottish folds. He only knew that Scottish folds had folded ears and were very expensive. In the eyes of many people, Scottish folds were famous cats. Teacher Mo saw Zhao Ma's reaction just now and continued to speak. She did not have many requirements in terms of appearance, as long as the offspring were healthy enough. What made her change her mind was what she experienced when she took the cat to the pet center at noon. When I raised Tofiacito, many people were envious and bought a Scottish fold. My sister was one of them. However, she stopped raising it after 2 months, so I took it and raised it with Tofiacito. She was also a female cat, but she was 3 months younger than Tofiacito. However, my sister's Scottish fold was not as lucky as Tofiacito. That cat's tail was stiff, and it could not bend like a normal cat. I took it to Xiaoguo's place at noon this afternoon, and the results were not very good. A veterinarian in the pet center who was familiar with Teacher Mo told her that many Scottish folds were accompanied by diseases. Some had short tails or were not flexible, and some had large osteophytes on their legs, as well as other bone genetic diseases. Their joints were also much more fragile than that of ordinary cats. Even if they did not have arthropathy, the degree of cartilage wear and tear of their joints was greater than that of other cats, and they were prone to joint pain, limping, and other problems. Tofiacito was relatively lucky. At least, no problems were found, but I am not sure how long it will be so lucky. In the past I didn't know and didn't understand these things, but now that I know, and since I raised them, I have to be responsible. I need to spend more energy to take care of them, and take them for regular checkups. Before I figure it out, I don't want it to have kittens for the time being. The doctor in the pet center told me that this breed is very special. Even if you want to breed it, you need to have professional knowledge and a certain amount of experience. There are very few people who breed them in China, and there are not many cats who are as lucky as Tofiacito. He advised me not to breed this kind of cat privately. He also said that my sister's cat has to bear the pain caused by bone deformities every time it takes a step. We are all cat owners, and we all know that although cats have expressions, not everyone can understand them. Their pain tolerance is very strong, and they will not cry out in general pain. They are also used to covering up their injuries. This is their nature to protect themselves. So it's hard for me to know how they feel. I just think if I let Tofiacito give birth to kittens without knowing anything, and there's a kitten with a serious bone disease in the kitten, I feel very uncomfortable. Zhao Ma was really silent this time. She didn't have much experience in raising cats. Over the years, Zhang Tan was an unusual cat that she didn't need to worry about. She was not a cat, so how could she understand the pain of a cat? Even Zhang Tan couldn't understand the feelings of those cats. After all, Zhang Tan was different from other cats. I am here now to tell Teacher Gu not to think too much. Teacher Mo explained. Zhao Ma quickly waved her hand to show that she understood, and asked about the situation of the other cat. Teacher Mo talked with Zhao Ma for a while, and then left with Tofiacito. There was still a cat at home that had just been adopted. Teacher Mo was worried and wanted to go back to see it as soon as possible. Zhang Tan's first forced blind date was over before he could carry out his plan to make trouble. However, Teacher Mo asked Zhao Ma to take Zhang Tan to play when she was free. Her 2 cats didn't like to go out, and Zhang Tan had too many criminal records. All the teachers in the English group knew that Zhang Tan could go to the school for a walk. In the evening, Zhao Pa deliberately looked up some documents and magazines about Scottish fold cats published in China and abroad. She browsed the pet forum, and Zhang Tan squatted on the desk to read. There was a lot of debate about this breed. Maybe the problem wasn't as simple as black and white. The reason why Scottish fold cats were demonized was probably because people who didn't know anything and only saw the commercial value of the breed. Chapter 159. Although the Jiao Ma felt regretful about Tafiacido's incident, it did not dampen her interest in finding Zhang Tan a little girlfriend. This made Zhang Tan very annoyed. Therefore, Zhang Tan rarely stayed at home except for going home to eat and sleep. When he was at home, he could always hear the Jiao Ma nagging about it. Zhang Tan was also often scolded by the Jiao Ma. When Zhang Tan returned home at dinner time, the Jiao Ma was chopping ribs in the kitchen. When she turned her head, she saw Zhang Tan running back from outside. "You've been walking outside all day. I bet you've already become a father." The Jiao Ma raised the knife and cut the ribs on the chopping board into smaller pieces. "I bet you won't even know that you've become a father." Zhang Tan heard the sound of chopping ribs in the kitchen. He raised his paw and rubbed his ears uncomfortably. The Jiao Ma was so scary like this. Today, the weather was clear and the sun was shining brightly. The weather warmed up, and it felt much better to go out for a walk. Zhang Tan sniffed an unknown flower on the grass and sneezed. It had been a week since he gave that thing to Ran Qi. Zhang Tan did not know how Yi Hao would react. However, Celestine did not appear during this time. No one from the Jiao family came to disturb him. Perhaps Zhang Tan did not know that they had disturbed him. He just observed that the Jiao Pa did not do anything unusual recently. Zhang Tan went to Uncle Lamei's neighborhood again. He did not find anything unusual. It was still empty, so he did not go there again. He walked slowly to the side of a sports field. There were some people playing football in the field, but they did not pay attention to whether there was a cat watching them. This sports field was considered one of the older sports fields in Tsinghua University. Compared to the surrounding buildings, the sports field was slightly lower. Zhang Tan stood on a slightly higher ground and watched. There were some bushes and evergreen trees here. They did not look bleak in the winter. When spring came, the flowers would not sprout vigorously like other trees to show their vitality. After squatting and watching for a while, Zhang Tan leaned against the trunk behind him. He moved his feet lazily and swept away the grass blocking his view. Bang! The ball bounced off the fence. A student ran over to pick it up. When he looked up, he saw the black cat sitting against the tree. He shouted, "Look, the cat sitting posture is so interesting. It's like a human." Zhang Tan glanced at the student and ignored him, and continued to sit there and pretend to be deep. A student who was closest to the cat trotted over to take a look and said to the person who had just shouted, "Do you think it's funny for a cat to sit like that? You're ignorant." In fact, many people don't know that a cat sitting like that is most likely because it is sick. Because of its illness, its hind legs are in unbearable pain. Cats do not want to use their hind legs to bear their weight, so they choose to sit like that. The student who shouted suddenly understood. No wonder. This cat looks quite heavy. The pressure on its hind legs is even greater. It's so pitiful. It's such a good cat. Unfortunately, it's a sick cat. Zhang Tan. Bull*T. You're the sick one. I'm so healthy and strong. How can I be sick? The two students had walked away and continued to play football. Even if they were here, they could not hear Zhang Tan's roar in his heart. Zhang Tan stomped on a few innocent flowers beside him. He used to sit like that too. He was even more arrogant when he was in the night building. Why didn't he hear about it from others? However, even though this was the first time Zhang Tan had heard of such a theory, he was not sure if the reason why the other cats were sitting like that was what the student had said. It might be and it might not be. The Scottish fold incident made Zhang Tan understand that many cats in the world did not have a good body since birth. Zhang Tan felt lucky and at the same time, he also felt that it was good to be an ordinary cat like him. Although cheap, ordinary cats had their own advantages. On average, ordinary cats were born with stronger physiques than ordinary cat breeds, and their ability to survive in the wild was not weak. After comforting himself, Zhang Tan got up and shook off the grass on his body. He looked at the sky, glanced around, and walked out from the side door closest to him. Zhang Tan usually did not walk through this side door. Since he was bored today, he went out for a walk. After going out of the side door, Zhang Tan walked along the outside for a while. When he came across an outer wall, he jumped on it and continued to walk forward. At 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Some students would set up street stalls here to earn some pocket money and sell some small things. Most of them were gadgets and clothes that girls liked. The cost of this kind of business was not high, and the sales were not bad. At this time, some people had already come to grab the space. They put a layer of cloth on the ground to occupy the space, and then put the goods one by one. When it was almost 5 o'clock, the surrounding open space was full of students setting up street stalls. Zhang Tan squatted there and watched these students busy. As he watched, he suddenly heard a few girls not far in front of him cheering. There was bamboo planted in the wall of this area, and a few bamboo leaves blocked Zhang Tan's sight. Zhang Tan pushed the bamboo leaves in front of him away, walked a few steps forward, and looked in the direction of the sound. A young man in his 20s with a mohawk hairstyle stood there. His hair was dyed yellow, and his clothes were somewhat non-mainstream. He looked a bit like a gangster. The young man was holding a poker card in his hand and playing a card trick. His eyes intentionally or unintentionally swept over the high peaks of several female students in front of him. Zhang Tan pulled his ear and despised him. In addition to despising this person's character, Zhang Tan also despised his skills. Since he had seen Uncle Lame's tricks, looking at these street tricks again, he suddenly felt a little uninterested. However, street tricks were also very technical. Even if there were fewer inherited tricks now, he had to admit that there were indeed some capable people who were even more capable than some of the so-called XX masters. Zhang Tan squatted on the wall and watched the person play cards. Although he despised this person just now, he had to admit that this kid had some skills. Perhaps he was aware of the different side of the surrounding crowd. The young man turned his head and looked behind the wall after playing a game. This person's perception is quite sharp. Zhang Tan evaluated in his heart. However, after seeing the young man's face, Zhang Tan was puzzled. Why does he look a little familiar? However, Zhang Tan was very sure that he had never seen this person before. Today was definitely the first time he saw him. That's strange. Who is this guy? For a moment, Zhang Tan couldn't remember why she felt this familiar feeling. Compared to Zhang Tan's puzzlement, the young man seemed to be startled when he saw Zhang Tan. His hands didn't play well and a few cards flew out. Because of this, he was laughed at by several beautiful female students standing at the side. Zhang Tan watched for a while and then left. Little Pomelo was about to finish school, so he had to go and wait for her. When the young man turned his head for the third time, he found that the black cat had finally left. He quickly put on a smiling face and joked with the surrounding female students. 10 minutes later, a car slowed down and came over. The car window opened and the driver whistled. Sorry, I'll be leaving first. See you guys. The young man who was playing cards put the cards neatly into his pocket and walked towards the car. Before he left, he even sent a flying kiss, causing the female students to cover their mouths and laugh. The young man opened the car door and got into the back seat. He stretched out his arms and crossed his legs. You're late, senior brother Wei. The young man said. The person in the driver's seat was Celestine, whom Zhang Tan hadn't seen for a while. Isn't this good? I even gave you a chance to talk to the female students. Celestine said. Don't mention it. I originally wanted to get to know a few girls and get their phone numbers. I didn't expect to meet a cat. What made me the most unhappy was that the cat kept staring at me from behind. It caused me to lose my ability to play. Celestine's eyebrows twitched and asked, That cat is black, right? That's right. That's why I said that the black cat is evil. The person in the back slapped his thigh and sighed. Thinking back to the black cat, he didn't pay attention to Celestine's tone just now. Finally willing to come back? I thought you would always be a rebellious prodigal and stubbornly stick to that path and never look back. Celestine said. Let me correct you. That's called a game life. Moreover, stubbornness doesn't mean stubbornness. The person in the back answered confidently. Oh, so you've realized? With your current image? Celestine laughed. What's wrong with my image? I think my current image is quite good. The person in the back shook his non-mainstream jacket and touched his new hairstyle. Yes, it's good. It's so good that it can make your dad's dormant volcano erupt again. Then what do you think my image is now? Rascal? Boorish? Ruffian? Tisket sk. You don't understand. The person in the back waved his finger. Have you heard of the term ruffian philosophy? If there was no ruffian philosophy, our country's history wouldn't be so rich and colorful. Just think about some of the founding emperors in ancient times. Also, don't people fake things in football games? Even if it's a strategic dive, it's still a dive. Who doesn't play a little rogue and pretend to be a little ruffian? TSK, I haven't seen you for a few years and you're already acting as a philosopher. Celestine smiled and shook his head. The person in the back didn't comment. He looked at the surrounding buildings through the window and said excitedly, "Shall we go play at the night building you mentioned?" "No, let's go to Senior Walnut's first." "No, I'll be beaten to death by Senior Walnut." The person in the back covered his face and screamed. "It's okay, I'll collect your corpse." The next day, Zhang Tan didn't leave the school gate to play. The 4 scumbags of the East District were squatting on a thick sycamore tree, looking at a group of people flying kites on the lawn not far away. On the main road of the school, Celestine drove slowly. "Aren't we going directly to the night building? Why are we here?" The person in the back seat complained while chewing gum. He moved his arms. He had been beaten up badly by Senior Walnut yesterday, but fortunately, he hadn't hit his face. Celestine didn't answer. He just drove slowly and paid attention to the surroundings, especially to the older and thicker trees. After seeing the 4 cats squatting on the trees, Celestine smiled and drove the car in that direction. "Found it." The person in the back seat rolled down the window and looked in the direction Celestine pointed. There were people flying kites there. He thought Celestine was talking about one of them, but after noticing the 4 cats squatting on a tree, his expectant smile disappeared. "Cats are a bunch of idiots." PFFF. After scolding, the person in the back seat spat the gum in his mouth into the trash can next to him. He was very proud that he could spit it into the trash can from more than a meter away. But his pride didn't last long. When he raised his head to look at the 4 stupid cats in the tree, he was choked by what he saw. Chapter 160. The reaction of the 4 cats seemed to be telling the person in the car, "We won't bark, we'll just look at you like this." Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but the person who had said, "Cats are a bunch of idiots," felt that the gazes of the 4 cats had changed from 30% disdain and 70% alienation to 30% alienation and 70% disdain. In fact, he hadn't finished the sentence of, "Cats are a bunch of idiots." After spitting out the chewing gum, he should have proudly added, "Even if you scold it, it won't know." Unfortunately, before he could finish the sentence, he was choked back by the reactions of the 4 cats. Wei Leng looked at the person who was choked to the point that his face turned pale. He smiled and said, Mao, why do you dislike all cats? They didn't provoke you." Mao, the person with the mohawk hairstyle, didn't answer. Instead, he pointed at the 4 cats on the tree and asked Celestine, "Those 4 cats, are they looking down on me? Why do I feel like they're scolding me in their hearts?" "You're thinking too much." Celestine knew his junior very well. This kid had a bit of a persecutory delusion. But he couldn't be blamed. He was forced to do this. It was an unbearable past. In fact, the situation of the 4 cats looking at Mao could only be said to be a coincidence that Zhang Tan didn't expect. Among the 4 cats, Zhang Tan definitely understood Mao's words. There was no doubt about that. Fatty was probably able to understand a few of the words. Even if he didn't, he probably felt that Mao was talking about them a lot just now. It was too targeted. Fatty was keenly aware of it, so he also looked over. As for Huang Erwo, this guy only looked over curiously when he heard the sound of Mao spitting out the chewing gum. As for Sheriff, he did whatever the other cats did. Thus, there was a situation where the 4 cats were looking at Mao at the same time. Was he thinking too much? Hearing Celestine's words, Mao scratched his head. He was probably overthinking. Thinking of this, Mao looked up at the tree again and happened to see Zhang Tan looking at it with even more disdain. Compared to the other cats, this look was too obvious. Mao, who was just a little suspicious, was sure that it wasn't thinking too much. If Mao's expression was as if he had just eaten a mouthful of rice with mosquito legs, then his expression now was as if he had just eaten *tea. Taking a deep breath, Mao said to itself, "Don't be angry with a bunch of stupid cats." He didn't come here to continue being entangled with these cats. Not wanting to stay here for even a second longer, Mao urged Celestine, "Senior brother, who are you picking up? Hurry up and leave this place." "Okay," Celestine shouted at Zhang Tan. "Black charcoal, come quickly. Let's go out and play." Before Celestine's car arrived, Zhang Tan had already noticed it. However, he saw that there was a person in the back seat. It was the same person he saw playing cards outside the school wall yesterday. Zhang Tan didn't pay much attention to it and continued to watch the people flying kites on the grass. He was just watching two kids having a kite fight. He didn't expect to suddenly hear a curse directed at cats. Did the four of them offend him? Obviously not. Was the person Celestine brought an idiot? After hearing Celestine's call, Zhang Tan didn't immediately go over. He didn't like the kid in the back seat. At first glance, he could tell that the kid was a delinquent. Jiao Ma had said to stay away from delinquents. Jiao Ma's words were directed at Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo. As for Zhang Tan, speaking of which, how many delinquents did he come into contact with? However, at this time, Zhang Tan didn't think that he had done anything wrong at all. Seeing that there was no response, Celestine continued to shout, "Let's go! Let's go to the night building to play. I already told your cat dad." Originally, Zhang Tan didn't plan to go out to play. However, after thinking about it, going to the night building was also a good idea. He wanted to see what Yi Hao and the others were up to. Thinking of this, Zhang Tan came down from the tree and walked toward Celestine. Seeing the black cat getting closer and closer, Ermao suddenly had a bad feeling. He was wondering who Celestine was talking to. Now, it seemed that it was actually a cat. Therefore, Ermao's first reaction was to quickly roll up the car window, afraid that the cat would jump into the car. However, even though the back window was closed, the front window was still open. Zhang Tan jumped into the car through the window next to Celestine. Since there was someone in the back seat, Zhang Tan directly stayed in the front passenger seat. Ermao looked at Zhang Tan as if he was the plague. However, there was only so much space in the car, so he couldn't avoid Zhang Tan. Ermao's expression didn't look too good. Zhang Tan squatted in the front passenger seat and kept staring at Ermao. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. Where had he seen it before? Zhang Tan really couldn't remember. After Zhang Tan jumped into the car, Celestine drove away from Tsinghua University and headed towards the night building. Celestine had a house not far from Tsinghua University. It was in a residential area that had just been built a few years ago. There was an elevator house, but usually, Celestine didn't live at home. After all, he was the only one there, and it was boring to stay at home. Therefore, most of the time he still lived in the company. At least, there were some comrades and other colleagues there. When he was bored, he would play cards and chat. Every week, he would hang out at the night building to relax. His life was pretty good. Recently, he even hooked up with a primary school teacher, but Celestine didn't tell anyone about this. After receiving a call from Ermao saying that it was coming to Tsinghua, Celestine had been tidying up at home for the past few days. He prepared a room for Ermao. Ermao's parents lived in Tsinghua, but Ermao would never live with his parents. Otherwise, there would be a small quarrel every day and a big fight every 3 days. It would cause a lot of trouble. After thinking about it, only Celestine, who was single, would be more convenient. Therefore, he called Celestine to come over and stay the night. As for how long he would stay, it depended on Ermao's mood. On the way, Ermao complained to Celestine about why he had to bring a cat to the night building. Celestine simply told him about Zhang Tan's past. This cat is very popular. Not to mention Yi Hao and the others. Even Senior Walnut owes this cat a favor. Ermao looked in disbelief at the black cat squatting in the passenger seat. This cat was really something to be able to make Senior Walnut owe it a favor. However, the more it was like this, the more it highlighted how strange this cat was. If it was a normal cat, then it would be fine. As for this kind of special cat, Ermao felt that such a cat should be kept at a respectful distance. Cats are quite annoying. They just like to torment people. Ermao sighed. While Celestine and Ermao were chatting, Zhang Tan was also observing them. He knew that these two were fellow disciples. Zhang Tan was also curious about what Celestine's master did. These 3 fellow disciples had different professions. Moreover, he didn't know if there were any other disciples besides these 3. However, other than that, Zhang Tan's main attention was attracted by the way Celestine addressed him. Ermao? This name sounded very familiar. Zhang Tan tried hard to recall and finally remembered. Celestine and Senior Walnut had mentioned this name before. Zhao Lu and that guy called Wang Bin had also mentioned it before. Wang Bin. Zhang Tan raised his head and stared at Ermao. At the same time, he recalled the young man called Wang Bin that he saw at the third Master Feng's banquet. No wonder he looked so familiar. Mao and Wang Bin looked so alike. If it was just their faces, they were exactly the same. It was just that their temperaments were completely different. One was mature and steady, and looked like an elite. As for the one in front of him, no one would doubt that he was a hooligan. Therefore, at first glance, even if Wang Bin stood beside him, very few people would notice. If these two were really twin brothers, then Mao's background wasn't simple. However, why did Mao look like he wasn't doing well? The difference was too big. Compared to Wang Bin, it was like heaven and earth. Zhang Tan thought of Zhong Yan. Was Mao's situation similar to Zhong Yan's? Perhaps not to the extent of having a stepfather or stepmother, but he was probably not loved by his parents. How pitiful! Mao, who was sitting in the back seat, had been chatting with Celestine and looking at the scenery outside the car window. However, from the corner of his eyes, he kept looking at the black cat that was squatting in the front passenger seat. Finally, he couldn't stand it anymore and patted the driver's seat. "Senior, can you stop this cat from staring at me? The Tijans are here." Celestine was helpless. Black charcoal stopped staring at him. Zhang Tan had also finished studying Mao. He lowered his head and closed his eyes to take a nap. It would take about half an hour to get to the night tower. The exact time would depend on the traffic. During this time, Zhang Tan could take a nap. After arriving at the night tower, Yi Hao took Mao through the side door and went straight upstairs to the private room that Celestine often used. Zhang Tan followed them upstairs. The guards at the side door were already used to the black cat. Mao, on the other hand, was curious about their reactions. After seeing the black cat, they didn't react at all. During this time, Yi Hao was very busy. Celestine didn't want to disturb them. He took Mao to the private room to drink and chat. At night, they would listen to the performance of the East Palace. Celestine didn't want to tell Mao about Yi Hao's situation. Moreover, Yi Hao was busy with something that needed to be kept confidential. This time, Yi Hao really had to thank Zhang Tan. Why did Master Tang VII call it the Golden Compass? Because it was related to gold. Lai Er's subordinates were fighting fiercely. Others were taking the opportunity to reorganize and get involved. It was very chaotic. On the other hand, Yi Hao and the others were quietly making a fortune. Zhang Tan jumped onto the sofa and occupied it. Mao didn't sit on the sofa. Instead, it dragged a chair over and said to Celestine, "When did cats become so important? Is this still a cheap cat? Your friend really allowed you to bring this cat in? Isn't he afraid that it'll scratch these sofas worth tens of thousands? Even if your friend doesn't care about tens of thousands, he's being too lenient." Celestine shrugged. "I can't help it. I said that this cat is special. Actually, someone gave this cat a nickname. It's called the Lucky Cat." Mao paused, then laughed out loud. It almost fell off the chair. Lucky Cat? That's it? In some small towns and villages, you can buy one for about 10 yuan. It can't make a fortune. Mao was about to say more, but when it saw Celestine's serious expression, it stopped laughing. "Senior, are you serious?" "Yes, I'm not joking." Celestine nodded. "So, I suggest that you interact with this cat more often. For example, you can go with it when it goes for a walk. You're bored anyway." Chapter 161. Since the first time they met, Zhang Tan and Mao had given each other bad comments. And this kind of bad comments could not be changed by Celestine with just a few words. Mao told Celestine about what he had seen in the past 2 years, while glancing at Zhang Tan from time to time. As for Celestine, while talking to Mao, his hands did not stop peeling peanuts, giving some to Zhang Tan and some to himself. Like a slave. Mao despised Celestine's behavior. But after all, they were brothers and had known each other for so many years. Mao also knew Celestine well. If this cat was not really capable, Celestine would never treat it like this. Maneki Nico? Maybe. Mao had not seen it with its own eyes, so it was still suspicious. If it did not see it with its own eyes or hear it with its own ears, it would not admit anything. Even if it was Celestine who said it, it would also discount the so-called truth. Zhang Tan lay on the sofa, waiting for enough peanuts to be peeled, then jumped onto the coffee table to eat peanuts. Have you thought about what you are going to do next? Celestine asked Mao. These 2 years, I have been running a small business outside. Now, I am not going to do anything for the time being. I am going to rest and enjoy myself, then sleep until I wake up naturally every day. As Mao spoke, its eyes were still glancing at Zhang Tan. Seeing that Zhang Tan was focused on eating peanuts, it jumped up from the chair and attacked with lightning speed. Pa! Subdue the demon! After a successful attack, Mao quickly retreated 5 meters away. Celestine and Zhang Tan were speechless. Zhang Tan really did not expect Mao to attack. Although they did not have a good opinion of each other, perhaps because of Celestine, Zhang Tan did not feel any malice from Mao. Because of this, Zhang Tan lowered his vigilance a lot. He was not prepared at all, but in the end, he fell into Mao's trap. Mao didn't hit him. His quick move was just to stick a paper on Zhang Tan's forehead. Zhang Tan didn't know what was drawn on the paper pasted on his forehead, but looking at the situation, Zhang Tan could guess that this was the legendary talisman that could summon gods and exorcise ghosts, subdue demons, and cure diseases. Subdue demons and devils? Subdue your Motherf * king demon. Damn it! Motherf * cur. Zhang Tan shook his head to get rid of the sticky paper on his forehead. He stopped eating peanuts and jumped off the coffee table to rush towards Mao. If I don't flip out, you'll really think I'm weak and easy to bully. Thus, the man and the cat began to fight in the private room. At first, Mao used a feather pillow on the chair to block the attack, but when he realized that the pillow was quickly torn apart and realized that he had seriously underestimated the enemy's attack power, Mao covered his head with his jacket and hid behind Celestine. After the feather pillow was torn apart, feathers flew everywhere in the private room, and the tidy room suddenly became a mess. Celestine looked at all of this. He really wanted to drag Mao over and beat him up. He was already in his 20s, but he still looked so unreliable. Many times, his words and actions always made people want to beat him up first. After messing around for more than 10 minutes, Zhang Tan squatted on the coffee table and continued to eat peanuts. However, from the way he swung his tail, it was obvious that Zhang Tan was not in a good mood. No one would be happy if a subdue demons and devils talisman was stuck on them. Not to mention that Zhang Tan had secrets in his heart. Mao slowly moved towards the chair. His jacket was almost torn into strips, but for Mao, as long as there was no wound on his face, he didn't care about anything. Mao, why are you arguing with a cat? Celestine said. Mao rolled his tattered jacket into a ball and put it aside. Didn't you say that I should get along well with this cat? The relationship between men is built by fighting. Just like us brothers, who doesn't have a relationship built by fighting with each other? Celestine rubbed his forehead and stopped thinking about the fight. Instead, he pointed at the talisman that had been stepped on several times on the ground and asked, "Where did you get that thing?" Zhang Tan's eating slowed down a bit, and his ears turned to Mao. He also wanted to know where Mao got this so-called talisman. Was he really going to subdue demons and devils? Mao thought for a while and answered, "When I came to Chuhua City, I saw an old man at the train station. He had a bag and a book, and he chased after me and asked me to show him my love. He even wrote down his name on the book. I gave him 10 yuan, and he gave me this thing, saying that it was used to subdue demons and devils." At some stations or platforms, there would always be people begging or asking people to show their love. When there were too many people, it was hard to tell the difference between the real and the fake. Gradually, who knew whether it was because society was too cold, or because people had become shrewd? Or maybe those scams had catalyzed people's indifference. When people offered their love, their first reaction was to call them scammers instead of sympathy. Zhang Tan didn't know if Mao knew about this, but from the looks of it, even if he knew, he was just casually spending money for fun and didn't care at all. So, this so-called talisman was actually just a souvenir that he had exchanged for 10 yuan? Zhang Tan inexplicably felt a little more at ease. Celestine's focus wasn't on the souvenir talisman, but he said, "You really wrote your name on the book?" "I did, why wouldn't I? I spent 10 yuan on it, and I used the hard pen calligraphy that I've practiced for more than 10 years to write. It's better than the names on the book." "Really?" "If that's the case, then when those people who offered their love later in the book wrote their names, they would know that a person called Wang Ming had donated 10 yuan, Celestine said in a mocking tone. "I'm not stupid enough to write my name and tell others that I was also scammed. That would be so embarrassing." Sometimes, People who gave money didn't do it willingly, but were asked to donate. There was once a newspaper report of passers-by being beaten up for not giving money. Thus, some people felt that love that didn't come from their own will was very embarrassing, especially men with strong self-esteem. Since Mao said that he had written his name on the book, but it wasn't his name, then whose name had he written? Had he just made it up? Whose name did you write? Celestine was puzzled. Wang Bin. Mao was immensely proud of himself. Zhang Tan and Celestine, who knew how Mao's brother would react when he found out. And this was probably just one of the things that Mao had done that wasn't very conspicuous. Zhang Tan wondered if he would see Wang Bin's name on the wall in the future, on those advertisements for getting permits, air ventilation, drilling holes, grinding floors, cleaning sewers, or on the antenna poles for curing chronic ailments. It was hard to say. Zhang Tan felt that if he were Wang Bin, he would definitely beat Mao so badly that even his father wouldn't recognize him. Celestine continued to rub his forehead. You really know how to make enemies for yourself. You're just courting death. Mao didn't take it to heart at all. He turned his face and leaned over to Celestine. Celestine gave him a puzzled look. You have pimples? You've become thick-skinned again? Or do you want me to slap you? What? Mao waved his hand and pointed at his ears. He said proudly, do you see that? Super big earlobes. The old people always say that longevity is a blessing. Zhang Tan took a look. The so-called super big earlobes was a bit of an exaggeration. But compared to people with small earlobes, Mao's earlobes were indeed considered big. At first, Mao was waiting for Celestine to be envious. Who knew that Celestine would calmly say, don't be ridiculous. Although I'm not very educated, I know that earlobes are genetic. Or, dominant. You have to thank your parents. We have to respect science. Mao leaned back and stared at Celestine seriously for 2 seconds. Senior, when did you start to respect science? You're even asking such profound questions. Mao and Zhang Tan were shocked by Celestine's words. Was Celestine influenced by Jiao Pa and the others? Celestine did not feel that there was anything wrong with him. He continued, double eyelids, high nose, big earlobes, long eyelashes, etc. all belong to this dominant inheritance. Oh, and the chin is also hereditary. Look at those celebrities. Their parents' chins are not so sharp, but they are completely different on TV. It's obvious that most of them have plastic surgery. Mao still looked at Celestine with suspicion. He was not suspicious of Celestine's words, but he was puzzled that Celestine would say such things. Based on Mao's understanding of Celestine, this senior usually read political, military, and sports newspapers in his free time. When did he change to reading science? And hereditary? He used to despise those so-called experts and professors. Why did he change now? There must be a reason. However, Celestine did not wait for Mao to ask more questions. He changed the topic and talked about other things. Zhang Tan continued to listen. When he came today, he thought that he would hear some things about Yi Hao. However, until now, Celestine did not intend to say anything. It seemed like he did not want Mao to know. Mao and Celestine were seniors and juniors, but Mao and Yi Hao did not know each other at all. There was limited trust between them. From this, Zhang Tan could infer that the thing on Yi Hao's side was indeed very important. It seemed like he did not want to hear any useful news today. After listening to the singing in the evening, the 2 people and the cat left the night building. Celestine sent Zhang Tan back to Tsinghua University first. Then, he drove Mao to his place of residence. In the car, without Zhang Tan glaring at him, Mao seemed to be more at ease. Senior Wei, I'll stay at your place for a while. I'll move out in 2 weeks. 2 weeks should be enough for me to find a satisfactory house. Mao said. What's the trouble? You can stay at my place. I'm usually at the company anyway. If you're here, we can keep each other company. Come on, Senior Wei. We've known each other for so many years. Do you think I don't know you? Mao winked. You have a target, right? Hurry up. Look at people around your age. Their children are already big. In the past, it was inconvenient because of my job. Now, you have to hurry up. Don't think I can't see it. I'll leave your house to you and sister-in-law. I don't want to be a third wheel. Although Mao looked unreliable, His observation skills were not weak. Once Mao decided on something, Celestine would not change his mind. Celestine did not argue and said, "Okay. However, have you decided to rent or buy a house?" "It depends on the situation. If there's something I like, I'll buy it. Anyway, I've made some money from selling things these past 2 years. Renting a house is also not bad. After all, I haven't decided how long I'll stay in Chuhua City." Mao leaned on the back seat and tapped his fingers on the seat. "Senior, do you have any good suggestions?" Chapter 162. Inside the university? Mao frowned. He had never thought of renting a house in Chuhua University. Generally speaking, there were more restrictions in the university, unlike outside where he could do whatever he wanted. "I remember renting out a house there, but there was a little bit of resistance. However, the atmosphere was good, and it was quiet enough. You could sleep until you woke up naturally. The people living there are of high quality. One is marked by the company one keeps." Didn't a magazine say before that the living environment has an impact on a person's character? "You should be more careful," Celestine said in the tone of an elder. Mao curled his lips and did not say anything. In fact, Celestine wanted Mao to live in the university because of several considerations. Mao was the most worrisome one among his fellow disciples. Although he looked like he didn't know any better, there were many things that he understood in his heart. However, in the past few years, he had probably gotten to know a few people from all walks of life. Wei Ling was afraid that Mao would continue to mingle in Chuhua City. Although he didn't expect this fellow to immediately turn over a new leaf, he still hoped for a better transition. Celestine was not sure about the other places in Chuhua University, but the East Side family compound was really good. If Mao could gain some positive energy from the retired teachers, Celestine would be quite satisfied. He would be more confident when he called his master. As for the resistance of renting a house there, Celestine believed in Mao's ability. After all, Mao was not the kind of person who did not know anything. If he really made a decision, he would definitely have a way. Celestine lived close to the university. If something happened to Mao, he would not go to his father. As his senior, he would be responsible for cleaning up the mess. In addition to Mao, Celestine also considered the Jiao family. Associate Professor Jiao would be leaving soon. During this time, Celestine could not always take care of the Jiao family. If Mao was there, he could help take care of the Jiao family. It was said that taking care of people could increase one's sense of responsibility. Celestine decided to let Mao try. Jiangtan did not know that someone was eyeing the East Side family compound. He was calculating the arrangements for the next week. The Jiao family was counting down every day. The time of Jiao Pa's departure was getting closer and closer. Zheng Tan was also counting the days. One afternoon, Zhang Tan lay on the sofa and looked at the calendar on the wall. Next Monday, he would probably spend the whole day at Xiaoguo's pet center. On Friday night, a foreign band would perform at the night building. On Saturday, the third Master Fong would go to talk business with old Lu. Zhang Tan would follow him and race toy cars with old Lu's son, Lu Yao. Apart from these things, Zhang Tan did not plan to go out for a walk before Jiao Pa left. He would just walk around the campus. Most of the time, he would lie on the tree in the East Side family compound and sleep. When the Jiao family came back, they would be able to see him. However, Zhang Tan wondered if his life would be more difficult after Jiao Pa left. Most of the time, Zhang Tan would go out for a walk with Jiao Pa's permission. Jiao Ma was more conservative. Many times when Zhang Tan went out to play, especially at night, Jiao Ma was against it at first. She was scared by the cat trapping incident. She felt that it was not safe to go out at night with cat traffickers everywhere. She was afraid that Zhang Tan would not be able to come back after he went out. If Zhang Tan made a mistake outside when the Jiao Pa was not around, such as coming home late or getting hurt in a fight outside, Jiao Ma would not let him go out. What would he do? Would he have to stay at home all day? He would definitely be bored to death. He might even get depression. After getting used to running outside, Zhang Tan deeply felt that staying at home was a waste of time, because he could only sleep at home. Rolling on the sofa, Zhang Tan hung his head on the edge of the sofa. The tip of his tail wagged rhythmically as he thought about what to do in the future. His gaze swept across the living room and stopped at the master bedroom. The door to the master bedroom was open. The door to the balcony was also open for ventilation. The sunlight shone in, raising the room temperature by a few degrees. However, Zhang Tan was not staring at the master bedroom because it was well lit and ventilated. His target was actually the bulky desktop computer on the desk. This computer was usually only used by the Jiao Pa. Jiao Ma did not use it much. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were only allowed to play it on the weekends. The Jiao Pa was afraid that Jiao Yuan would get addicted to the game, so he strictly limited the time. The computer had a password, and other than Jiao Ma, only Zhang Tan knew the password. Usually, when the Jiao Pa used the computer to surf the internet, Zhang Tan would be watching from the side, so he was very familiar with the password. Think about it, the Jiao Pa was abroad, Jiao Ma was working, and Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo went to school from Monday to Friday. This way, Zhang Tan could surf the internet without worrying about being discovered by the Jiao Pa. The Jiao Ma was not that observant, so Zhang Tan would not be discovered if he was careful. It had been a long time since he went online. Although the Jiao Pa knew that his cat was different from the rest, he would never have thought that his cat had already started to think about the computer. After finally thinking of something to kill time at home, Zhang Tan jumped off the sofa with satisfaction and decided to go out for a walk. The temperature in Chuhua City was rising fast, so it would not wait for you to prepare yourself. After the weather warmed up, there were no more coats, cotton-padded jackets, or down jackets. Depang squatted on its balcony, kicking its paws to bask in the sun. When it saw Zhang Tan coming out of the building, it squinted its eyes and looked at him, then closed its eyes and continued to sleep. It did not have any intention of moving at all. Zhang Tan did not see the other two cats, and Sheriff had stopped barking around recently. Maybe he went somewhere else to look for female cats. When he slowly walked out of the gate of the courtyard, Zhang Tan saw a man in sportswear and sunglasses squatting on a stone block by the gate of the east side courtyard, with a lollipop in his mouth. When Zhang Tan came out, the man kept staring at Zhang Tan, with a weird smile on his face. He looked very annoying. At first, Zhang Tan just glanced at him casually, then stopped looking. He cussed in his heart and was about to ignore him. But after 2 steps, he suddenly stopped. No. This person must be someone he knew. Zhang Tan turned his head and looked at the man squatting on the stone block. After a closer look, he realized that the thick sunglasses could not hide the idiot temperament. This guy was definitely that idiot Air Mao. Different from the last time Zhang Tan saw Air Mao was not wearing the non-mainstream clothes today. His hair was dyed black again, and he was wearing the same sportswear as the students on the school field. If the sunglasses were removed, he would look very similar to the atmosphere of the school. Seeing Zhang Tan look over, Air Mao raised his hand and waved. Hey Black Coal, go out and play. Zhang Tan was speechless. Black Coal, your ass. This kind of person who added words to other people's names for no reason was the most King annoying. Zhang Tan looked around. The entrance of the courtyard was indeed not a good place to fight. Forget it, he would let Air Mao go this time. Zhang Tan turned and continued to walk forward, quickening his pace. He did not want to stay here and face Air Mao. All right, Black Coal, I will be moving here in a few days. According to initial estimates, it should be in your building, Air Mao said slowly. Zhang Tan heard the words behind him and stopped abruptly. He pulled his ears and looked at Air Mao, trying to figure out if Air Mao was telling the truth. Zhang Tan originally thought that Air Mao was like Ron Qi, who would avoid cats as much as possible. But looking at Air Mao's despicable look, this guy was preparing to go against the flow and become braver with every setback. Obviously, the more Air Mao disliked you, the more often he would show his presence to disgust you. But Zhang Tan thought about the residents of his building. Many of the teachers in the courtyard were repulsed by outsiders. They felt that outsiders were too complicated and did not know their backgrounds, so they did not trust them. In the Jiao family's building B, although there were some residents who did not live there, if they wanted to rent out their houses to outsiders, the first person they had to deal with was Old Man Lon. Old Man Lon hated it the most when people rented out their houses to unreliable people for money. Using gifts to bribe people would not only be ineffective, but would also make Old Man Lon hate them even more. If these methods did not work, what could Air Mao do? After thinking that Air Mao's chances of success were not high, Zhang Tan was relieved. He ignored Air Mao and jogged away. Air Mao looked at the black cat that was walking away and mumbled, "It really does understand." Since Zhang Tan felt that Air Mao's chances of success in renting a house were not high, he did not take Air Mao's words to heart. He felt that Air Mao was just saying it to make him angry. On Sunday morning, the Jiao Pa took the Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo for a jog. Zhang Tan followed along. When they passed by the school square and saw the only man among the old ladies who were dancing with fans, he suddenly realized that Air Mao might be telling the truth. On the other side of the square, a group of old ladies were waving the fans in their hands. Around them, some students were smiling as they looked over. They were used to seeing old ladies doing fan dances. This was the first time they saw a young man in his 20s doing this. Moreover, he was holding on to that bright red feather fan and was dancing so well. He was not affected by the people around him at all. This caused a group of old ladies to laugh, especially old Madame Zhai. She was smiling very warmly at Air Mao. After dealing with old Madame Zhai, there was no need to worry about dealing with old man Lon. Zhang Tan had an epiphany. It turned out that Air Mao was a friend of middle-aged and old ladies. It had to be said that Air Mao was really thick-skinned. The group of old ladies seemed to like this kind of shameless person. They felt that the young people nowadays were too shy and could not let go of their pride. As if to prove Zhang Tan's guess, 3 days later, when Zhang Tan passed by the small flower garden, he saw Air Mao working in it. "Teacher Lon, where should I put this pot of flowers?" Air Mao stood there holding the flower pot. Speaking of old man Lon, compared to the title of professor, he was sometimes more inclined to be called teacher. However, most people would call him Professor Lon, or Elder Lon, to show their respect. Unfortunately, old man Lon did not necessarily appreciate it. Now that Air Mao had called him that, it was as if he was scratching an itch in his heart. "Put it there, next to the pot of rhododendron reflection." Old man Lon pointed at a place. "What about the pot of Echo Mountain Red?" "Put it there." Looking at Air Mao helping to move the flower pot and dig the soil, Zhang Tan had to admit that Air Mao's goal was almost achieved. Because of this matter, Zhang Tan's mood was really not good recently. On the way back to the courtyard, Zhang Tan walked while thinking about how to mess up Air Mao's matter. Suddenly, he heard a childish and crisp voice coming from diagonally in front of him. "Brother Hey,